The man's name was not important. He lived in a town that was not famous. He saw something in the sky on a Tuesday evening, and by Wednesday morning, the local paper had printed his story, and by Thursday, the national news had picked it up, and by Friday, a dozen other people in 3 neighboring counties had seen something similar. None of them knew each other. None of them were lying. They were all describing the same thing, a silent metallic disc, hovering at treetop height, perfectly still, then gone. The hoax had not survived because the deceiver was brilliant. It survived because the audience needed it to be true, and that need was indistinguishable from reason. In the 1830s, the moon was reported to be inhabited by winged men and unicorns, and the New York Sun sold every copy it could print. In the 1720s, a fossilized dragon was displayed in a German museum, and the leading naturalists of Europe traveled to see it, measured it, published papers on its anatomy. In the 1970s, a lost tribe of Stone Age people was discovered in the Philippine rainforest, and the world wept with joy at their innocence. In 1903, a French physicist announced the discovery of a new ray that could cure disease and photograph the human soul, and the French Academy of Sciences voted to give him a prize. In 1910, a group of young men in blackface boarded the flagship of the British Royal Navy, pretending to be the Emperor of Abyssinia and his entourage, and was saluted by the Admiral of the fleet. In 1969, the world's leading chemists announced that water could exist in a new, polymerized form with radically different properties, and laboratories in a dozen countries began trying to reproduce the results. None of these people were stupid. The scientists who examined the dragon fossil were among the most educated men in Europe. The chemists who believed in Polywater were Nobel laureates. The anthropologists who celebrated the Tasaday were respected academics. The conditions were the trap. A world that desperately wanted to believe that somewhere, somehow, the universe was stranger and more wonderful than they had been taught. A world that had been told over and over that everything had already been discovered, that the age of wonder was over, that the frontiers were closed. The most dangerous lies are the ones we tell ourselves first. The hoax does not need a deceiver. It needs a silence, a hunger, a moment when the evidence of the senses is overruled by the evidence of the heart. And then it needs nothing else. The belief does the rest. The question is not who was fooled. The question is, why is the desire to believe so hard to resist? The British Museum in 1865 was a cathedral of objects. Its galleries displayed the material remains of every continent, arranged in glass cases that promised order and understanding. A visitor could walk from Assyrian reliefs to Benin bronzes to Aztec masks in a single afternoon, and the distance between cultures was measured in footsteps. The museum did not ask where each object had come from, it asked only whether the object was worthy of preservation. The late 19th century was the golden age of the ethnographic museum, and the appetite for pre-Columbian artifacts was insatiable. The British Museum, the Smithsonian Institution, and the newly opened Trocadero in Paris were locked in an undeclared competition for prestige objects. Provenance was rarely verifiable. The market rewarded the spectacular over the documented, and the spectacular was what the dealers provided. Into this world came a dealer named Eugene Boban. He had spent years in Mexico City, running a shop that sold antiquities to European collectors. Boban understood his customers. He knew that what they wanted was not merely authentic artifacts, but authentic mysteries, objects that spoke of a civilization more sophisticated than the European imagination had previously allowed. And he knew that the most powerful mystery was the one that could be held in 2 hands. In the spring of 1878, Boban arrived in Paris with a new acquisition. The Trocadero Museum had just opened its doors, and its director Alphonse Pinart was cataloguing objects when Boban presented him with a human skull carved from a single piece of rock crystal. Pinart turned it in his hands beneath the gaslight. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. The jaw was separate, carved to articulate. The eye sockets were polished to a depth that caught the light. Pinart did not ask where Boban had found it. He wrote in his ledger, Aztec, origin unknown. That phrase, origin unknown, would travel with the skull for the next 100 years. The specific hunger that the crystal skulls exploited was the Victorian fantasy of a lost civilization. This was the era of Heinrich Schliemann, who had dug into the hill at Hisarlik and claimed to have found the city of Priam. This was the era of Ignatius Donnelly, whose 1882 bestseller Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, argued that a sophisticated civilization had existed before recorded history and had been destroyed in a single cataclysmic night. The idea that the Aztec or Maya had achieved something beyond what European archaeology could explain was not fringe thinking. It was the Romantic mainstream. The Victorians believed in progress, but they also believed in loss. They believed that somewhere in the deep past human beings had possessed knowledge that had been forgotten, knowledge of astronomy, of engineering, of the soul. The crystal skulls seemed to prove this. They were too beautiful to be primitive. They were too precise to be accidental. They must have been made by a people who understood something that modern science had yet to recover. In 1886, a second crystal skull appeared on the London market. It was purchased by Tiffany & Company in New York, who sold it to a collector named George H. Sisson. Sisson lent it to the American Museum of Natural History, where it was displayed as an authentic Aztec relic. The skull was photographed, described in scholarly journals, and admired by thousands of visitors. No one asked the obvious question: if the Aztec had made such objects, why had no Spanish chronicler ever mentioned them? Why had no other crystal skull been found in any archaeological excavation? The question was not asked because the answer was uncomfortable. The market for antiquities in the late 19th century was built on trust, and trust was built on desire. The museums wanted spectacular objects. The collectors wanted objects that conferred status. The dealers wanted objects that sold, and the public wanted objects that confirmed their belief in a romantic, mysterious past. Every party in this transaction had a reason not to ask difficult questions. By the turn of the century, at least 5 crystal skulls were circulating in museums and private collections around the world. The most famous was the one that arrived at the British Museum in 1898, purchased from the dealer George S.S. Sisson for an undisclosed sum. The British Museum catalogue entry read, "Crystal Skull, Aztec, Mexico." Date uncertain. The uncertainty was buried in the fine print. In 1936, a man named F.A. Mitchell Hedges appeared at a British Museum lecture carrying a crystal skull of his own. Mitchell Hedges was an adventurer and a writer, a man who had spent decades searching for the lost city of Atlantis in the jungles of Central America. He claimed that his daughter Anna had discovered the skull in 1924 at the Maya site of Luba Antun in Belize, buried beneath an altar. The skull was exquisite, larger than the others, more detailed, with a jaw that moved and eye sockets that caught the light in a way that seemed almost alive. Mitchell Hedges told a story that was impossible to verify. He said that the skull had been placed beneath the altar for 400 years. He said that the Maya elders had confirmed its authenticity. He said that the skull possessed supernatural powers, that it could heal the sick, that it could reveal the future, that it had been used by priests to focus their spiritual energy. The story grew with each telling. The Mitchell Hedges skull became the most famous crystal skull in the world. It appeared in books about unexplained mysteries, in documentaries about the paranormal, in the mythology of the New Age movement that was beginning to take shape. It was photographed, measured, and studied by amateur researchers who concluded that it could not possibly have been carved by human hands. The tool marks were too fine. The crystal was too hard. The precision was too great. It must have been made by extraterrestrials, or by Atlanteans, or by a lost race of superhuman craftsmen. The believers were not stupid. They were people who had been told by authoritative sources, museums, books, television documentaries, that the skulls were authentic. They were people who had held a crystal skull in their hands and felt something they could not explain. They were people who had been raised in a culture that had been telling them for 100 years that the past was full of mysteries that science had not yet solved. The conditions that made belief possible were not created by the believers. They were created by the dealers, the museums, and the scholars who had chosen not to ask the question. In 1996, the British Museum finally asked the question. A team of scientists led by curator Margaret Sachs examined the British Museum's crystal skull under a scanning electron microscope. What they found was devastating. The tool marks on the skull were not made by Aztec stone tools. They were made by modern rotary grinding wheels, the kind used in European jewelry workshops in the late 19th century. The skull had been carved with a carborundum abrasive, a material that did not exist before 1893. The tests continued. The Smithsonian Institution tested its own crystal skull and found the same tool marks. The Musée du Quai Branly tested the Trocadero skull and found the same tool marks. Every crystal skull that had been tested, every single one, had been carved with modern tools. The skulls were not Aztec. They were not Maya. They were not Atlantean. They were not extraterrestrial. They were European. They had been made in workshops in Germany and France in the 1860s and 1870s, carved from Brazilian crystal, and sold to museums and collectors as authentic pre-Columbian artifacts. The question that remained was not who made them. The question was whether Eugene Boban knew what he was selling. The dealers who supplied the skulls to Boban were never identified. The workshops that carved them were never named. The transaction that brought the first skull to Paris in 1878 was never fully documented. Boban died in 1908, taking his secrets with him. The crystal skulls remain in museums today. The labels have been changed. The dates have been corrected. The skulls are now described as 19th century carvings, probably of European origin, possibly made for the antiquities market. They sit in the same cases where they once inspired wonder, and visitors still pause before them. The skulls are still beautiful. The craftsmanship is still extraordinary. The only thing that has changed is the story. What does it mean to believe in an object? The crystal skulls were never what they claimed to be, but they were always what people needed them to be. They were proof of a lost civilization. They were evidence of extraterrestrial contact. They were a mystery that science could not solve, and when science did solve the mystery, the skulls did not disappear. They did not shatter. They did not reveal themselves as worthless. They simply became something else, a hoax that had lasted 100 years, a deception that had fooled the most prestigious museums in the world, a story that had been told so many times that it had become true in the only way that mattered. The skulls are still there, in their glass cases, waiting for the next question. What will we decide to see? The British Museum skull arrived in London in 1897, purchased from Tiffany & Company in New York for a sum that was not recorded. Tiffany had acquired it from a dealer whose name appears in no surviving document. The skull was exhibited immediately, described in the museum's catalogue as an Aztec object of extraordinary rarity and beauty. No one asked how a European jewellery firm had come to possess a pre-Columbian sacred object. In the Victorian era, provenance was not a science but a courtesy. The question of origin was not asked because the market did not require it. The British Museum's acquisition policy in the 1890s was shaped by the same forces that drove every other major institution: the need to fill cases, to impress visitors, to outpace rival museums in the race for the spectacular. A crystal skull was spectacular. That was enough. The skull that would become the most famous of all, the Mitchell-Hedges skull, followed a different path into the world. F.A. Mitchell-Hedges was an adventurer, a writer, and a man whose relationship with truth was flexible. He had spent decades searching for Atlantis, for sunken treasure, for the kind of discovery that would make his name immortal. In 1924, he led an expedition to Lubantun, a Maya site in Belize that had been discovered only the year before. He was accompanied by his adopted daughter Anna, then 16 years old. The story Anna would later tell was precise. On her 17th birthday, she was exploring beneath a fallen altar when her hand touched something smooth. She cleared away the debris and found a human skull carved from a single piece of rock crystal, perfectly polished, with a detachable jawbone. She claimed that the Maya priests who had buried it there centuries earlier must have placed it as a final offering before the city was abandoned. The only problem with this story is that no one heard it until 1954. The skull itself did not appear in any of Mitchell-Hedges' earlier writings about the Lubantun expedition. No photograph of Anna holding the skull at the site exists. No expedition member ever mentioned it. The skull first surfaced publicly in 1943 when F.A. Mitchell-Hedges purchased it at a Sotheby's auction in London. The auction catalogue described it as a crystal skull of unspecified origin, consigned by the estate of a London collector. Mitchell-Hedges paid £400 for the skull. He never told his daughter that he had bought it at auction. Instead, he allowed her to believe, encouraged her to believe, that she had found it with her own hands. The story appeared in his 1954 autobiography Danger, My Ally, where he wrote that Anna had discovered the skull on her 17th birthday beneath an altar at Lubanton. He did not mention Sotheby's, he did not mention the £400, he simply let the legend stand. The skull did not become famous immediately. It sat in Mitchell Hedges' collection for nearly 2 decades, known only to a small circle of esoteric enthusiasts. Then, in 1970, the magazine Fate published an article describing the skull as possessing supernatural properties, the ability to induce visions, to heal the sick, to project an aura of mystical energy. The article was written by a journalist who had spent an afternoon with Anna Mitchell Hedges, now in her 60s, still telling the story of her 17th birthday. The article changed everything. The skull was suddenly in demand. Television crews arrived at Anna's home. Psychics examined the skull and reported feeling powerful energies. A computer programmer named Frank Dorland spent 6 years studying the skull and concluded that it had been carved without metal tools over a period of 300 years by generations of Aztec craftsmen who had worn out their lives in service to the object. He wrote a book. The book became a bestseller. Dorland's claims were specific and testable. He said the skull had been carved against a natural crystal grain, a feat that should have shattered the stone. He said no tool marks were visible under magnification. He said the jawbone was carved from the same piece of crystal as the skull, a technical impossibility for pre-Columbian lapidaries. He said the skull was evidence of a lost technology, a forgotten science, a civilization that had understood the properties of crystal in ways modern physics could not explain. The believers were not stupid. They were people who had looked at an object of extraordinary craftsmanship and asked a reasonable question: who could have made this? The answer that satisfied them, a lost civilization, extraterrestrial contact, supernatural forces, was not an answer born of ignorance. It was born of wonder. The skull was so beautiful, so precise, so mysterious that the ordinary explanation seemed inadequate. The ordinary explanation was that a German gem cutter in Idar Oberstein had made it in the 1870s, using rotary wheel tools and corundum abrasive, and that a French dealer had sold it as an Aztec artifact because that was what the market demanded. Idar Oberstein was the center of the world's crystal carving industry in the 19th century. The town's lapidaries had been cutting and polishing gemstones for generations, and their skill was unmatched. They could carve crystal into any shape, any thickness, any degree of polish. They could produce objects of such refinement that the naked eye could not distinguish their work from the work of ancient craftsmen. And they did produce such objects, in quantity, for the antiquities market. The question that remained unanswered for a century was whether the crystal skulls had been carved with modern tools. The naked eye could not see the evidence. The human hand could not feel it. The skulls were too well polished, too perfectly finished, to reveal their secrets to ordinary observation. It took a scanning electron microscope in 1996 to settle the question. The British Museum skull was tested by Margaret Sachs, a scientist at the museum's research laboratory. She examined the surface under high magnification and found characteristic marks left by rotary wheel tools, the kind used in European lapidary workshops, the kind unknown in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. The polishing grooves were parallel and uniform, the signature of a machine-driven wheel. An Aztec or Maya craftsman working with stone and sand would have left irregular, multi-directional scratches. The skull had been made in Europe. The Mitchell Hedges skull was tested in 2007 by a team of researchers at the Smithsonian Institution. They found the same evidence: parallel polishing grooves, rotary tool marks, the unmistakable signature of 19th century European craftsmanship. The skull had been carved in Germany, probably in Idar Oberstein, probably in the 1870s, probably by the same workshop that produced the British Museum skull, and the Trocadero skull and the other crystal skulls that had appeared on the market in the same period. The skulls were not Aztec, they were not Maya, they were not evidence of a lost civilization. They were not objects of supernatural power. They were products of the 19th century antiquities market, manufactured to satisfy a demand that had been created by the very institutions that now displayed them. The museums had wanted spectacular objects. The dealers had provided them. The collectors had paid for them. And the public had believed in them, because belief was the only currency that mattered. The labels have been changed. The dates have been corrected. The skulls are now described as 19th century carvings, probably of European origin, possibly made for the antiquities market. They sit in the same cases where they once inspired wonder, and visitors still pause before them. The skulls are still beautiful. The craftsmanship is still extraordinary. The only thing that has changed is the story. The crystal skulls were never what they claimed to be, but they were always what people needed them to be. They were proof of a lost civilization. They were evidence of extraterrestrial contact. They were a mystery that science could not solve, and when science did solve the mystery, the skulls did not disappear. They did not shatter. They did not reveal themselves as worthless. They simply became something else, a hoax that had lasted 100 years, a deception that had fooled the most prestigious museums in the world, a story that had been told so many times that it had become true in the only way that mattered. The skulls are still there, in their glass cases, waiting for the next question. What will we decide to see? The Hewlett-Packard report was not a secret. It was not suppressed. It was simply read selectively. Frank Dorland, an art conservator who had spent years studying the Mitchell Hedges skull, brought it to the Crystal Laboratory in Santa Clara in 1970 with a specific question: could this have been carved with modern metal tools? The technicians examined the surface under magnification. They found no evidence of metal tool marks. Dorland left the laboratory with something he could use. The HP technicians had not authenticated the skull. They had confirmed its material composition and noted the absence of certain modern tool signatures. They had not dated it. They had not declared it pre-Columbian. They had said, "We do not see evidence of metal tools." Dorland heard, therefore it is ancient. The leap was not made in malice. It was made in the same spirit that had driven every believer before him, the desire for the extraordinary to be true. Richard Garvin, a Chicago advertising executive and friend of Dorland, published The Crystal Skull in 1973. Garvin was not an archaeologist. He was a writer who understood how to make a story stick. The book combined technical-sounding analysis of the crystal's axis orientation with mystical suggestions about the skull's origins among the lost continent of Atlantis. It was perfectly calibrated for the early 1970s, when the counterculture's hunger for alternative histories had met the mainstream publishing industry's willingness to feed it. The book became a phenomenon. Readers learned that the skull had been found in a Maya temple in British Honduras in 1924, that it was at least 3,600 years old, that it had been carved from a single piece of quartz crystal without metal tools, that it possessed supernatural properties, healing, visions, communication with the dead. None of this was true. None of it was checked. None of it needed to be, because the story was more satisfying than the truth. The belief in the crystal skulls was not irrational. The pre-Columbian peoples of Mesoamerica had produced lapidary work of extraordinary sophistication. The Aztec and Maya had carved jade, obsidian, and rock crystal into objects that still defy easy explanation. The absence of a documented forgery network in the 1880s was real. No one had yet connected Eugene Bobin's name to a pattern of suspicious artifacts. And the Hewlett-Packard examination, however misread, had lent scientific credibility that no previous object of its kind had received. Museum curators at the British Museum and the Smithsonian displayed their crystal skulls as authentic Aztec objects for decades. This was not gullibility, it was the absence of better evidence. The analytical tools that would eventually expose the skulls, scanning electron microscopy, trace element analysis, comparative study of documented pre-Columbian crystal objects, did not exist in usable form until the late 20th century. The curators of the 1880s and 1920s and 1950s were working with the tools they had. Those tools could not distinguish between a 16th century Aztec carving and a 19th century German workshop piece. The skulls sat in their cases, unchallenged, because no one could challenge them. The first serious doubts emerged in the 1980s, when scholars began to examine the skulls systematically. J. McLaren Walsh, an anthropologist at the Smithsonian, spent years tracing the provenance of the skulls. She found that every documented crystal skull in museum collections could be traced back to a single source, Eugene Boban, or dealers connected to him. The skulls had not been found in archaeological contexts. They had not been excavated. They had been purchased in Paris and London from dealers who specialized in supplying the booming market for pre-Columbian artifacts. In 1996, the British Museum submitted its crystal skull for scientific testing. The results were unambiguous. The skull had been carved with a rotary wheel tool using a diamond abrasive. The surface showed parallel polishing grooves consistent with modern lapidary equipment. The skull was not pre-Columbian. It was probably German, probably made in the late 19th century, probably in the workshop of a lapidary craftsman in Idar Oberstein, the center of the European gemstone industry. The Smithsonian tested its skull in 2007. The same result, the same rotary tool marks, the same 19th century origin. The same verdict, not ancient, not Maya, not Aztec. A product of European workshops, made for sale to collectors who wanted to believe in a lost civilization. The skulls did not disappear, they did not shatter, they did not become worthless. They became something else, objects of a different kind of wonder. The craftsmanship was still extraordinary. The skill required to carve a human skull from a single piece of rock crystal, using only the tools available in a 19th century German workshop, was still remarkable. The deception itself was a work of art, not the art of the Maya, but the art of the forger, who had understood his audience with perfect precision. Eugene Boban died in 1908 in Paris without ever revealing the truth about the skulls. He may not have known the truth himself. He may have believed what he sold. He may have been a middleman in a chain of deception that stretched from the workshops of Idar Oberstein to the display cases of the world's greatest museums. He left no confession, no diary, no explanation. The skulls kept their secret because the secret was not his alone to tell. The crystal skulls have not stopped attracting believers. They appear in popular culture, in films, in books, in New Age spirituality. They are still bought and sold at auction. They still draw crowds in museums. The story of the skulls has become a story about storytelling, about how a lie, told well and told often, can become more durable than the truth. What made the skulls believable was not the quality of the forgery, it was the quality of the hunger. The Victorian era needed lost civilizations. The 20th century needed mysteries that science could not solve. The 21st century needs something else. Perhaps the humility to admit that we are still, in some ways, as credulous as the collectors who gathered in Sotheby's in 1886. The labels have been changed. The dates have been corrected. The skulls are now described as 19th century carvings, probably of European origin, possibly made for the antiquities market. They sit in the same cases where they once inspired wonder, and visitors still pause before them. The skulls are still beautiful. The craftsmanship is still extraordinary. The only thing that has changed is the story. The crystal skulls were never what they claimed to be, but they were always what people needed them to be. They were proof of a lost civilization. They were evidence of extraterrestrial contact. They were a mystery that science could not solve, and when science did solve the mystery, the skulls did not disappear. They did not shatter. They did not reveal themselves as worthless. They simply became something else. A hoax that had lasted 100 years, a deception that had fooled the most prestigious museums in the world, a story that had been told so many times that it had become true in the only way that mattered. The skulls are still there, in their glass cases, waiting for the next question. What will we decide to see? The first serious institutional doubt arrived not from a skeptic, but from an anthropologist who simply looked too closely. Jane Walsh worked at the Smithsonian Institution, and in the late 1990s she was tasked with examining the museum's own crystal skull, donated anonymously in 1992 with a note claiming it was Aztec. She noticed something that had escaped previous observers. The surface geometry of the skull was too precise. The curves were too uniform. The symmetry was too perfect. Stone tools, even in the hands of the most skilled pre-Columbian craftsmen, leave characteristic irregularities, microfractures, uneven abrasion, the subtle signature of human force applied to stone. The Smithsonian skull showed none of these. Its surface was smooth in a way that suggested machinery. Walsh initiated a formal scientific investigation. She contacted colleagues at the British Museum who had their own crystal skull and their own quiet doubts. The two institutions began to share notes. The collaboration was cautious at first. No museum wanted to announce that its prized possession was a fake, but the evidence was accumulating in a direction that could not be ignored. In 1996, the British Museum submitted its skull to Margaret Sachs of the museum's Department of Scientific Research. Sachs used scanning electron microscopy, a technique that magnifies surfaces to the point where individual tool marks become visible. The results were unambiguous. The surface of the skull showed rotary wheel polishing marks. These were consistent with 19th century European lapidary equipment, specifically the kind of wheel and corundum technique used in Idar Oberstein, the German center of gemstone carving. There were no marks consistent with hand-worked stone tools, none. The skull had been carved with a rotating wheel, probably powered by a foot treadle, likely in a workshop in Germany or Austria, sometime in the mid-1800s. The British Museum quietly updated its catalogue entry. The skull was no longer described as Aztec. It became a 19th century carving of unknown origin, probably made for the antiquities market. No press release was issued. No announcement was made. The change appeared in the database, and only those who checked would notice. In 2008, the Smithsonian published Walsh's comprehensive study in the Journal of Archaeological Science. Analysis of the Smithsonian skull using electron microscopy and X-ray crystallography confirmed European manufacture. The crystal was identified as Brazilian quartz, a material that would not have been available to pre-Columbian Mesoamerican carvers who worked with local rock crystal sources. The skull had been carved from stone that came from a continent the Aztecs never knew existed. The Mitchell-Hedges skull, the most famous of them all, was examined by the same methods in 2008. A team including Walsh, the British Museum's Margaret Sachs, and independent researchers subjected it to the same battery of tests. The results were the same. The Mitchell-Hedges skull too showed wheel tool marks. It too was carved from Brazilian quartz. It too was a product of European craftsmanship, probably from the same workshop, possibly from the same hand. The Sotheby's auction record from 1943 was also located and published. It proved that Frederick Mitchell-Hedges had purchased the skull in London, not excavated it in Belize. The story of the jungle temple, the Mayan priest, the girl who found it on her 17th birthday, all of it was fiction, constructed after the fact to give a purchased object a provenance it had never possessed. The debunking was not a single dramatic moment. There was no press conference, no front-page headline, no moment of public reckoning. It was an accumulation of technical evidence over roughly a decade, culminating in a 2008 report that few people outside archaeology ever read. The crystal skulls did not shatter. They did not disappear. They simply became something else. The labels had already been changed before the 2008 report. The dates had been corrected. The skulls were now described as 19th century carvings, probably of European origin, possibly made for the antiquities market. They sat in the same cases where they once inspired wonder, and visitors still paused before them. The skulls were still beautiful. The craftsmanship was still extraordinary. The only thing that had changed was the story. What the episode reveals is the peculiar longevity of a beautiful object. The scientific debunking did not end the belief. It simply pushed it underground, where it merged with other traditions about ancient wisdom and hidden knowledge. The skulls are still sold in New Mexico gift shops. They still appear in documentaries about mysteries of the ancient world. They still anchor a subculture of belief that the 2008 Indiana Jones film both mocked and inadvertently revived. The psychological insight is about the aesthetics of mystery. The skulls are beautiful. They are technically impressive. They feel like they should mean something. The human mind, confronted with an object of apparent craftsmanship and unknown origin, generates meaning automatically. It cannot help it. The question, what was this for, is almost impossible not to answer, and the answers we generate reveal what we want to be true about the past, that it was more spiritual, more unified, more knowing than the present. The crystal skulls were never what they claimed to be, but they were always what people needed them to be. They were proof of a lost civilization. They were evidence of extraterrestrial contact. They were a mystery that science could not solve, and when science did solve the mystery, the skulls did not disappear. They did not shatter. They did not reveal themselves as worthless. They simply became something else, a hoax that had lasted 100 years, a deception that had fooled the most prestigious museums in the world, a story that had been told so many times that it had become true in the only way that mattered. The skulls are still there, in their glass cases, waiting for the next question, but the question is no longer about them. It is about us. The skulls are mirrors, and what they reflect is not the face of an ancient priest or a space traveler, but the shape of our own desire. We wanted a past that was more mysterious than the one we had. We wanted evidence that the world was not fully explained. We wanted proof that there were still secrets worth finding. And the skulls gave us exactly what we wanted, for exactly as long as we needed it. If the skulls had been found in a verifiable archaeological context, would we have been more careful about what we projected onto them, or would the projection have been even stronger? In the summer of 1835, New York City was a city of ink and noise. Printing presses clattered through the night on Nassau Street, and newsboys shouted the headlines of a dozen competing papers into the humid August air. The penny press had transformed how information moved. A newspaper cost a cent, not 6, and suddenly the affairs of the world were accessible to anyone who could find a coin. The Sun, founded just 2 years earlier by Benjamin Day, was fighting for its life against James Gordon Bennett's Herald. Circulation was everything. A story that sold copies could mean the difference between solvency and collapse. And in the cramped offices above the printing floor, the editor, Richard Adams Locke, sat late into the night, surrounded by proof sheets and the smell of damp paper. Locke was a lean man with sharp features and a restless intelligence. He had been reading the published observations of Sir John Herschel, the most famous living scientist in the English-speaking world. Herschel had sailed to the Cape of Good Hope in January 1834 to conduct the first systematic survey of the southern hemisphere sky. His departure had been front-page news in Britain and America, a figure of almost heroic stature, the son of the man who had discovered Uranus, now venturing to the far edge of the world to map the heavens. Astronomy in 1835 was not a distant, specialized discipline. It was the most publicly accessible of the sciences. Telescopes could be purchased for a few shillings, and popular astronomy lectures drew crowds that filled halls. The heavens were visible to anyone who cared to look, and the question of what might be seen there was a matter of intense public interest. The specific intellectual hunger that the hoax would exploit was not a fringe obsession, but a mainstream theological and scientific debate, the question of extraterrestrial life. The Reverend Thomas Chalmers, one of the most influential religious thinkers of the era, had argued in 1817 that the plurality of inhabited worlds was entirely consistent with Christian doctrine. Sir David Brewster, a respected physicist and the editor of the Edinburgh Journal of Science, was preparing a book called More Worlds Than One that would argue the same. The question was not whether life existed elsewhere. Many serious thinkers assumed it did. The question was what form it took. The moon, close enough to observe through a telescope but far enough to remain mysterious, was the obvious candidate. Sir John Herschel, with his powerful new instruments at the Cape, seemed uniquely positioned to settle the matter. Locke had also been reading a pamphlet by the Reverend Thomas Dick, a Scottish astronomer and theologian who had calculated, with apparent mathematical rigour, that the moon's surface might support 4.2 billion inhabitants. Dick's arithmetic was earnest, his faith in the deductive method absolute, and his conclusions were taken seriously by a public that had not yet learned to distinguish between numerical confidence and empirical truth. On the night of August 25, 1835, Locke picked up his pen. The Sun's first issue of the series appeared the following morning, carrying a story that would change the newspaper's fortunes forever. The article claimed that Sir John Herschel, using a new and extraordinarily powerful telescope, had observed life on the moon. The instrument, it said, was a hydro-oxygen microscope of unprecedented magnification, capable of resolving objects as small as 18 inches across on the lunar surface. Herschel had supposedly discovered forests, oceans, and strange animals, a lunar landscape teeming with life. The first installment described bison-like creatures and a strange species of bipedal beaver that built huts and used fire. The prose was precise, scientific, and utterly convincing. Locke had studied Herschel's actual published observations carefully, and his imitations of scientific language were so accurate that even astronomers found them plausible. The second installment, published the next day, went further. Herschel had discovered actual human-like beings on the moon, creatures with bat-like wings, covered in copper-colored hair, who lived in temples and appeared to have a complex society. Locke called them Vespertilio Homo, or man-bats. The sun's circulation exploded. The paper that had sold a few thousand copies daily was suddenly printing 15,000, then 20,000. Newsboys could not keep up with demand. People gathered outside the Sun's offices to read the latest installment posted in the window. The story was reprinted in other newspapers across the country, and within weeks it had crossed the Atlantic, appearing in London, Paris, and Berlin. The believers were not stupid. The readers of 1835 were living in an era of genuine scientific revolution. X-rays were still 60 years away, but the idea that new instruments could reveal invisible worlds was not fanciful. It was the defining experience of the age. The microscope had revealed a universe in a drop of water. The telescope had revealed moons around Jupiter. Why should the moon itself not yield its secrets? The scientific establishment was slower to react. Some astronomers expressed skepticism, but cautiously, Herschel was at the Cape, unreachable by mail for months, and no one wanted to publicly contradict the most respected scientist in the world without definitive evidence. The New York Courier and Enquirer sent a reporter to interview Locke, who insisted the story was genuine and that the original source was the Edinburgh Journal of Science. The Edinburgh Journal had, in fact, ceased publication years earlier. But Locke had fabricated a convincing backstory, and the reporter found no obvious contradictions. The hoax held. On August 31, The Sun published the sixth and final installment. The series had run for a week, and the public appetite showed no sign of diminishing. But the hoax was already beginning to unravel. A rival newspaper, the New York Herald, sent a reporter to the offices of the Edinburgh Journal of Science, only to discover that the journal no longer existed. Other papers began to ask pointed questions about the lack of an original source. Locke, sensing the inevitable, confessed to a fellow journalist on September 16. The story had been a fabrication, he admitted, a work of fiction designed to increase circulation. He had chosen Herschel as his subject because Herschel was too far away to contradict the story, and because his reputation was so secure that any claim attributed to him would seem credible. The public reaction was not outrage but embarrassment. Thousands of people had believed something that was not true, and the realization stung. But the hoax had also revealed something about the nature of belief itself. The story had been plausible not because readers were gullible, but because the conditions for belief were already in place. The scientific questions were real. The hunger for answers was genuine. The hoax had simply provided what the audience was already looking for. Sir John Herschel, when he finally learned of the hoax months later, was reportedly amused. He'd been too busy mapping the actual southern sky to pay much attention to the fictional discoveries attributed to him. His real observations, of the Magellanic Clouds, of binary star systems, of the structure of the Milky Way, were far more remarkable than anything Locke had invented. But they did not sell newspapers. The Great Moon Hoax was not the first fabricated news story, and it would not be the last. But it marked a turning point in the relationship between the press and the public. The penny papers had discovered that a compelling story, told with sufficient verisimilitude, could command an audience that no amount of sober fact reporting could match. The line between information and entertainment had become dangerously thin. Locke left the Sun shortly after the hoax was exposed, but he was not ruined. He went on to work for other newspapers and later served as a customs official. The Sun survived and thrived, its circulation permanently elevated by the notoriety of the hoax. Benjamin Day sold the paper a few years later, having made his fortune. The moon itself remained unchanged, a silent rock, uninhabited by man-bats or bipedal beavers, its surface scarred by craters and vast empty plains. But the hoax had changed how people thought about the heavens. The moon was no longer just a celestial object, it was a screen onto which human imagination could project its deepest hopes and fears. The question of whether we are alone in the universe had been asked before, but after August 1835, it came with a new and uncomfortable corollary: how do we know when we are being told the truth? The hoax revealed that the public's appetite for wonder was greater than its appetite for verification. The same hunger that had filled the lecture halls of astronomy, that had driven readers to devour every word about Herschel's expedition, that had made the plurality of worlds a topic of theological debate, that same hunger had made a fiction feel like revelation. The believers had not been foolish, they had been hopeful, and hope, as the hoax demonstrated, has its own kind of blindness. The Sun's competitors learned a different lesson. The Herald and the other papers began to invest more heavily in investigative reporting, developing methods of verification that would eventually become standard practice in journalism. The hoax had exposed not just the credulity of the public, but the vulnerability of the press, the ease with which a single fabricated story could undermine the credibility of an entire profession. But the deeper question, the one that lingers, is not about the mechanics of deception. It is about the conditions that make deception possible. The Great Moon hoax worked because the world was ready for it. The science was real, the questions were urgent, the authority of Sir John Herschel was genuine. The only false thing was the answer. In the decades that followed, the moon would be mapped, photographed, and eventually visited by human beings. The man-bats were never found. The oceans and forests that Locke had described with such careful precision did not exist. But the pattern he had identified, the human willingness to believe a story that satisfies a deep longing, did not disappear. It simply found new targets. The question the hoax leaves behind is not whether we are more sophisticated now than the readers of 1835. The question is whether we have learned to recognize the shape of our own longing when it appears in the guise of certainty. The question the hoax leaves behind is not whether we are more sophisticated now than the readers of 1835. The question is whether we have learned to recognize the shape of our own longing when it appears in the guise of certainty. And it was into that longing that Richard Adams Locke, on a sweltering August evening in 1835, dipped his pen. The first installment appeared in the New York Sun on the morning of August 25, 1835. It was presented not as a story but as a reprint from the Edinburgh Journal of Science, a real publication that had, unknown to most readers, ceased to exist 2 years earlier. The author was given as Dr. Andrew Grant, described as a colleague and travelling companion of Sir John Herschel at the Cape of Good Hope Observatory. The voice was not sensational. It was precise, measured, and full of the specific gravity of scientific reportage. The series claimed that Herschel had constructed a telescope of revolutionary power, capable of magnifying objects on the lunar surface 42,000 times. The instrument was described in painstaking detail: a 24-foot mirror, a new method of grinding that eliminated chromatic aberration, a mounting system that allowed for unprecedented stability. Locke gave measurements, he gave dates, he gave the names of the craftsmen who had built the lenses. Every detail was a hook, and every hook was fabricated. The discoveries unfolded in daily installments, each ending on a narrative cliffhanger that drove readers back to the newsstands the following morning. First came the lunar landscape, vast basalt formations, craters of impossible depth, and then, on the third day, vegetation. Trees with intricate branching patterns, flowers that opened and closed in response to the lunar day. The readers of New York read these descriptions over their breakfasts, and they believed them because the voice was the voice of science, and science was the voice of truth. By the fourth installment, the Sun's circulation had overtaken every other newspaper in New York. The Herald, the Journal of Commerce, and the Evening Post all reprinted the series without verification. The story spread to Philadelphia, Boston, and Baltimore within days. In Europe, the London Times and the Parisian press picked it up. Locke, watching from his cramped office, understood something about the mechanics of belief that his competitors did not, that the most convincing lie is the one that tells people exactly what they already hope is true. The fourth installment introduced the animals. Herds of bison-like creatures roamed the lunar plains, their movements described with the careful attention of a naturalist. Blue unicorns appeared on the fifth day, their horns catching the light of the distant earth. And then came the bipedal beavers, creatures that built huts and used fire, their dwellings arranged in what Dr. Grant described as the rudiments of civilization. Each description was more extraordinary than the last, and each was delivered in the same flat, uninflected tone of empirical observation. The readers did not doubt, because the alternative was too painful to contemplate. If the moon was empty, then the universe was empty. If the universe was empty, then humanity was alone, and the theological and scientific debates of the age resolved into a single, terrifying silence. Locke had not created this hunger. He had simply found a way to feed it. On the sixth and final day, the series reached its climax. Dr. Grant described the discovery of the Vespertilio Homo, the Batmen. These were winged humanoids, 4 feet tall, covered in copper-colored fur, with faces that were of a yellowish flesh color, and eyes that were large, luminous, and intelligent. They lived in communities near a temple of sapphire, a structure that reflected the light of the earth with a brilliance that Herschel's teen could not adequately describe. The description of the Sapphire Temple was the most carefully crafted passage in the entire series. Locke described its dimensions, its orientation, the way its color shifted with the angle of the earthlight. He gave it the weight of something real, something that could be measured and mapped, something that would be there when the next generation of telescopes turned their lenses toward the moon. The temple became the anchor of the hoax, the detail that made the rest of the story feel solid. The sun's circulation reached 19,000 copies per day, a figure that exceeded every newspaper in the world at that time. The paper had been founded only 2 years earlier by Benjamin Day, a printer who had understood that selling newspapers for a penny instead of 6 cents would transform the industry. The Great Moon Hoax made his fortune. It also made his reputation, though not in the way he had hoped. Rival newspapers, humiliated by their own credulity, began to demand verification. The Journal of Commerce sent a reporter to the offices of the Edinburgh Journal of Science, only to discover that the publication no longer existed. The Herald dispatched a correspondent to the Cape of Good Hope, a journey that would take months. In the meantime, Richard Adams Locke remained silent, watching the storm he had created grow beyond his control. On September 16, 1835, the Sun published a brief notice acknowledging that the series might have been a fabrication. The admission was buried in a column of small type, and many readers missed it. Those who did read it felt a peculiar combination of anger and embarrassment, the anger of having been deceived, the embarrassment of having believed so eagerly. But the anger was directed not at Locke, but at the world that had made his deception possible. Sir John Herschel, when news of the hoax finally reached him at the Cape of Good Hope months later, was reportedly amused. He wrote to a friend that he had been the innocent cause of so much excitement, and expressed mild surprise that anyone had believed the story. But he also noted, with the detachment of a man who understood the machinery of fame, that his own name had been the essential ingredient. Without his authority, the hoax would have been a curiosity. With it, the hoax became a phenomenon. Richard Adams Locke never admitted to writing the series. He claimed, unconvincingly, that he had merely reprinted what he believed to be a genuine scientific article. But the evidence of his authorship was overwhelming, and his career, while it continued, was marked by a permanent asterisk. He had written the most successful newspaper hoax of the 19th century, and he would never write anything that mattered as much again. The Great Moon Hoax did not end the public appetite for astronomical wonders. It did not make readers more skeptical. What it did was more subtle and more lasting. It taught a generation of newspaper editors that a good story, well told, was worth more than the truth. And it taught a generation of readers that the truth, when it arrived, would never be as satisfying as the story they had already believed. The moon remained silent. The telescopes improved, and the craters and mountains of the lunar surface were mapped with increasing precision, but no forests, no oceans, no temples of sapphire were ever found. The Batmen, if they had ever existed, had left no trace. The universe, as it turned out, was far more empty than the Victorians had hoped. But the longing that Locke had exploited did not disappear. It simply found new targets. The question is not whether we are more sophisticated than the readers of 1835. The question is whether we have learned to recognize the shape of our own longing when it appears in the guise of certainty, or whether we are still, in every generation, waiting for the next installment. The Yale delegation arrived in New York on a Wednesday afternoon in late August 1835, carrying letters of introduction and a seriousness of purpose that the Sun's staff had not anticipated. Professor Denison Olmsted, the chairman of natural philosophy at Yale and one of America's most respected astronomers, had made the journey specifically to examine the original articles from the Edinburgh Journal of Science. He was not a man given to credulity. He had spent years studying the aurora borealis, measuring magnetic declination, and mapping the trajectory of meteors. If the lunar discoveries were genuine, he wanted to see the evidence with his own eyes. The Sun's editor Richard Adams Locke received word of Olmsted's arrival with the calm of a man who had already prepared for this moment. The original articles, he explained to the Yale delegation, were in the possession of a colleague who had taken them to Philadelphia for a few days. He was deeply sorry. He would forward them as soon as they returned. The delegation waited. The days passed. No articles arrived. Eventually, Olmsted left New York without having seen a single page of the supposed source material. He did not publicly endorse the hoax, but neither did he publicly denounce it. He simply returned to New Haven and resumed his work, leaving behind a silence that the Sun's editors interpreted as permission. The New York Times, then only 4 years old and still finding its voice, treated the lunar story with a caution that bordered on complicity. Its editors did not call the articles false. They did not call them true. They reprinted summaries of the Sun's reports with careful editorial qualifications. If the account is to be believed, that left the door open for either verdict. The Journal of Commerce went further, sending a reporter to the Sun's offices with a request to reprint the original Edinburgh Journal articles in full. This was the moment that nearly broke the hoax. The Sun had no such articles to show. The reporter was told that the copies were being used by another newspaper, that they would be available soon, that perhaps he could come back tomorrow. He came back 3 times. On the 3rd visit, he was given a polite but firm refusal. The Mercantile Advertiser, meanwhile, declared the discoveries probable and possible in an editorial that ran alongside a column on the price of cotton. The belief was rational. This is the point that must be understood if the hoax is to be more than a joke. Sir John Herschel was genuinely at the Cape of Good Hope, conducting the most ambitious astronomical survey of the southern hemisphere ever attempted. His departure in January 1834 had been reported in every major newspaper in Britain and America. His father William had discovered Uranus. His aunt Caroline had discovered 8 comets. The family name was synonymous with celestial observation. When the Sun reported that Herschel had made extraordinary discoveries, the readers who believed were not fools. They were people who knew that Herschel was capable of making extraordinary discoveries. The Edinburgh Journal of Science had been a real publication, edited by the respected geologist David Brewster, and its final issue had appeared in 1832. The fact that it no longer existed was not widely known in America. The technical language of Locke's articles was accurate enough that non-specialists could not fault it. He had read Herschel's actual published observations. He had studied the work of the Reverend Thomas Dick, who had calculated the moon's population with mathematical precision. He had absorbed the theological consensus of the day, which held that a benevolent God would not have created a universe populated by a single species on a single planet. The plurality of worlds was not a fringe idea, it was the mainstream. Edgar Allan Poe understood all of this, and it made him furious. In June 1835, 2 months before the Sun's articles appeared, Poe had published his own moon travel story, The Unparalleled Adventure of One Hans Pfaall, in the Southern Literary Messenger. It was a carefully constructed hoax narrative in its own right, a balloon journey to the moon told with such technical precision that some readers had taken it for fact. Poe had believed he was breaking new ground, that he had found a way to make fiction indistinguishable from journalism. When the Sun's articles appeared, Poe read them with a mixture of admiration and rage. He was certain that Locke had read his story and improved upon it. He was wrong. Locke had not read Poe's story, but the mistake was understandable. The 2 men were working the same vein of awe, and Locke had struck deeper. Poe wrote to the editor of the Southern Literary Messenger, accusing the Sun of plagiarism and demanding that the public be told the truth. The letter was never published. Poe then wrote his own analysis of the hoax for the Messenger, in which he correctly identified the articles as fiction, but praised their construction. The Great Moon Hoax, he wrote, considered merely as a literary performance, is entitled to high praise. He never fully forgave Locke for beating him to the punch. Years later, when Poe was struggling to keep his own magazine afloat, he would remember the Sun's circulation figures during those 6 weeks in August and September 1835, and he would wonder what he might have achieved with such a story of his own. The Sun's circulation during the hoax was unprecedented. Benjamin Day's penny paper, which had been selling perhaps 2,000 copies daily before the lunar articles, was printing 15,000 by the end of the first week. By the second week, the presses were running 24 hours a day. The paper's regular news, ship arrivals, court reports, market prices was pushed aside to make room for more lunar dispatches. Day, who had founded the Sun on the principle that newspapers should be cheap enough for working men to buy, watched his gamble pay off beyond any calculation he had made. He had not created the hoax, he had not written a word of it. But he had published it, and he continued to publish it, and he did not ask questions. The question of when the hoax was finally exposed is more complicated than the simple answer suggests. The New York Herald, James Gordon Bennett's rival penny paper, published a skeptical editorial on August 28, 1835, pointing out that the Edinburgh Journal of Science had ceased publication 3 years earlier, and that no copies of the original articles had been produced. But Bennett was a competitor, and his skepticism was read as sour grapes. The real exposure came from within the Sun itself, and it came reluctantly. On September 16, after the story had run for 6 weeks and the circulation gains had been secured, the Sun published a brief notice acknowledging that the lunar articles had been fabricated. The notice was buried on page 2, surrounded by advertisements for patent medicines and dry goods. Richard Adams Locke did not flee New York. He did not disappear. He remained at the Sun, writing editorials and managing the news desk, and his reputation did not collapse. The hoax had made the paper, and the paper had made him. When he finally left the Sun in 1836, it was not in disgrace but in pursuit of a better offer. He moved to Philadelphia, then to Boston, and eventually to Washington, where he worked as a clerk in the Treasury Department. He died in 1871, a tired man with a high forehead and receding hair, remembered by those who knew him as a competent editor who had once written something that the whole country had believed. The Great Moon Hoax did not end the public appetite for astronomical wonders. It did not make readers more skeptical. What it did was more subtle and more lasting. It taught a generation of newspaper editors that a good story, well told, was worth more than the truth. And it taught a generation of readers that the truth, when it arrived, would never be as satisfying as the story they had already believed. The moon remained silent. The telescopes improved, and the craters and mountains of the lunar surface were mapped with increasing precision, but no forests, no oceans, no temples of sapphire were ever found. The Batmen, if they had ever existed, had left no trace. The universe, as it turned out, was far more empty than the Victorians had hoped. But the longing that Locke had exploited did not disappear. It simply found new targets. The question is not whether we are more sophisticated than the readers of 1835. The question is whether we have learned to recognize the shape of our own longing when it appears in the guise of certainty, or whether we are still, in every generation, waiting for the next installment. The first public doubt came not from a scientist, but from a journalist. Richard Adams Locke, perhaps uncomfortable with the scale of the deception, confided the truth to a colleague at the Journal of Commerce. His name was Finn, and he published an exposure in late August 1835 within days of the final installment. Locke's identity as the author was revealed, and the Edinburgh Journal of Science sourcing was shown to be impossible to verify because the journal no longer existed. The specific evidence was simple: no one could produce the original journal. When pressed, the Sun's staff admitted no physical copies existed in New York. The Edinburgh Journal of Science was confirmed to have ceased publication in 1833. The fictional Dr. I. Andrew Grant could not be located. Sir John Herschel himself, when news eventually reached him in South Africa, was reportedly amused rather than angry. He noted that some of the lunar observations described were more interesting than his real ones. The moment of debunking was oddly anticlimactic. The Sun never formally retracted the story. Locke eventually acknowledged authorship in an 1840 pamphlet, but framed the series as a satire rather than a deliberate fraud. The paper's circulation did not collapse. It remained the highest circulation paper in New York. Many readers, when told the story was fiction, expressed not outrage but disappointment. A delegation of Baptist missionaries who had reportedly been planning a fundraising drive to convert the lunar Batmen quietly abandoned the project. The Great Moon Hoax is the founding document of modern media sensationalism. It demonstrated, in 1835, that a story does not need to be true to be believed if it is told in the right register, attributed to the right authority, and timed to arrive when the audience is already hoping it is true. The penny press, cheap, mass circulation, competitive, had created the conditions for the hoax, and the hoax in turn accelerated the penny press's dominance. The Sun's circulation gains were permanent. The psychological insight is about the relationship between prestige and credulity. Herschel's real fame was the hoax's most important ingredient. Locke did not invent a fictional scientist. He borrowed the reputation of a real one. The readers of 1835 were not fooled by bad writing or implausible claims. They were persuaded by the appearance of legitimate authority. This is the mechanism of almost every scientific hoax that follows, not the fabrication of evidence, but the borrowing of credibility. The question it leaves open is uncomfortable. When we consume science news today, filtered through journalists, attributed to researchers we cannot contact, published in formats designed to hold our attention, how different is our situation from a New York reader in 1835 holding a copy of The Sun? The telescope has improved. The telescopes have mapped the craters, but the longing has not changed. The longing for a universe that is inhabited, that is meaningful, that contains wonders beyond our imagining. The Batmen were not the last creatures invented to fill the silence of the cosmos. They were simply the first to be mass-produced. The same mechanism that made them believable in 1835 would later produce canals on Mars, the face on Mars, and 1,000 other signs of intelligence that turned out to be shadows, rocks, and the projection of human hope onto an indifferent universe. Locke died in 1871, a tired man with a high forehead and receding hair, remembered by those who knew him as a competent editor who had once written something that the whole country had believed. He never made another splash. He never tried. Perhaps he understood that the trick could only be performed once, that the mechanism of borrowed credibility required an audience that had not yet learned to ask the question, who is telling me this, and what do they want? The Great Moon Hoax did not end the public appetite for astronomical wonders. It did not make readers more skeptical. What it did was more subtle and more lasting. It taught a generation of newspaper editors that a good story, well told, was worth more than the truth. And it taught a generation of readers that the truth, when it arrived, would never be as satisfying as the story they had already believed. The moon remained silent. The telescopes improved, and the craters and mountains of the lunar surface were mapped with increasing precision, but no forests, no oceans, no temples of sapphire were ever found. The Batmen, if they had ever existed, had left no trace. The universe, as it turned out, was far more empty than the Victorians had hoped. But the longing that Locke had exploited did not disappear. It simply found new targets. The question is not whether we are more sophisticated than the readers of 1835. The question is whether we have learned to recognize the shape of our own longing when it appears in the guise of certainty, or whether we are still, in every generation, waiting for the next installment. The next chapter takes us to a rainforest in the Philippines, where another kind of longing would find its object. A people without war, a discovery that seemed to answer the deepest questions of the age. A story that the world needed to be true, and a question that would take decades to answer: who exactly was telling it? The mechanism was the same. The longing was the same. Only the setting had changed, and the audience, as always, was ready. In 1971, the world was ready for the Tasaday in a way that is almost impossible to recreate now. The first Earth Day had been held just 14 months earlier, a demonstration so large and so sudden that it had shocked the political establishment into acknowledging a movement that had, until then, felt like a fringe concern of conservationists and back-to-the-land hippies. The Vietnam War was still grinding through its 7th year, and the My Lai massacre had been confirmed by a military inquiry in November 1969, the photographs of murdered civilians published in Life magazine a month later. The faith that Western technological civilization was a force for good had taken a wound that would not heal. Anthropology was in the middle of a romantic turn that had been building since the 1920s, when Margaret Mead had published Coming of Age in Samoa and given the Western imagination a picture of a society where adolescence was peaceful, sexuality was uncomplicated, and the pathologies of the modern world simply did not exist. The idea that somewhere, in some untouched forest, human beings were living in a state of natural innocence that modernity had destroyed was not a fringe belief. It was a professional paradigm, a political hope, and a personal longing all at once. The specific hunger was for a people without war. The Tasaday, as they were first presented to the world, had no weapons. They had no word for war or enemy in their language. They lived entirely from foraging in a lush Philippine rainforest, wearing leaves for clothing, sleeping in caves, and speaking a dialect that no linguist had ever recorded. They were, in the framing of their discoverer, the answer to Rousseau's noble savage, not a philosophical construct but a living reality, breathing and eating and smiling for. In 1971, with the My Lai massacre fresh in public memory, and the nightly news bringing images of burning villages into American living rooms, this was not merely interesting. It was desperately needed. The Tasaday offered a counter-narrative to everything that seemed broken about the modern world. They were proof that human beings could live without violence, without hierarchy, without the things that had brought Western civilization to the brink of its own destruction. Manuel Elizalde Jr. understood this hunger because he shared it, or because he knew how to perform it. He was the head of PANAMIN, the Philippine Government Agency for Cultural Minorities, a position that gave him authority over the indigenous peoples of the archipelago and the power to control access to them. He was young, handsome, and wealthy, the son of one of the Philippines' most powerful families, a Harvard-educated lawyer, and a close associate of Ferdinand Marcos, who had been president since 1965 and would soon declare martial law. On a June morning in 1971, Elizalde held a press conference in Manila. He stood at a wooden podium surrounded by journalists and cameras, and he announced that a hunter named Dafal had led him to a tiny community of people living in caves in the rainforest of Mindanao. They had been isolated from the outside world, he said, for perhaps 1,000 years. They had no knowledge of agriculture, no metal tools, no clothing beyond what they wove from orchid fibers. They had no concept of private property, they had no word for enemy. The journalists in the room went very quiet. Then everyone spoke at once. The photographs Elizalde showed were extraordinary. They depicted a small group of people, perhaps 24 in total, standing outside a cave entrance in the dense forest. They wore leaves. They smiled. They looked at. The images were published in newspapers around the world within days. National Geographic sent a photographer. The television network scrambled to send crews. The Tasaday became, almost overnight, the most famous indigenous people on Earth. What the journalists did not ask, in that first rush of excitement, was how Elizalde had found them. Dafal was a Tiboli hunter who had been working for Elizalde, but the details of the encounter were vague. Elizalde had flown by helicopter into a remote valley in South Cotabato province, an area that was not, strictly speaking, unexplored. Logging companies had been operating in the region for years. But the Tasaday had been living in a cluster of caves at the base of a limestone ridge, and they had, according to Elizalde, never encountered an outsider before. The scientific community responded with a mixture of excitement and caution. The National Museum of the Philippines sent a team of anthropologists to verify the discovery. They returned with reports that confirmed the basic facts. The Tasaday were a small group of cave-dwelling foragers who appeared to have no contact with the outside world. But the museum's own researchers noted something that the press coverage did not emphasize. The Tasaday had metal tools. They had pottery. They had items that suggested recent contact with lowland farming communities. These observations were published in academic journals. They were not widely reported. The hunger for the Tasaday story was too powerful to be dampened by scholarly caveats. In 1972, Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law, and Elizalde's control over the Tasaday became absolute. He declared the area a protected reserve. He banned all unapproved visits. He became the sole gatekeeper to the most famous indigenous community on the planet, and he used that position to control the narrative with precision. Only journalists and scientists who agreed with his framing were allowed access. Anyone who asked difficult questions was denied permission to visit. The Tasaday became a political asset. Marcos used them to demonstrate that his regime protected the Philippines' indigenous heritage, that the country was not just a developing nation, but a custodian of something precious and ancient. Elizalde appeared on American television, in the pages of National Geographic, in documentary films produced by the Philippine government. He was photographed walking through the jungle with the Tasaday, his arm around their shoulders, a benevolent protector of a fragile paradise. For 15 years, the story held. The Tasaday were taught basic English phrases for the visitors. They were given tools and clothing that were removed before journalists arrived. They were told to wear leaves. They were told to smile. They were told, by the man who had discovered them, how to be the people the world needed them to be. And then, in 1986, Ferdinand Marcos was overthrown. The People Power Revolution swept him out of the presidential palace and into exile in Hawaii. And Manuel Elizalde Jr., his patron gone, his protection withdrawn, fled the Philippines with millions of dollars in Panaman funds. He left behind the Tasaday, the caves. The journalists who arrived in the weeks after Elizalde's flight found something very different from the story they had been told. The Tasaday were still there, living in the same caves, wearing the same leaves. But they were also wearing t-shirts under the leaves. They had transistor radios. They spoke Cebuano, the regional language of the lowlands. They knew about money. They knew about Marcos. They knew that the world outside the forest had been watching them, and they had been performing. The controversy that followed was bitter and unresolved. Some anthropologists insisted that the Tasaday were genuine, that they had been isolated for centuries and had only recently been contaminated by contact. Others argued that the entire story was a fabrication, a hoax orchestrated by Elizalde for political and financial gain, with the Tasaday as willing or unwilling participants. The truth, as it so often is, lay somewhere in the uncomfortable middle. What is certain is that Elizalde controlled the narrative. What is certain is that the Tasaday were not living in the Stone Age when they were discovered. They had metal, they had pottery, they had contact with the outside world. What is certain is that the world wanted to believe in them so badly that it ignored the evidence that contradicted the story. The metal tools were explained away as recent gifts. The pottery was dismissed as an anomaly. The Tasaday themselves were silenced by a language barrier that Elizalde controlled. The question that lingers is not whether the Tasaday were a hoax. The question is whether they were a hoax, or whether they were a people who learned, very quickly, what the world wanted them to be, and decided that survival meant giving it to them. The Tasaday were presented as a community of approximately 26 people living in 3 cave mouths in the rainforest of South Cotabato, Mindanao, in the southern Philippines. They wore orchid leaf clothing, ate wild yams, grubs, and small crabs from the stream, had no metal, no agriculture, and no knowledge of the outside world. Elizalde claimed they had been contacted for the first time by Defal, a local hunter, and that they represented a Stone Age culture surviving intact into the 20th century. The method of the alleged hoax, and the controversy is genuine, with serious scholars on both sides, was, according to later investigators, that the Tasaday were in fact members of the local Manobo and Tiboli agricultural communities who had been persuaded or coerced by Elizalde to dress in leaves, move into the caves, and perform primitiveness for visiting journalists and anthropologists. The motivation on Elizalde's part was plausibly political. The Tasaday story justified the creation of a protected reserve on land that also happened to be coveted for logging, and it gave the Marcos regime an international public relations triumph at a moment when its human rights record was under scrutiny. The Tasaday were first presented to the world through a controlled series of media visits. Elizalde managed access absolutely. Journalists and scientists were flown in by helicopter, accompanied by Panamin officials, and their visits were brief and supervised. National Geographic published a major feature in 1972. A CBS documentary aired in the United States. The anthropologist Kenneth McLeish visited and wrote admiringly, "The access was real, the control of that access was total." The visitors came, saw what they had been brought to see, and left. They did not stay long enough to learn the language. They did not ask to speak to the Tasaday without interpreters. They did not notice, because they were not looking for it, that the leaf skirts were freshly tied, that the caves showed no signs of long-term habitation, that the children were not malnourished in the way Stone Age foragers should have been. The anthropologist who came closest to seeing the truth was a young Filipino researcher named Rogel Rara. In 1972, she spent several weeks with the Tasaday, longer than anyone else had been permitted. She noticed that the women wore their leaf skirts tied in a way that was common among Tiboli women, not the way a truly isolated people would have developed independently. She noticed that the children knew games played by lowland children. She noticed that the Tasaday word for rice was the same as the Tiboli word for rice. She wrote her observations in a report. Elizalde refused to allow it to be published. She was denied further access to the Tasaday. Her report did not surface publicly for more than a decade, and by then the damage was done. The narrative had been set. The world had already fallen in love with the Stone Age people who had no word for war. The hunger that the Tasaday satisfied was not a small hunger. It was a hunger for proof that the world had not always been this way, that somewhere, in some forgotten pocket of the planet, human beings had found a way to live without violence, without hierarchy, without the corruption that seemed to define modern life. The Vietnam War was still being fought. The photographs of My Lai were still being published. The environmental movement had just declared an emergency. The Tasaday arrived like a message from a parallel world, a world where humanity had chosen differently. And the journalists who covered them were not stupid. The editors who published their stories were not corrupt. The anthropologists who believed them were not fools. They were people who wanted something to be true, and who found that the evidence, when examined briefly and through a controlled lens, could be made to fit the desire. The Tasaday were not a hoax in the sense that someone faked a photograph or planted an artifact. They were a hoax in a deeper sense, a story that was allowed to be true because it was too beautiful to challenge. The collapse of the Tasaday story began in 1986, when Ferdinand Marcos was overthrown by the People Power Revolution and fled to Hawaii. Elizalde, who had been Marcos's close associate, also fled the country. The protected reserve was no longer protected. Loggers moved in, and journalists, for the first time, were able to visit the Tasaday without Panamin supervision. In April 1986, a Swiss journalist named Oswald Eiten walked into the Tasaday area without permission. He found the caves empty. He walked to a nearby Manobo village and asked where the Tasaday were. The villagers laughed. They told him that the Tasaday were their relatives, that they had been paid by Elizalde to pretend, that the whole thing had been a performance. Eiten walked back into the forest and found the Tasaday, now wearing t-shirts and shorts, living in a bamboo house near the village. They admitted, through an interpreter, that they had been told what to say and what to wear. They had been told that if they cooperated, they would be given food and medicine and protection from the loggers. The story broke worldwide. The Tasaday were denounced as a hoax. The anthropologists who had believed them were humiliated. Elizalde, from exile, denied everything. The Tasaday themselves, caught between the story they had told and the truth they now lived, gave conflicting accounts. Some said they had been forced. Some said they had been willing participants. Some said they had been Tasaday all along, and that the outside world had corrupted them. The controversy did not resolve. It settled into a stalemate. Some anthropologists continued to insist that the Tasaday were genuine, that the 1986 revelations were themselves a hoax, that Elizalde's enemies had fabricated the evidence to destroy him. Other anthropologists argued that the Tasaday were clearly a fabrication from the beginning, that the evidence had always been there, and that the professional community had failed to see it because they did not want to see it. The truth, as it so often is, was neither simple nor satisfying. The Tasaday were not a pure Stone Age culture. They were not a pure fabrication. They were a small group of Manobo and Tiboli people who had been living in the forest, some of them in relative isolation, some of them with regular contact with lowland communities. Elizalde had found them, seen their potential, and shaped them into a story that the world was ready to consume. He had given them scripts, costumes, and a performance schedule. They had performed, and the world had applauded. What is certain is that Elizalde controlled the narrative. What is certain is that the Tasaday were not living in the Stone Age when they were discovered. They had metal, they had pottery, they had contact with the outside world. What is certain is that the world wanted to believe in them so badly that it ignored the evidence that contradicted the story. The metal tools were explained away as recent gifts. The pottery was dismissed as an anomaly. The Tasaday themselves were silenced by a language barrier that Elizalde controlled. The question that lingers is not whether the Tasaday were a hoax. The question is whether they were a hoax, or whether they were a people who learned, very quickly, what the world wanted them to be, and decided that survival meant giving it to them. And if that is true, if the Tasaday were not deceivers but survivors, not performers but people who understood the power of a story before their discoverers did, then who, in the end, was the more sophisticated? The anthropologists who believed, or the people who knew exactly what they were being asked to become? Carol Moloney was not a dupe. She was a linguist from Stanford, trained at Yale, and her analysis of the Tasaday language was published in the journal Anthropological Linguistics. She spent weeks with the community, recording vocabulary, noting grammatical structures, and comparing what she heard with other Philippine languages. Her conclusion was careful and qualified. The Tasaday language appeared to be a dialect of Cotabato Manobo, but with enough distinctive features to suggest a long period of isolation. The rate of lexical change, she calculated, was consistent with a separation of several centuries. This was not the work of a credulous amateur. This was a professional judgment rendered with the tools of a discipline that had, in other contexts, proven remarkably accurate. The problem was that Moloney's data came from Elizalde. She was not permitted to conduct independent fieldwork. The Tasaday were not available for extended interviews without Panamin supervision. The language she recorded was the language they spoke when government officials were present, when cameras were running, when the world was watching. Later critics, including the linguist Lawrence Reed, would argue that a community genuinely isolated for 1,000 years would show far deeper divergence, that the Tasaday dialect was too close to surrounding Manobo dialects to represent true isolation. But in 1971, with data scarce and access restricted, Moloney's analysis stood as legitimate scholarship. Frank Lynch arrived with a different kind of authority. He was a Jesuit anthropologist at the Ateneo de Manila University, a specialist in Philippine cultural minorities, a man who had spent decades working with the Ifugao, the Bontoc, and other indigenous groups. He was not easily impressed. He had seen government manipulation of indigenous communities before. He had watched the Marcos regime use cultural preservation as a political tool. And yet, after his visit to the Tasaday caves, he wrote a report affirming their authenticity. The material culture was consistent. The cave dwellings showed long-term habitation. The people seemed genuinely unfamiliar with the outside world. Zeus Salazar, the Filipino historian, was more guarded. He did not call the discovery fraudulent, but he noted the absence of archaeological evidence for long-term occupation of the caves. He pointed out that no midden deposits had been found, no accumulated layers of ash and bone that would indicate generations of continuous habitation. He asked a question that no one in the press conference had asked: where were the bones of the ancestors? If the Tasaday had lived in these caves for centuries, where were the graves? The question was not answered. It was not even addressed. Robert Fox was the most credentialed of the believers. He had been the chief archaeologist at the National Museum of the Philippines, had excavated the Taban caves on Palawan, had helped establish the chronology of Philippine prehistory. When he visited the Tasaday and vouched for their authenticity, his word carried enormous weight. He had seen genuine isolated communities before. He knew what the material signature of long-term isolation looked like. And he saw it in the Tasaday's stone tools, their bamboo knives, their leaf baskets. The picture was internally consistent. The problem was that internal consistency is not the same as truth. The belief was rational given what was known. The Philippine rainforest was genuinely remote and poorly documented. The linguistic analysis, however flawed in retrospect, appeared to support isolation. The material culture was consistent with a foraging lifestyle, and the access restrictions, while suspicious, were explained at the time as necessary to protect a vulnerable people from exploitation. The anthropologists who visited were not naive. They were working with the best tools available in a context where independent verification was physically impossible. They believed because the evidence they could see pointed toward belief, and the evidence they could not see was kept from them. But the restrictions were not only about protection, they were also about control. Elizalde controlled who visited, when they visited, and what they saw. He controlled the interpreters. He controlled the narrative. And when journalists or scientists asked to see the Tasaday without Panaman supervision, they were told it was impossible. The Tasaday were too fragile, too easily disturbed, too vulnerable to the shock of contact. This was not an unreasonable argument, but it was also an argument that prevented anyone from testing the central claim. By 1972, the Tasaday had become an international phenomenon. National Geographic published a cover story. The BBC made a documentary. Ferdinand Marcos used the discovery to promote his regime's commitment to cultural preservation. Elizalde was celebrated as a protector of indigenous peoples. And the Tasaday themselves appeared on magazine covers, smiling, holding leaves, looking exactly like the world wanted them to look. The story was too perfect. It was too precisely what the early 1970s needed. And that, in retrospect, should have been the warning. The exposure came in 1986, when Ferdinand Marcos was overthrown in the People Power Revolution. Manuel Elizalde fled the Philippines, taking with him the files, the funding, and the institutional protection that had sustained the Tasaday project. With the gatekeeper gone, journalists finally gained unrestricted access to the Tasaday caves. What they found was not a Stone Age tribe. They found a small group of Manabo farmers who had been living in the forest for a few years, who had been told by Elizalde's men what to say and how to behave, who had been given leaf skirts and bamboo knives and instructed to act primitive for the Tasaday themselves told a Swiss journalist, Oswald Eaton, that they had participated in the deception. They said Elizalde's men had brought them food, paid them, threatened them with punishment if they revealed the truth. One of them, a man named Dull, said simply, "We were afraid. We did what we were told." The confession was not coerced. It was not extracted under pressure. It was the quiet admission of people who had been caught in a story they did not create and could not escape. But even now, the story is not simple. Some anthropologists continue to argue that the Tasaday were not a complete fabrication, that they were a genuine, isolated group who had been manipulated and exaggerated by Elizalde. The linguist Carol Moloney, to her credit, revisited her data and acknowledged that the language evidence was not as strong as she had initially believed. But she did not retract her conclusion entirely. The question of what the Tasaday were, before Elizalde found them, remains unresolved. What is clear is that the Tasaday were not simply a hoax invented by one man. They were a collaboration between Elizalde's ambition, Marcos's propaganda machine, the international media's hunger for a story, and the anthropological community's desire to believe that somewhere, in some untouched corner of the world, human beings were living as they had always lived. The Tasaday did not deceive the world alone. The world was ready to be deceived. And the Tasaday themselves? They returned to their farms. They stopped wearing leaf skirts. They watched the world move on to other stories. In 1988, a Filipino journalist found one of the original Tasaday, a man named Lolo, living in a wooden house with a corrugated iron roof. He had a television. He had a radio. He had grandchildren who went to school. When the journalist asked him if he had been part of a hoax, Lolo did not answer directly. He said, "The Americans gave us food. They gave us clothes. They took pictures. We did what they wanted." What would you have done? The question that lingers is not whether the Tasaday were real. The question is whether the Western desire for a noble savage, a people untouched by civilization, living in harmony with nature, innocent of war and greed, is itself a kind of hoax. A story we tell ourselves to avoid the uncomfortable truth that there is no way back to innocence, that the world we have made is the only world there is, and that the people we imagine living in some pristine past are, in every case, people who have been asked to perform our fantasies for us. And if that is true, if the noble savage is not a discovery but a projection, then what does it say about us that we keep looking for him? That we keep believing in people who never existed, in places that never were, in a past that never happened. The Tasaday are gone now, scattered into the ordinary complexity of modern life, but the hunger that created them is still here, and it is waiting for the next story. What will it be? The question that lingers is not whether the Tasaday were real. The question is whether the Western desire for a noble savage, a people untouched by civilization, living in harmony with nature, innocent of war and greed, is itself a kind of hoax. A story we tell ourselves to avoid the uncomfortable truth that there is no way back to innocence, that the world we have made is the only world there is, and that the people we imagine living in some pristine past are, in every case, people who have been asked to perform our fantasies for us. And if that is true, if the noble savage is not a discovery but a projection, then what does it say about us that we keep looking for him? That we keep believing in people who never existed, in places that never were, in a past that never happened. The Tasaday are gone now, scattered into the ordinary complexity of modern life, but the hunger that created them is still here, and it is waiting for the next story. What will it be? The first doubt arrived not from an anthropologist but from a Swiss journalist named Oswald Eyton. In 1986, Ferdinand Marcos had been deposed and had fled to Hawaii. Manuel Elizalde Jr., the architect of the Tasaday story, had vanished to Costa Rica with millions of dollars from the Panamin Trust. The protected reserve, once guarded by armed men, was suddenly open. Eyton walked in without permission. What he found was not a Stone Age tribe. He found people living in wooden houses with corrugated iron roofs. He found children wearing t-shirts and shorts. He found fields of sweet potatoes and cassava, agriculture, not foraging. When he asked the Tasaday about the cave-dwelling period, some of them told him directly they had been instructed by Elizalde to wear leaves and pretend to be cave people when outsiders visited. They had been paid in rice, in salt, in tobacco. Eyton's report was published in a Swiss newspaper and then picked up internationally. The story that had captivated the world for 15 years began to unravel in a matter of weeks. The specific evidence against the Tasaday narrative was, on its surface, devastating. There was no archaeological evidence of long-term cave habitation, no deep layers of ash from cooking fires, no discarded tools, no broken bones from meals eaten over generations. The caves were pristine, as though no one had ever lived in them. The Tasaday's own testimony, when examined closely, was contradictory. Some community members said they had been pressured by local politicians to deny authenticity. Others maintained that their forest foraging life had been real, that the performance had been a separate layer imposed by Elizalde for the hunter de Fal, who had allegedly discovered the Tasaday in 1971, turned out to have long-standing trade relationships with people in the area. He had known about them for years. The discovery was not a discovery at all. The moment of formal academic engagement came at a 1988 symposium in Zagreb, where anthropologists gathered to debate the evidence. The room was divided. Some argued that the entire thing was a fabrication, a political performance orchestrated by Elizalde to secure funding and influence under the Marcos regime. Others, including the anthropologist Thomas Headland, who had conducted extensive fieldwork in the Philippines, took a more nuanced position. Headland concluded that the Tasaday were genuine forest foragers who had been coached and misrepresented, but not entirely fabricated. The symposium did not resolve the controversy. It remains unresolved to this day. The journalist Robin Hemley, who spent years investigating the story for his 2003 book Invented Eden, concluded that the performance element was undeniable, but that the full truth was irretrievably obscured by politics, poverty, and the incentives of all parties involved. The Tasaday had become symbols, and symbols do not need to be true, they only need to be useful. The Tasaday controversy changed anthropological practice in specific ways. It accelerated the shift away from romantic primitivism, the idea that somewhere, in some untouched corner of the world, human beings were living in a state of natural innocence. The discipline had been moving in this direction since the 1960s, but the Tasaday episode made the danger of projection impossible to ignore. Anthropologists began to ask harder questions about who controlled access to indigenous communities and why. The controversy also contributed to a broader crisis of confidence in fieldwork anthropology in the 1980s. In 1983, the anthropologist Derek Freeman had published a devastating critique of Margaret Mead's work in Samoa, arguing that her portrait of a sexually liberated Pacific paradise was a romantic fantasy that ignored the reality of Samoan culture. 2 years later came the Tasaday exposure. The discipline that had built its reputation on the authority of the field worker, the one who had been there, who had seen with their own eyes, was suddenly confronted with the possibility that seeing was not believing. It was interpreting. The psychological insight at the heart of the Tasaday story is about the politics of innocence. The Tasaday were not just a scientific discovery, they were a moral argument. Believing in them meant believing that human beings were capable of living without war, without hierarchy, without environmental destruction. It meant that the Vietnam War, the atomic bomb, the industrial destruction of the planet, these were not inevitable expressions of human nature. They were choices. And if the Tasaday could live differently, then so could we. Disbelieving the Tasaday was, for many people, not just a scientific position, but a political one. It meant admitting that the noble savage was always a projection, always a mirror held up to Western guilt rather than a window onto another reality. It meant accepting that there is no way back to innocence, that the world we have made is the only world there is, and that the people we imagine living in some pristine past are, in every case, people who have been asked to perform our fantasies for us. The question the Tasaday leaves open is not whether they were real. The question is what we owe the actual people who lived through that process. The men and women who were costumed and managed and photographed and doubted. Whose identity was used as a symbol for causes they did not choose, whose testimony has been doubted ever since. Lolo, who wore leaves and posed for pictures and did what Elizalde asked, survived. He built a house with a television antenna. He watched himself on the news. He watched the world argue about whether he had ever existed. The Tasaday are not a hoax in the simple sense. They are a story about what happens when a culture's need for innocence collides with the messy reality of other people's lives. The believers were not stupid. The conditions that made belief possible, the environmental movement, the disillusionment with technological civilization, the desperate hope that somewhere, somehow, human beings were living in peace, were real and legitimate. The hoaxes were not simply villains. Elizalde was a product of his time and his power, a man who understood that the world would pay for a story it needed to hear. And the Tasaday themselves were not simply victims. They were people who made choices in circumstances that were not of their making. They wore leaves. They posed for pictures. They did what they were asked. And when the world stopped paying attention, they went back to farming, to building houses, to raising children who would grow up with cell phones and televisions, and the memory of a time when strangers came from across the ocean to stare at them. The hunger that created the Tasaday is still here. It is the hunger for a story that tells us we are not as bad as we fear. That there is a way out of the mess we have made. That somewhere, in some untouched forest, human beings are living the way we were meant to live. It is a beautiful hunger. It is also a dangerous one, because it makes us vulnerable to anyone who promises to show us what we want to see. What will we believe next? In the spring of 1725, the city of Würzburg was a place where the old world and the new were beginning to pull apart at the seams. The university, founded in 1402, was one of the great centers of Catholic learning in the Holy Roman Empire, and its faculty were expected to reconcile the authority of the Church with the increasingly unruly evidence emerging from the earth. The hills around the city were being quarried for limestone, and every season brought new objects to the surface, bones, shells, strange shapes that resembled nothing alive and everything at once. The word fossil in 1725 did not mean what it means today. It meant anything dug from the ground, a carved flint, a petrified shell, a crystalline formation, a bone. The origins of these objects were a matter of fierce and unresolved debate. Some scholars argued they were the remains of once living creatures, buried in the great flood of Noah. Others maintained they were lusus naturae, sports of nature, spontaneous productions of the Earth itself, created by some mysterious formative force. A third school held that they were evidence of a universal deluge, but could not explain how marine shells had reached the tops of mountains. All three positions were held by serious, educated, devout men. Into this uncertainty stepped Johann Bartholomew Adam Beringer, the senior professor of natural history at the University of Würzburg, a physician of high standing, a man whose reputation rested on his ability to read the natural world as a text that confirmed the truth of Scripture. He was 58 years old in 1725, at the height of his career, and he was actively searching for specimens that would settle the debate once and for all. He wanted fossils that were so clear, so unmistakably organic, that no reasonable person could deny they were the remains of living things. On a hillside called Mount Eivelstadt, about an hour's walk from the city, 3 local boys were digging for him. They had been hired to bring him anything unusual, any stone that seemed to carry the mark of design or life. One afternoon in late spring, they uncovered a slab of limestone that stopped them cold. On its surface, perfectly incised, was the image of the sun, with rays extending outward in precise, regular lines. They carried it to Beringer's study. He examined it, turned it over, ran his thumb across the carved surface. He did not ask, "Who made this?" He asked, "What does this mean?" That question, "What does this mean?" was the only question Beringer allowed himself to ask. The answer, in his framework, was almost self-evident. The stone was a representation of the sun. It had been found buried in the earth. Therefore, it was a fossil, a record of something that had existed in the ancient world. But what kind of creature produced an image of the sun? Beringer had a theory. He believed that the earth contained a vis plastica, a plastic force, that shaped stones into forms that mirrored the heavens. The sunstone was not a carving. It was a natural product, a lusus naturae, a playful imitation of the celestial by the terrestrial. The boys returned to the hill. Within days they brought back more, a stone with the moon, perfectly formed, crescent and all. A stone with a star. A stone with a comet, its tail streaming across the limestone surface. Beringer was exhilarated. He began to write a book, to be called Lithographiae Würzburgensis, the stone writings of Würzburg. He commissioned an engraver to make plates of each specimen. He wrote to colleagues across Germany describing his discoveries. He did not pause to wonder why the hills of Franconia, of all places, should be producing such a perfect catalogue of the heavenly bodies. The stones kept coming, a frog in the act of mating, a spider, a wasp, a bee, a bird with its wings spread, a snail, a fish, a lizard. Each one more intricate than the last, each one carved into the limestone with a precision that no natural process could easily explain. And then the stones began to include words, Hebrew letters, Latin inscriptions. A stone bearing the name of God in Hebrew characters. Beringer recorded them all. He did not slow down. He did not ask himself whether the earth, even with the vis plastica, could spell. The third movement of any hoax is the believers, and the believers in this case were not the credulous peasants or the superstitious villagers. The believers were the most educated men in one of the most learned cities in Germany. Beringer's colleagues at the university examined the stones. They agreed that they were remarkable. Some expressed doubt, but quietly, privately, because Beringer was the senior professor and his reputation was considerable. The stones were displayed in his cabinet, and visitors came from other cities to see them. No one said, "These are too perfect." No one said, "The earth does not carve letters." The logic of belief was not irrational. Beringer had a theoretical framework, the vis plastica, that was widely accepted in some circles. The stones were found in situ, in the ground, by reliable local workers. They were consistent with each other. They confirmed what Beringer already believed about the creative power of the earth. The believers were not stupid. They were operating within a system that made the stones plausible. The problem was not their intelligence. The problem was that the system had no mechanism for detecting deliberate fraud. The hoaxes, when they are finally identified, are not villains in the usual sense. 2 of Beringer's colleagues at the university, Johann Georg von Eckhardt, the university librarian and a rival for patronage, and a professor of mathematics named Johann Ignaz Roderick, had conspired to create the stones. They had hired a local sculptor, a man named Johann Georg Schott, to carve the images into fresh limestone. They had paid the three boys to bury them on Mount Ivelstadt. Their motive was not malice exactly, it was mockery. They wanted to demonstrate that Beringer's theories were so credulous, so eager for confirmation, that he would believe anything found in the ground. The exposure came in stages. The first crack appeared when one of the stones was found to contain a fragment of a carved wooden figure, a piece of a crucifix, unmistakably modern. Beringer dismissed it as an anomaly. Then a visiting scholar from another university, a man named Johann Jakob Schucher, examined the collection and pointed out that some of the Hebrew letters were carved backwards. Beringer said the vis plastica did not distinguish left from right. The final blow came when one of the boys, caught stealing a stone to sell, confessed under interrogation. The tribunal was convened in the spring of 1726. Beringer was called before the University Senate to explain. The stones were laid out on a table. The sculptor was brought in and identified his work. Von Eckart and Roderick were questioned. Beringer, for the first time, was forced to ask the question he had never asked: who made this? The answer destroyed him. He spent the rest of his life trying to buy back every copy of his book, to burn them, to erase the record of his credulity. He died in 1740, a broken man, but the story does not end with his humiliation. The stones themselves survived. They were collected, catalogued, and stored in the University Museum. In the centuries that followed, they became objects of scientific curiosity in their own right, not as fossils, but as evidence of how belief works. The Beringer lying stones are still in Würzburg today. You can see them. They look exactly like what they are, carvings in limestone, made by human hands, buried in the earth to deceive. The legacy of the Beringer hoax is not a lesson about the stupidity of the past. It is a lesson about the structure of scientific belief. Beringer was not a fool. He was a man who had a theory, and who found exactly the evidence he was looking for. The hoax worked not because he was gullible, but because his framework had no room for the possibility that someone would go to such elaborate lengths to lie. The hoaxers understood something that Beringer did not, that the most effective deception is not the one that contradicts belief, but the one that confirms it. Every hoax in this series has a moment when the hoaxer reveals themselves, or when the evidence becomes undeniable, or when the believers are forced to confront what they have accepted. But the Beringer hoax has a different kind of ending. It ends with a question that does not go away. If a man as learned as Beringer could be so thoroughly deceived by stones that were carved in plain sight, by a sculptor who was not even trying to hide his work, then what are we, in our own time, failing to question? The stones are still there. The question is still open. The stones kept coming. Throughout the summer of 1725, the three young diggers on Mount Ivelstadt brought their finds to Beringer's study with a regularity that should have given any cautious man pause. A limestone slab bearing the image of a spider, its 8 legs perfectly splayed, caught in the act of spinning its web. Another showing a frog, its limbs arranged as if in mid-leap. A third with a lizard, tail curled, scales individually incised. Beringer catalogued each one with the meticulous care of a man who believed he was building a monument to natural history. He did not notice what the stones had in common. Every creature was depicted alive, intact, and in perfect anatomical detail. There were no broken bones, no partial specimens, no evidence of the crushing pressure or mineral replacement that would have been required for genuine fossilization. The stones were too clean, too complete, too much like illustrations. By autumn, the diggers had uncovered over 400 stones. The variety was astonishing. Insects of every kind, plants with their root systems intact, fish with every scale visible, birds with individual feathers delineated. Beringer began to notice patterns. Certain species appeared repeatedly, always in the same posture, always at the same scale. He did not interpret this as evidence of a single hand repeating the same designs. He interpreted it as evidence that nature, in its creative play, favored certain forms. The framework was so firmly established that contradictory evidence was absorbed into it, rather than challenging it. Then the diggers found something that changed everything: a stone bearing letters. Not random scratches or mineral formations, recognizable characters in a script Beringer recognized as Hebrew. He turned the stone over. The letters were not a name he knew. He consulted a colleague from the theology faculty, who translated them, the Tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God as revealed to Moses. YHWH. Beringer was not a superstitious man. He was a scientist of his age, but the implications were staggering. If nature had carved the name of God into stone, then the natural world was not merely a creation, it was a revelation, a text, a direct communication from the divine. The Hebrew stones were followed by Arabic characters, then what appeared to be Babylonian cuneiform. Beringer wrote excited letters to colleagues across the German-speaking world. He was not merely discovering fossils. He was discovering that the earth itself had been inscribed with divine language. The stones seemed to confirm everything he had argued for years, that the natural world was a coherent system of signs, that the flood had not simply destroyed but had also preserved, that the hand of God was visible to those who knew how to look. By the winter of 1725, Beringer had accumulated over 2,000 stones. His study had become a museum of the impossible. He began preparing a book. The work would be called Lithographiae Wurzburgensis, the stone writings of Wurzburg. It would contain detailed engravings of the most remarkable specimens, accompanied by Beringer's learned commentary on their meaning. He engaged an illustrator. He wrote a preface arguing that the stones were genuine lusus naturae, sports of nature, produced by the Earth's own creative force. He addressed the theological objections he anticipated. If God had written his name in stone, why had he chosen to reveal it now, in 1725, in a hillside near Würzburg? Beringer's answer was that God's timing was not for man to question. The stones were a gift to an age that had grown too rational, too skeptical, too proud. The book was published in 1726. It was a handsome volume, folio size, with copper plate engravings that reproduced the stones in loving detail. Beringer sent copies to every major university in Europe. The response was not what he expected. Across the German states, scholars read Beringer's book with a mixture of fascination and unease. The stones were too perfect. The Hebrew was too clear. The variety was too comprehensive. A Jesuit naturalist named Joseph Franz von Eckhart, no relation to Beringer's colleague, wrote a polite but devastating letter suggesting that the stones might be of human manufacture. He pointed out that the Hebrew letters were carved in the wrong direction for ancient Hebrew script. He noted that the Arabic characters included a word that was not attested in any known inscription. He asked, with the delicacy of a man who did not want to cause offense, whether Beringer had considered the possibility that someone might be playing a joke. Beringer dismissed the criticism. The Jesuit was a rival, a competitor in the field of natural history. The stones were genuine. He had examined them himself. He had watched them being extracted from the earth. There was no possibility of fraud. But the questions did not stop. A professor from the University of Bamberg wrote to ask whether Beringer had personally witnessed every excavation. Beringer had not. He had relied on the 3 young diggers who brought him their finds each evening. He had never visited the hillside himself. He had never watched them dig. When he finally did, in the late summer of 1726, nearly 18 months after the first stone was found, he discovered something that turned his certainty to ash. On the hillside, half buried in loose soil, Beringer found a stone that was still wet with fresh carving. The limestone dust had not yet settled. The incised lines were sharp, unweathered, untouched by the centuries he had assumed. He picked it up. The stone was warm from the sun. It had been buried that morning. In the weeks that followed, the truth emerged in fragments. The diggers, under pressure, confessed. They had been paid by 2 men, Johann Ignaz Roderick, professor of geography and algebra, and Georg von Eckhart, the university librarian. Roderick had designed the stones, choosing images that would appeal to Beringer's theories. Eckhart had carved them, using simple tools, a knife, a chisel, a piece of sandstone for smoothing. They had buried them at night, in increasing numbers, testing how far Beringer would go. When he accepted the Hebrew stones, they added Arabic. When he accepted those, they added Babylonian. They had not expected him to publish a book. They had expected him to realize, eventually, that he was being mocked. Beringer did not realize. He had been so certain of his framework that he had interpreted every escalating absurdity as confirmation. The hoaxers had understood something fundamental about belief, that the more extraordinary the evidence, the more committed the believer becomes. Each new stone was a test, and Beringer passed everyone. The scandal broke in the winter of 1726. Beringer attempted to suppress the remaining copies of his book. He bought back as many as he could and burned them. But copies had already reached Leipzig, Vienna, Paris, London. The damage was not to the book, but to the man. Beringer's reputation never recovered. He died in 1740, a figure of ridicule in the very circles where he had once been respected. Roderick and Eckhart escaped serious punishment. The university preferred to let the matter fade. Roderick continued to teach. Eckhart kept his position as librarian. They had not intended to destroy Beringer. They had intended to humiliate him, to teach him a lesson about intellectual humility. The lesson had been taught. The cost had been higher than they expected. The stones that remain, a few hundred of the original 2,000, are kept in museums in Würzburg and Oxford. They are labelled as forgeries. They are studied not as geological specimens but as objects in the history of deception. And yet they continue to ask a question that no amount of labelling can answer. If Beringer could be fooled by stones carved in plain sight, by men who were not even trying to hide their hand, then what are we, in our own time, failing to question? The stones are still there. The question is still open. The stones that remain sit in museum cases, arranged on velvet, labelled as forgeries. But the question of how Beringer could have believed so thoroughly is not answered by the label. It is answered by the world he inhabited. In 1725, the word fossil did not mean what it means today. It meant anything dug from the earth, a shell, a bone, a crystalline formation, a stone that looked like a frog. The category was broad because the mechanism of formation was unknown. The leading theory, defended by serious men, was that the earth itself possessed a creative force, a vis plastica, that could spontaneously generate forms. The sun on Beringer's stone could be a lusus naturae, a sport of nature, produced by the same mysterious energy that made crystals grow in geometric shapes and clouds form in the image of animals. Beringer's diggers brought him stones from a specific hillside, Mount Ivelstadt, a location he knew well. The limestone was local. The strata were undisturbed. The carvings were found in situ, or so the diggers reported. Beringer had no reason to doubt their word. They were his employees, paid by the piece, and they had brought him genuine fossils before. The system of trust that governed his operation was the same system that governed every naturalist's operation in Europe. You hired local men. You paid them for what they found. You examined the evidence. You drew conclusions. The alternative, that his own diggers were planting carved stones in the hillside, required Beringer to believe something far more disturbing than that nature could produce a sun with rays. It required him to believe that the young men who worked for him, who brought him specimens week after week, who seemed grateful for the work, were engaged in a systematic deception. It required him to believe that his colleagues at the university, men he had known for years, might be behind it. That level of institutional betrayal was not merely professionally inconvenient, it was psychologically impossible to entertain. One of Beringer's colleagues did raise the possibility. A professor of medicine, whose name has been lost, examined the stones and told Beringer they looked suspiciously well preserved, suspiciously deliberate in their arrangement. Beringer dismissed the warning. He attributed it to jealousy, to academic rivalry, to the petty resentments of a lesser mind. He had, after all, published more than this colleague. He had a larger collection. He was the senior professor. The warning came from a position of institutional inferiority, and Beringer treated it accordingly. This was not stupidity. This was the architecture of academic authority in the early 18th century. A senior professor did not defer to a junior colleague's doubts. A man who had spent 30 years building a reputation did not abandon it because someone suggested he look more closely. Beringer's belief was not a failure of intelligence. It was a failure of the social system that was supposed to correct for individual error. When the deception was finally exposed, the university convened a formal tribunal. Beringer stood before his colleagues, the stones laid out on the table between them. The evidence was overwhelming. The chisel marks, the fresh fractures, the stones that could not possibly have been buried for centuries because they still smelled of the workshop. But the tribunal was not simply judging the stones. It was judging the man who had believed in them, and in doing so, it was judging the entire intellectual framework that had made belief possible. The tribunal's verdict was not that Beringer was a fool. It was that he had been deceived by persons unknown, and that his reputation would suffer accordingly. Roderick and Eckhart were never formally charged. The university preferred to let the matter fade. But the question the tribunal did not answer, the question that still lingers, is why Beringer's belief was so complete that he never once suspected the obvious. The answer lies in the nature of confirmation bias. Beringer had a theory. The theory was that the Earth could produce form-bearing objects, that the vis plastica was real, that the biblical flood had left traces that could be read by the trained eye. The stones confirmed every part of this theory. They were not anomalies to be explained away. They were evidence of a kind he had been seeking for years. When you are looking for confirmation, you find it. The mechanism of deception is not the forgery, it is the willingness to believe. Beringer's book was published in 1726, just before the scandal broke. It is a beautiful object, engraved plates, careful descriptions, the full apparatus of scholarly authority. Copies reached Leipzig, Vienna, Paris, London. When Beringer tried to buy them back, he could not recover them all. A handful survive in rare book libraries. They are catalogued not as works of natural history, but as curiosities of deception. The irony is that Beringer's method was sound. He described the stones with precision. He compared them to known specimens. He cited authorities. He did everything a scholar was supposed to do. The problem was not his method. The problem was his starting assumption. The historian of science, Melvin John, who reconstructed the Beringer affair in 1963, noted something crucial. Beringer's error was not that he believed too easily. It was that he did not ask the question, who benefits? The stones benefited Beringer. They confirmed his theories. They enhanced his reputation. They made him the center of attention in the natural history community. The question of who might want to produce such stones, and why, never occurred to him. He was too busy enjoying the confirmation. Roderick and Eckhart, the men who carved the stones, have left almost nothing in the historical record. They did not write memoirs. They did not confess. They did not explain their motives. What we know of them comes from the testimony of others, from the fragments of evidence that survived the tribunal. They were not master criminals. They were not geniuses of deception. They were ordinary men who saw an opportunity to humiliate a colleague they found arrogant, and they took it. The hoax was not elaborate. It was simple. It worked because the man they deceived was already deceiving himself. The stones themselves are not impressive forgeries. They are crude, obvious, the work of amateurs. The chisel marks are visible to the naked eye. The carving is shallow, the detail imprecise. A child could see that these were made by human hands. But Beringer could not see it, because seeing it would have required him to question everything he believed about the world, about his colleagues, about himself. The human mind protects itself from such questions. It builds defenses. The defenses are called theories. The legacy of the Beringer affair is not a cautionary tale about gullibility. It is a case study in the epistemology of belief. Beringer was not stupid. He was not careless. He was a man who had spent his entire career learning to interpret the natural world, and the stones told him exactly what he wanted to hear. The mechanism of deception is not the forgery, it is the willingness to believe. The stones that remain are kept in museums in Würzburg and Oxford. They are labelled as forgeries. They are studied as objects in the history of deception. But they continue to ask a question that no amount of labelling can answer. If Beringer could be fooled by stones carved in plain sight, by men who were not even trying to hide their hand, then what are we, in our own time, failing to question? The stones are still there. The question is still open. The question is still open. And then, in the summer of 1726, the stones themselves began to answer it. According to the most widely circulated account, though historians dispute its precise details, Beringer uncovered among the later finds a stone bearing his own name. The word Beringer was cut into the limestone in clear, deliberate letters. It was not an ancient inscription. It was not a fossil. It was a signature. The moment Beringer saw it, the entire edifice of belief collapsed. The stones were not messages from the deep past. They were messages about him. Whether this specific stone was the trigger or whether doubts had been accumulating for weeks, Beringer did not hesitate. He initiated legal proceedings against the two men who had supplied him with the stones, J. Ignaz Roderick, professor of geography and mathematics at the University of Würzburg, and Georg von Eckhart, the university librarian and a historian of some standing. These were not strangers. These were colleagues. These were men Beringer had trusted with his reputation. The trial was swift. Roderick and von Eckhart confessed. They had hired the three young diggers, local boys who had originally brought Beringer his first specimens, to carve the stones and plant them on the hillside of Mount Eivelstadt. The carving had been crude. The boys had used simple iron tools. The designs had been copied from books and from Beringer's own published theories. The entire operation had cost a few thalers and a bottle of wine. The motive, as the court established, was not financial gain. Roderick and von Eckhart had not sold the stones. They had not profited from Beringer's book. They had acted out of professional malice, a calculated desire to humiliate a rival whose theories they found intellectually contemptible. Beringer, in their view, had become too certain of his own interpretations, too willing to see evidence where none existed, too invested in a framework that could not accommodate contradiction. The hoax was a correction, a cruel one, but a correction nonetheless. Beringer spent the remainder of his personal fortune attempting to buy back and destroy every copy of his published book, Lithographiae Würzburgensis, which had been released in 1726 to immediate scholarly interest. He died 3 years later, in 1729, a broken man. His reputation, which had been among the most distinguished in German natural history, was destroyed. The stones that had once promised to confirm his theories were now displayed in cabinets as objects of ridicule, not evidence of the ancient world, but evidence of a single man's catastrophic blindness. The Beringer lying stones became, almost immediately, a cautionary tale in the history of science, one of the earliest documented cases of academic fraud, and one of the few in which the motive was not personal gain but professional malice. The story was retold throughout the 18th and 19th centuries in lectures, textbooks, and philosophical treatises. It was cited by David Hume in his essay, Of Miracles, as an example of how human testimony could be corrupted by desire. It was used by Voltaire as a weapon against religious credulity. It was invoked by every generation of scientists who needed a warning against the dangers of fitting evidence to theory rather than theory to evidence. But the psychological insight of the Beringer affair is more subtle than the cautionary tale suggests. Beringer was not a fool. He was a man who had built a career on a particular framework for understanding the natural world, a framework that reconciled observation with scripture, that explained fossils as the remains of the biblical flood, that gave order and meaning to the chaotic evidence of the earth. The stones arrived at exactly the moment when that framework needed spectacular confirmation. The fabricators understood this. They did not create a plausible hoax. They created an irresistible one, calibrated to the exact shape of their victim's desire. The diggers testified that they had been surprised by how little effort the hoax required. They carved the stones in the evenings, by firelight, using designs drawn from Beringer's own publications. They planted them in the morning and waited. Beringer found them within hours. He never asked where they had come from. He never examined the edges of the carvings closely. He never considered that the boys who brought him the stones might have a motive beyond honest labor. The mechanism of deception was not the forgery, it was the willingness to believe. The question that lingers, 3 centuries later, is not about Beringer's gullibility. It is about the structure of belief itself. Roderick and von Eckhart intended to humiliate their colleague, and they succeeded. But they also, inadvertently, produced one of the most useful demonstrations in the history of scientific methodology, the danger of finding exactly what you are looking for. The stones proved nothing about the ancient world. They proved everything about the human capacity to see what we need to see. The stones that remain are kept in museums in Würzburg and Oxford. They are labeled as forgeries. They are studied as objects in the history of deception. But they continue to ask a question that no amount of labeling can answer. If Beringer could be fooled by stones carved in plain sight, by men who were not even trying to hide their hand, then what are we, in our own time, failing to question? The stones are still there. The question is still open. And the next chapter of this story begins in a London drawing room, where a group of young artists and writers are planning a joke that will expose a different kind of stone, the granite certainty of the British Empire itself. Was the lesson worth the cruelty of its delivery? In February 1910, the HMS Dreadnought lay at anchor in Portland Harbour, a machine so advanced that its name had become a category. It had been launched 4 years earlier, and in those 4 years it had rendered every battleship that preceded it obsolete. Its 10 12-inch guns, its steam turbine engines that could push it to 21 knots, its armour belt that could withstand anything its predecessors could fire, it was not merely the most powerful warship afloat. It was the physical embodiment of an idea, that Britain ruled the waves because Britain had earned the right to rule them through industrial genius, naval tradition, and the unspoken assumption that the world's greatest empire would naturally possess the world's greatest navy. The Anglo-German naval arms race had reached a fever pitch. The previous year, the British public had been mobilized by the campaign slogan, "We want 8 and we won't wait," demanding 8 new dreadnoughts to match German construction. The newspapers ran daily tallies of keels laid in Kiel and Portsmouth. The Royal Navy was not merely a military force, it was the institution that held the empire together, the guarantee that no foreign power could threaten the home islands. Its flagship was surrounded by ceremony, by security, and by the absolute confidence of an institution that had not been seriously challenged since Trafalgar. That confidence had a specific texture in Edwardian England. It was a texture of deference, the assumption that rank, uniform and title commanded immediate respect without question. A man in a naval officer's uniform could walk into almost any building in Britain and be treated as though he belonged there. A man in a foreign prince's robes would be treated with even greater ceremony. The hoax that was about to unfold would depend on this social machinery operating exactly as designed. The hunger that the hoax exploited was not a desire to believe something false. It was a desire to puncture something pompous. The Edwardian class system was beginning to crack. The suffragette movement was active, chaining themselves to railings and hunger striking in Holloway Prison. The Labour Party had just won its first significant parliamentary presence. A generation of young intellectuals centred on Cambridge and Bloomsbury were developing a systematic contempt for Victorian imperial self-seriousness. They were not trying to fool the Navy. They were trying to expose that the Navy's deference was a machine that could be operated by anyone who knew the right codes. The architect of the plan was Horace de Vere Cole, a practical joker of independent means and considerable social ambition. Cole had already established a reputation for elaborate pranks. He had once walked down Bond Street dressed as a sheikh, selling imaginary tickets to a non-existent event. But the Dreadnought Hoax would be his masterpiece. In early February 1910, he gathered his accomplices in a drawing room in Bloomsbury, the painter Duncan Grant, the writer Virginia Stephen, not yet Virginia Woolf, her brother Adrian Stephen, and 3 others. Cole explained his plan with the seriousness of a military strategist. The plan was to impersonate a delegation of Abyssinian princes. Cole had already sent a telegram to the Dreadnought's commander, signed with the name of a Foreign Office official, announcing that the princes would be visiting the flagship. The telegram had been accepted without question. The group would travel to Weymouth, board a naval launch, and be received on the deck of the most powerful warship in the world. Cole had acquired costumes, robes, turbans, dark makeup, and a set of theatrical jewellery. He had also prepared a language, a stream of nonsense syllables that he claimed was Amharic, the language of the Abyssinian court. The others were trying not to laugh, but they were also listening. Virginia Stephen, who would later write about the experience, noted that Cole's confidence was absolute. He did not consider the possibility that the plan might fail. He had already rehearsed the delegation's behavior. The princes would speak only through an interpreter, Adrian Stephen, whose Swahili was non-existent, but whose bearing was aristocratic. They would demand to see the ship's guns, the engine room, the bridge. They would behave exactly as foreign dignitaries were expected to behave, with a combination of curiosity and entitlement. On the morning of February 7, 1910, the delegation assembled at Paddington Station. Cole had hired a private railway carriage. The costumes were packed in suitcases. The makeup was applied in the train's lavatory. By the time they reached Weymouth, they were no longer a group of Bloomsbury intellectuals. They were the Emperor of Abyssinia's personal representatives, travelling to inspect the flagship of the Royal Navy. At Weymouth docks, a naval launch was waiting. The officers on duty had been informed of the delegation's arrival. They saluted. They offered assistance. They did not ask for identification. They did not question why the Abyssinian princes spoke no English and communicated through an interpreter whose Amharic was gibberish. They did not notice that one of the princes, Duncan Grant, was wearing his robes inside out. The machine of deference was operating perfectly. The launch carried them across Portland Harbor. The Dreadnought grew larger as they approached, a grey steel mountain rising from the water. On deck, the ship's company had been assembled in full-dress uniform. Commander William Fisher stood at the head of the reception party, his medals polished, his bearing impeccable. He had been told to expect a royal visit. He had prepared a tour of the ship. He had no reason to suspect that the men stepping onto his deck were anything other than what they appeared to be. The delegation walked down the gangway. Cole led the procession, his face dark with makeup, his turban slightly askew. Adrian Stephen followed, speaking loudly in his invented language. The naval officers bowed. The ship's band played the British national anthem, then a tune that someone had identified as the Abyssinian national anthem, though no one present had ever heard it before. The princes inspected the guard of honor. They nodded gravely. They did not smile. Commander Fisher personally led the tour. He showed them the 12-inch guns, explaining the range and the rate of fire. The princes nodded. He showed them the engine room, the steam turbines that could push the ship to 21 knots. The princes nodded again. He showed them the bridge, the navigation room, the captain's quarters. At each stop, Adrian Stephen translated the commander's explanations into his invented language, and the princes responded with grave approval. The tour lasted nearly 2 hours. At no point did anyone ask the princes to remove their gloves, which would have revealed pale English hands beneath the dark makeup. At no point did anyone question why the interpreter's language was inconsistent. At no point did anyone suggest that the delegation's behavior was anything other than what was expected of foreign royalty. The machine of deference was so well oiled that it did not occur to anyone to check whether it was being operated by imposters. The delegation returned to the launch. They saluted. The band played again. The launch carried them back to Weymouth. On the train to London, they removed their makeup and laughed until they could not breathe. They had done it. They had walked onto the most secure warship in the world, been treated as royalty, and walked off again without anyone suspecting a thing. The hoax was exposed 3 days later, when a newspaper reporter recognized one of the participants and published the story. The public reaction was a mixture of fury and delight. The Navy was humiliated. Commander Fisher was quietly reassigned. The Admiralty issued a statement about the importance of security. But the laughter was louder than the outrage, and it did not stop. The Bloomsbury Group had achieved exactly what they intended. They had demonstrated that the most powerful institution in the world was vulnerable to the simplest form of deception. They had shown that deference was not a sign of respect, but a habit of mind, a habit that could be exploited by anyone who understood its rules. The Dreadnought Hoax was not about credulity. It was about the absurdity of a system that demanded respect for titles and uniforms while ignoring the people inside them. In the years that followed, the participants went on to change the world in different ways. Virginia Woolf wrote novels that transformed English literature. Duncan Grant painted canvases that redefined British modernism. Adrian Stephen became a psychoanalyst. Horace de Vere Cole continued to pull pranks, each one less successful than the Dreadnought Hoax, until his death in 1936. But the question the hoax left behind was not about the participants, it was about the institution. How many other rituals of deference were being performed every day by people who had never thought to ask whether the person receiving the respect had earned it? How many other acts of authority were being accepted without question, simply because the uniform was correct and the ceremony was familiar. The Dreadnought hoax lasted 2 hours. Its effects lasted much longer. It planted a question in the public mind that would grow slowly over the decades. If the most powerful warship in the world could be fooled by a group of actors, what else in the Empire was being taken on trust? The telegram arrived at Weymouth on the morning of February 7, 1910, a crisp winter Tuesday. It was addressed to the commanding officer of HMS Dreadnought, and it bore the signature of Sir Charles Hardinge, Permanent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. The message was brief and official. A delegation of Abyssinian princes, accompanied by their interpreter, would be arriving by train that afternoon to inspect the flagship. They were to be received with full honours. The telegram was a forgery, written by Horace de Vere Cole in his Bloomsbury drawing room 2 days earlier. He had studied Hardinge's signature from a letter he had borrowed from a friend who worked at the Foreign Office. The paper was of the correct weight, the ink the proper shade of black. He had posted it himself from a post office in central London, timing its arrival to give the Navy just enough notice to prepare, but not enough to verify. The Navy, upon receiving the telegram, did what the Navy always did when the Foreign Office sent instructions. They obeyed. The idea of telephoning Whitehall to confirm the authenticity of a message from the Permanent Under-Secretary would have been unthinkable, a breach of protocol so profound it bordered on insubordination. The machinery of deference began to turn. At Paddington Station, the delegation assembled. Horace de Vere Cole had arranged everything with the precision of a theatre director. The costumes had been rented from a theatrical costumier in Covent Garden. Silk turbans, embroidered robes, sashes of gold and crimson. The makeup was stage grease paint, applied thickly to darken their faces. False beards were glued on with spirit gum. Each man carried a small cushion strapped to his back, to create the impression of African royal posture. Virginia Stephen, the only woman in the group, was disguised as a prince. She wore a false beard and a turban, and her face was painted the same shade as the others. She was tall for a woman of her era, and in the flowing robe she passed without question. She later wrote that the experience was exhilarating, the sensation of being seen and not recognized, of moving through the world as a fiction. The train departed Paddington at 10:30. The compartment was filled with nervous laughter. Adrian Stephen, who would act as the interpreter, was rehearsing his lines, a mixture of Latin, Greek and Swahili he had learned from a phrasebook, with occasional quotations from Virgil's Aeneid for when he needed to sound particularly authoritative. Cole was calm, almost bored. He had done this before. The delegation arrived at Weymouth Station shortly after noon. A naval officer in full dress uniform was waiting on the platform. He saluted. The princes, following Cole's whispered instructions, nodded gravely. The officer escorted them to a waiting launch, which would carry them across Portland Harbour to where the Dreadnought lay at anchor. The launch cut through the grey water. The Dreadnought grew larger with each passing minute, a massive silhouette of steel and gun turrets, the most formidable weapon ever built. On deck, the crew had been turned out in full dress uniform. The red carpet had been laid. The ship's band was playing. Commander William Fisher, the executive officer, stood at the head of the reception party, his medals gleaming in the thin winter sunlight. The princes climbed the gangway. The guard presented arms. Fisher stepped forward and offered a formal greeting in English. Adrian Stephen, as interpreter, responded in a stream of what sounded like fluent Amharic, but was in fact a garbled recitation of the first 12 lines of the Aeneid, delivered with complete conviction. Fisher nodded, understanding nothing, but understanding that he was not supposed to understand. That was what interpreters were for. The tour began. The princes were shown the forward gun turret, where the 12-inch guns could fire a shell weighing 850 pounds over a distance of 20,000 yards. They expressed wonder. They were shown the torpedo room, where the Whitehead torpedoes lay in their racks like sleeping fish. They expressed wonder. They were shown the wireless room, where a young telegraph operator demonstrated the new Marconi equipment. They expressed particular wonder. The phrase they used for wonder was bunga bunga. It was a nonsense phrase, invented by Cole on the train. He had chosen it because it sounded vaguely African, vaguely royal, and entirely meaningless. The naval officers wrote it down in their reports. They assumed it was a term of respect in the Abyssinian court. They did not question it. The tour lasted 40 minutes. The princes were offered refreshments in the wardroom, sandwiches, cake, tea. Cole declined on their behalf, explaining through the interpreter that Abyssinian royal custom forbade eating in the presence of strangers. In truth, he was afraid that the grease paint would smudge if they ate, or that a false beard might slip into a cup of tea. Commander Fisher presented the princes with a signed photograph of the ship, framed in silver. Adrian Stephen accepted it with a formal bow. The delegation then returned to the launch, descended the gangway, and crossed the harbour back to Weymouth. The entire operation had taken less than 3 hours from arrival to departure. On the train back to London, the compartment erupted. They laughed until they could not breathe. Virginia Stephen later wrote that she had never felt so free, the sensation of having moved through the most rigid institution in Britain, entirely unseen, entirely believed, entirely accepted as what they pretended to be. The laughter was not just relief. It was the laughter of people who had touched the machinery of power and found it was made of paper. The secret lasted 4 days. On February 11, the story broke in the Daily Mirror, which had received an anonymous tip, almost certainly from Cole himself. The newspaper ran the story on its front page under a headline that stretched across 6 columns: Princes from Abyssinia, Royal Navy's welcome to a joke. The reaction was immediate and furious. The Admiralty launched an internal investigation. Questions were asked in Parliament. The First Lord of the Admiralty, Reginald McKenna, was forced to issue a statement expressing the Navy's profound embarrassment. Commander Fisher was quietly reassigned. The Naval Discipline Act was invoked. The Hoaxes had technically committed an act of impersonation that could be prosecuted as a breach of the peace. But the prosecution never came. The Hoaxes were too well connected. Horace de Vere-Cole was the nephew of a baronet. The Stephen siblings were the children of Sir Leslie Stephen, the distinguished editor of the Dictionary of National Biography. Duncan Grant was the cousin of the Prime Minister's wife. To prosecute them would have been to admit that the Navy had been fooled by amateurs, and that the Foreign Office had been fooled by a forged signature on a telegram. The press, having initially mocked the Navy, began to mock the Hoaxes instead. The Morning Post called them degenerate young men of independent means. The Daily Telegraph suggested they should be sent to the colonies. But among the young, among the students and the clerks and the suffragettes and the socialists, the hoax was celebrated. It was proof that the old order could be fooled, that the emperor had no clothes, that the most powerful institution in the world could be undone by a forged telegram and a few yards of theatrical silk. The phrase bunga bunga entered the language. It was used in music halls, in cartoons, in private jokes among the educated classes. It became a shorthand for the absurdity of imperial ceremony, the way that a meaningless phrase, delivered with sufficient confidence, could be accepted as profound by people who had never thought to ask what it meant. The Dreadnought Hoax was not a crime against the state. It was not an act of espionage or treason or even significant property damage. It was a piece of theatre that lasted 40 minutes and cost nothing but the price of a train ticket and some rented costumes. But it revealed something that the Edwardian establishment had spent decades trying to conceal, that the entire structure of British authority was held together not by force or wisdom or divine right, but by the willingness of people to obey a telegram signed by a name they had never verified. In the years that followed, the participants went on to change the world in different ways. Virginia Woolf wrote novels that transformed English literature. Duncan Grant painted canvases that redefined British modernism. Adrian Stephen became a psychoanalyst. Horace de Vere-Cole continued to pull pranks, each one less successful than the Dreadnought Hoax, until his death in 1936. But the question the hoax left behind was not about the participants, it was about the institution. How many other rituals of deference were being performed every day, by people who had never thought to ask whether the person receiving the respect had earned it? How many other acts of authority were being accepted without question, simply because the uniform was correct and the ceremony was familiar? The Dreadnought Hoax lasted 2 hours. Its effects lasted much longer. It planted a question in the public mind that would grow slowly over the decades. If the most powerful warship in the world could be fooled by a group of actors, what else in the Empire was being taken on trust? The commander of the Dreadnought, William Fisher, stood at the head of his reception party. He had been informed by telegram that a delegation of Abyssinian princes would be arriving for a tour of the flagship. The telegram bore the name of Charles Hardinge, a senior official of the Foreign Office. Fisher did not question it. He had no reason to. In the world of the Royal Navy in 1910, a telegram from the Foreign Office was not a request. It was an order. The delegation arrived at Weymouth on the morning of February 10. They had travelled from London by train, carrying their costumes in suitcases. Horace de Vera, Cole had arranged everything with the precision of a military operation: the telegram, the costumes, the interpreter, a young man named Anthony Buxton who spoke a stream of nonsense syllables that he claimed was Amharic. The group included Virginia Stephen, her brother Adrian, Duncan Grant, and 3 others. They were all in their 20s, all connected to the Bloomsbury Group, and all committed to the idea that the rituals of Edwardian authority were a performance that deserved to be exposed. The moment they stepped onto the gangway, they crossed a line. They were no longer actors in a drawing room. They were inside the most heavily guarded vessel in the British Empire. The sailors who helped them aboard did not know they were helping a joke. They were following orders. The officers who saluted them did not know they were saluting a painter, a novelist, and a man who had once been expelled from Cambridge for setting fire to a chair. They were following protocol. Admiral Sir William May, Commander-in-Chief of the Home Fleet, was on board the Dreadnought that morning. He had come to meet the delegation personally. The most senior officer in the Royal Navy, a man who had spent 40 years rising through the ranks, stood on his own flagship and received a group of young people in costume as though they were genuine foreign dignitaries. He shook their hands. He welcomed them to his ship. The tour lasted 2 hours. The delegation was shown the enormous 12-inch guns, the engine room, the bridge. They were offered tea and biscuits in the Admiral's quarters. Virginia Stephen, who had met William Fisher socially, who was his cousin, stood 3 feet from him, and he did not recognize her. The makeup was good, but that was not the reason. The reason was that no officer on that ship had considered the possibility that the telegram might be false. The question was not whether the delegation was genuine. The question was whether anyone would dare to pretend. The delegation left the ship at midday. They returned to Weymouth, changed out of their costumes, and took the train back to London. On the journey, they laughed. They knew they had done something remarkable, but they did not yet know how remarkable it would prove to be. The story broke in the Daily Mail on February 12. The headline was restrained by modern standards, "Prank on the Navy," but the implications were immediate and devastating. The Admiralty launched an inquiry. Charles Hardinge, whose name had been forged on the telegram, was reportedly furious. The Navy's security, the pride of the British Empire, had been breached by a group of amateurs with theatrical costumes and a forged telegram. The inquiry was conducted in private, but its findings leaked. The Navy had not been fooled by sophisticated technology or elaborate deception. It had been fooled by the simplest mechanism in the world: deference. No one had questioned the telegram because it was bad manners to question a telegram from the Foreign Office. No one had questioned the delegation because it was unthinkable that anyone would impersonate foreign royalty. The security of the most powerful warship in the world depended entirely on the assumption that everyone who arrived with the right paperwork and the right uniform was telling the truth. The believers were not stupid. The officers of the Dreadnought were some of the most capable men in the world. They had trained for years. They had fought in wars. They understood the machinery of naval warfare better than anyone alive. But they had never been trained to ask the question that the hoax required: what if the person in front of you is not who they appear to be? That question was not part of the curriculum. It was not part of the culture. The belief was rational given what was known. The telegram was correctly formatted. The party arrived on schedule. Their interpreter spoke with apparent fluency in an unfamiliar language. The idea that 6 young English people would travel to Weymouth in theatrical costume to board the most secure vessel in the Royal Navy was, by any reasonable assessment, not a scenario that needed to be defended against. The Navy's security was not designed for this kind of attack. It was designed for an attack from outside, from a foreign navy, from spies, from saboteurs. It was not designed for an attack from inside the assumptions of the class system. The hoaxers understood something that the Navy did not. They understood that the Edwardian world was held together by a web of unspoken agreements. You did not question a telegram from the Foreign Office. You did not question a delegation from a foreign power. You did not question the uniform, the accent, the bearing. You accepted what was presented to you because the alternative, suspicion, rudeness, social chaos, was worse. The hoax did not exploit a failure of intelligence. It exploited a failure of imagination. The Admiralty's response was revealing. They did not change their security procedures. They did not introduce identity checks or verification protocols. Instead, they attempted to suppress the story. They pressured newspapers not to run follow-up pieces. They refused to comment on the inquiry. They treated the hoax not as a security breach, but as a social embarrassment. The problem was not that the Navy had been fooled. The problem was that the Navy had been seen being fooled. Horace de Vere, Cole, was delighted. He had achieved exactly what he set out to achieve. He had exposed the pomposity of the Navy, the rigidity of Edwardian society, the absurdity of a system in which a man with the right accent and the right costume could walk into the most secure building in the empire and be treated as a prince. He had not broken any laws. The hoax was technically a prank, not a crime, but he had broken something else. He had broken the assumption of invulnerability. For Virginia Stephen, the hoax was a revelation. She had spent her life inside the system that the hoax had exposed. She knew its rules intimately. She knew that the deference she received as a woman of a certain class was as arbitrary as the deference the fake princes had received. She knew that the world was held together by performance. The Dreadnought Hoax did not teach her this, it confirmed it. And she would spend the rest of her life writing about what that meant. The Dreadnought was decommissioned in 1919, 9 years after the hoax. It had been obsolete by the end of the First World War, overtaken by faster, more heavily armed ships. But the question it left behind was not about the ship, it was about the system that had been so easily fooled. How many other rituals of deference were being performed every day by people who had never thought to ask whether the person receiving the respect had earned it? How many other acts of authority were being accepted without question, simply because the uniform was correct and the ceremony was familiar? The Dreadnought Hoax lasted 2 hours. Its effects lasted much longer. It planted a question in the public mind that would grow slowly over the decades. If the most powerful warship in the world could be fooled by a group of actors, what else in the empire was being taken on trust? The hoax did not change the Navy. It did not change the class system. It did not change the way power was exercised in Edwardian Britain, but it left a crack in the facade. A small crack, barely visible but enough to let a question in, and questions, once asked, have a way of growing. The costumes were put away. The participants returned to their lives, but the crack remained. And in the years that followed, as the First World War tore apart the certainties of the Edwardian world, that crack would widen. The Dreadnought Hoax was not the cause of that collapse, but it was a symptom, a warning. A small, absurd, utterly serious reminder that the most powerful institutions in the world are held together by nothing more than the willingness of people to believe. And if that willingness can be broken, even for a moment, by a group of young people in costume, what else might be possible? And if that willingness can be broken, even for a moment, by a group of young people in costume, what else might be possible? The answer came quickly. The hoax lasted 2 hours on the ship. It lasted about 4 days in the conspirators' control. Horace de Vere Cole, the architect of the deception, was incapable of letting a good joke remain a secret. He had built his reputation on pranks, and a prank that no one knew about was no prank at all. Within days of the visit, Cole began telling the story. He told friends in clubs. He told acquaintances in drawing rooms. He told anyone who would listen, and everyone wanted to listen. Cole had taken the precaution of having the group photographed in their costumes before the hoax. He had a professional photographer waiting in a studio off the Strand, and the entire delegation, princes, interpreter, Foreign Office official, sat for their portraits in full regalia before they ever set foot on the train to Weymouth. When Cole decided to go public, he took those photographs to the Daily Mirror. The newspaper published them on February 12, 1910, with a full account of the deception. The story became an immediate sensation. The Admiralty was placed in an impossible position. The hoaxers had committed a clear breach of naval security. They had impersonated a foreign delegation. They had gained access to the most sensitive warship in the British fleet. Under any normal circumstances, prosecution would have been swift and severe. But prosecuting the hoaxers would require the Admiralty to stand in open court and admit, under oath, that the flagship of the Royal Navy had been boarded by 6 people in fancy dress following a forged telegram that no one had thought to verify. The Navy chose silence. Not prosecution, not public censure, but a private arrangement. 2 of the male hoaxers, Cole and Adrian Stephen, were summoned to a meeting with naval officers. They were symbolically caned, a ritual humiliation that both parties agreed to keep out of the newspapers. Virginia Stephen was not touched. Caning a woman was considered improper, even as punishment for boarding a battleship under false pretenses. The Navy's response, in the end, was constrained by the very codes of propriety the hoax had exposed. The moment of public exposure was the Mirror's front page. The photograph of the 6 conspirators in full Abyssinian regalia was devastating precisely because it was funny. There was no dignified way for the Navy to respond. To be angry was to admit that the deception mattered. To laugh was to admit that the institution could be fooled. The Navy chose neither. It chose silence. But silence, in the face of a photograph, is not a defense. The Dreadnought hoax did not change the Royal Navy's security procedures in any documented way. There is no Admiralty memorandum from February 1910 instructing officers to verify telegrams. There is no new protocol for receiving foreign delegations. The institution absorbed the embarrassment and continued as before. But something had shifted, not in the Navy, but in the culture that surrounded it. The hoax became one of the founding myths of the Bloomsbury Group. Virginia Woolf, who had played the role of an Abyssinian prince with a false beard and grease paint, would later write about the experience with a mixture of amusement and contempt for the world the hoax had exposed. For the Bloomsbury intellectuals, the Dreadnought hoax was not a prank, it was evidence. Evidence that the entire apparatus of imperial authority, the battleships, the uniforms, the telegrams, the salutes, rested on nothing more than the willingness of everyone involved to pretend it was real. The psychological insight of the hoax is not about the gullibility of the Navy officers. The officers who received the fake Abyssinian princes were not stupid. They were operating within a social system in which questioning official communications was itself a form of insubordination. To ask, "Is this telegram genuine?" was to imply that the Foreign Office might send a forged message. To ask, "Are these princes real?" was to imply that the Navy's own procedures for verification had failed. The system had no mechanism for the question, "What if this is false?" because asking that question was, within the system, more transgressive than the deception it would have prevented. The hoax did not exploit a cognitive weakness, it exploited a social one. The officers who saluted the fake princes were not failing to think. They were thinking within a framework that defined deference as duty and suspicion as rudeness. The system worked exactly as it was designed to work. The problem was that the system was designed to trust, and trust, in the wrong hands, becomes vulnerability. The Dreadnought hoax is usually told as a comedy. The Navy is the butt of the joke. 6 young people in grease paint and borrowed robes outwitted the most powerful military institution in the world, and the joke is on the admirals who could not tell a prince from a painter. But the same social mechanism that made the Navy vulnerable to 6 people in costume also made it possible for the Navy to function at all. Deference is not a bug in the system. It is the system. Every institution that relies on hierarchy and protocol is built on the same assumption, that the people who present themselves as authorized to give orders are, in fact, authorized to give orders. That assumption is what makes organizations possible. It is also what makes them exploitable. The Dreadnought hoax did not reveal a flaw in the Royal Navy. It revealed a feature of all hierarchical systems. The Hoaxes understood this. Not all of them consciously, but Cole did. He had spent his life studying the rituals of Edwardian society, and he knew that the system was held together by 1,000 small acts of deference that no one questioned. He did not need to defeat the system. He only needed to enter it, and the system would do the rest. The question the Dreadnought Hoax leaves open is not about the Navy. It is not even about the Edwardian class system. It is about the nature of institutional trust itself. Every organization that depends on hierarchy and protocol, every army, every government, every corporation, every university, is vulnerable to the same basic deception. Present yourself as authorized, and the system will treat you as authorized. The system has no way to distinguish between legitimate authority and convincing performance. The Dreadnought Hoax was a joke. But the mechanism it exposed is not funny. It is the mechanism by which power is exercised in every hierarchical society. It is the mechanism by which orders are given and obeyed. It is the mechanism by which wars are started and empires are maintained. And it is the mechanism by which a group of young people in costume can walk onto the most powerful warship in the world and be treated as princes. The Hoaxes went home. The Navy went back to its routines. The newspapers moved on to the next sensation. But the question remained, and it has never been answered. If the most powerful institution in the world can be fooled by a forged telegram and a few yards of silk, what does that say about the nature of power itself? The Dreadnought Hoax is a story about a joke, but it is also a story about the sociology of belief. The officers who received the fake princes believed because their system required them to believe. The Hoaxes performed because their system rewarded the puncturing of pomposity. And the public laughed because the joke confirmed what they already suspected, that the great institutions of the empire were not as solid as they appeared. The hoax did not change the world, but it changed the way some people saw the world. It planted a seed of skepticism that would grow slowly over the decades. It suggested that the most impressive facades might be hollow. It suggested that the most serious institutions might be performing seriousness rather than embodying it. It suggested that the emperor, if not entirely naked, might at least be wearing borrowed clothes. And here is the question that lingers, a century later, as we watch our own institutions perform their rituals of authority. Is the deference that enables institutions also the deference that makes them deceivable? And is there any way to have one without the other? In the winter of 1903, the laboratory of Professor René Blondlot in Nancy, France, was a cathedral of precision. Gaslight hissed softly against glass retorts, and the air held the faint metallic tang of mercury and brass. The room was arranged with the Cartesian rigor that defined French physics at its most confident, every instrument aligned, every surface clean, every experiment designed to eliminate the subjective. Blondlot was not a man given to error. He was a corresponding member of the Académie des Sciences, a professor whose work in electromagnetism had earned him genuine respect across Europe. When he turned his attention to the polarization of X-rays, he was following a line of inquiry that seemed both obvious and promising. The discovery of X-rays by Wilhelm Röntgen in 1895 had opened a door into an invisible world, and the decade that followed had revealed one astonishing radiation after another. Marie Curie had isolated radium in 1898. J.J. Thomson had identified the electron in 1897. The universe, it seemed, was filled with forces that had always been present but had gone undetected. The message of the preceding decade was unambiguous. The invisible was real, and science was only beginning to catalogue its contents. In this atmosphere, the idea that another new ray might exist was not merely plausible, it was expected. The question was not whether such discoveries would continue, but who would make them. And that question carried a particular weight in France. French physics had been eclipsed in the 1890s. Röntgen was German. Thomson was British. Curie was Polish-French, but the French Academy had refused to elect her as a member, a decision that still stung in academic circles. When Blondlot, working in his quiet laboratory in Nancy, noticed something unexpected in his X-ray polarization experiment, he was not looking for national redemption. But he was working in a context where French scientific prestige mattered deeply. The anomaly was subtle. Blondlot was passing X-rays through a calcium fluoride prism, attempting to detect polarization effects. He noticed that a faint electric spark, used as a detector, appeared to brighten slightly in a region where no X-ray effect should exist. He repeated the experiment. The brightening was there again. He adjusted the apparatus. The brightening remained. He did not yet know what he had found, but he was certain he had found something. In January 1903, he published his first paper in the Comptes Rendus de l'Académie des Sciences, announcing the discovery of a new radiation. He called it Nrays, N for Nancy, the city where they had been found. The scientific community received the announcement with interest, but not yet with excitement. Nrays were peculiar. They passed through wood and metal but were blocked by water. They could be refracted by aluminium prisms. And they could only be detected by the human eye, specifically by observing changes in the brightness of a faint electric spark or a phosphorescent screen. This was the first crack in the foundation, though no one saw it at the time. The detector was not an instrument. The detector was the scientist himself. Blondlot was a careful observer, and his eyes were good. But the human eye is not a reliable instrument for measuring subtle changes in brightness, especially when the observer knows what he expects to see. The history of science is filled with observations that existed only in the eye of the beholder. Nevertheless, the papers multiplied. Between 1903 and 1904, Blondlot and his collaborators published over 100 papers on Nrays in the Comptes Rendus. Other French scientists began to confirm the results. Augustin Charpentier, a physician at Nancy, reported that Nrays were emitted by the human nervous system. Jean Becquerel, son of the discoverer of radioactivity, found that certain crystals glowed more brightly under N-ray influence. The discovery was expanding. N-rays were being found everywhere, in the sun, in gas lamps, in the muscles of living animals. The Académie des Sciences awarded Blondlot its prestigious Prix Leconte in 1904, a prize of 50,000 francs. French physics had its own radiation at last, but outside France the response was different. British and German physicists could not replicate the results. Their sparks did not brighten. Their phosphorescent screens did not glow. They wrote letters to the editors of scientific journals, expressing polite puzzlement. Blondlot responded by explaining that N-rays were delicate, easily disturbed, and required great sensitivity to detect. The impasse might have continued indefinitely, a quiet dispute between national scientific traditions, unresolved and eventually forgotten. But in the summer of 1904, an American physicist named Robert Wood arrived in Nancy. Wood was a professor at Johns Hopkins University, a man known for his sharp intelligence and his impatience with carelessness. He was also a skilled magician and a student of optical illusions. Wood had been invited to see Blondlot's experiments for himself. Blondlot received him warmly, proud to demonstrate the discovery that had brought France back to the forefront of physics. He led Wood into the darkened laboratory where the N-ray experiments were conducted. What happened next is one of the most famous moments in the history of scientific fraud detection. Blondlot demonstrated that an aluminium prism could refract N-rays, causing a phosphorescent screen to brighten. Wood watched carefully. Then, while Blondlot's back was turned, Wood removed the prism from the apparatus entirely. Blondlot continued to observe the brightening of the screen. He described the changes in detail. The N-rays were still being refracted, by a prism that was no longer there. Wood did not expose Blondlot in that moment. He returned to his hotel and wrote a letter to the journal Nature, describing what he had seen. The letter was published in September 1904, and it was devastating. Wood had not merely failed to replicate the results, he had shown that the results continued even when the apparatus was altered in ways that should have made them impossible. The N-ray community collapsed with remarkable speed. Blondlot's collaborators withdrew their claims. The Académie des Sciences quietly stopped publishing N-ray papers. Blondlot himself retreated into silence, refusing to discuss the matter for the remaining 26 years of his life. The question that lingers is not whether Blondlot was a fraud. He almost certainly was not. He believed in his own observations, and his error was a failure of method, not of honesty. The real question is how an entire scientific community, including some of the most distinguished physicists in France, could have convinced themselves that they saw something that was not there. The answer lies in the conditions that made belief possible. The year was 1903, and the invisible was being discovered everywhere. X-rays had shown that the human body was transparent to certain forces. Radioactivity had shown that matter itself was not stable. The universe was full of radiations that had always been present but had gone undetected. In such a world, why would Nrays be any different? And there was the question of national pride. French physics had been humbled by a decade of German and British discoveries. The Nrays were French, discovered in Nancy, named for Nancy, confirmed by French scientists in French journals. The desire to believe was not a scientific error, it was a human one. Blondlot was not a charlatan. He was a careful scientist who made a single catastrophic mistake. He trusted his own eyes more than he trusted the discipline of blind testing. He never considered that his expectations might be shaping his observations, because the idea that a scientist could see what he wanted to see was not yet part of the scientific method. The lesson of Nrays is not that scientists are gullible. The lesson is that observation is never pure. Every scientist who looked at that phosphorescent screen was also looking through a lens of expectation, ambition, and national pride. The spark that brightened in Nancy did not exist in Baltimore or Berlin, but it was real enough in the minds of those who saw it. The Nray episode ended without triumph. There was no dramatic confession, no public reckoning. Blondlot simply stopped publishing. His colleagues stopped citing him. The 100 papers vanished from the scientific literature, leaving behind only a cautionary footnote in the history of physics. But the conditions that produced Nrays have not vanished. The desire to discover, the pressure of national competition, the difficulty of seeing what we do not expect to see, these are not problems that can be solved by better instruments. They are problems embedded in the nature of human perception itself. Every scientist who enters a darkened room to observe a faint signal is, in some sense, standing in Blondlot's laboratory. The instruments have changed. The theories have changed. But the observer remains human, and the human eye still sees what it expects to see. What other discoveries, currently celebrated in the journals of our own time, will one day be recognized as Nrays, not because anyone lied, but because everyone believed? The 100 papers that followed Blondlot's initial announcement were not the work of frauds. They were the work of serious men who had convinced themselves they were seeing something real, and who then described what they saw with the precise formal language of scientific certainty. In Nancy, Professor Augustin Charpentier published a series of papers demonstrating that Nrays were emitted by the human brain and nervous system, that the living body, in other words, was itself a source of this invisible radiation. He placed a subject in a darkened room, exposed a phosphorescent screen near their head, and reported that the screen grew brighter. The subject did not need to be conscious. The brain, Charpentier argued, radiated Nrays constantly, and the rays could be detected even when the subject was asleep or under anesthesia. The implications were staggering. If the human brain emitted a detectable radiation, then the mind was not merely an abstract phenomenon but a physical source of energy, measurable, recordable, perhaps even transmissible. French newspapers reported the discovery with patriotic pride. Here, at last, was a French contribution to the new physics that surpassed anything coming from Germany or England. The Académie des Sciences, which had initially been cautious, began to publish Nray papers with increasing frequency. The Comptes Rendus, the official journal of the Academy, devoted page after page to new observations. Nrays could be stored in a steel box and released later. They could be focused through an aluminium prism. They could be blocked by lead. They could be refracted, reflected, polarized, all the properties that a genuine radiation should possess. And still, no one outside France could replicate the results. German physicists, British physicists, American physicists all reported failure. They set up identical apparatus. They used the same phosphorescent screens. They darkened their rooms until they could see nothing at all. And then they saw nothing, no brightening, no Nrays. The French response was not to question the existence of Nrays, but to question the competence of foreign observers. The rays were subtle, the French argued. They required a trained eye, a patient disposition, a certain sensitivity in the observer. The Germans, with their heavy-handed methods, were simply not subtle enough to detect them. The British, with their empiricist arrogance, did not believe what they could not measure with their coarse instruments. This explanation, that the failure to observe was itself evidence of incompetence, was not, in the history of science, unprecedented. It was the same argument that had been used by believers in phlogiston, by believers in the ether, by believers in any phenomenon that could not survive the scrutiny of independent replication. The scientific method, at its core, is a system designed to prevent exactly this kind of collective self-deception. But the system only works when the community is willing to apply it. In the spring of 1904, the American physicist Robert W. Wood, a man known for his skeptical intelligence and his willingness to test claims with practical experiments, arrived in Nancy. He had been invited by the journal Nature to investigate Blondlot's claims. Wood was not hostile. He was, by temperament, curious. He wanted to see for himself. Blondlot received Wood with courtesy. He showed him the apparatus, the darkened room, the phosphorescent screen. He demonstrated the effect, the brightening of the screen when Nrays were present. Wood watched. He saw the screen brighten, exactly as Blondlot had described, and he noticed something that Blondlot had not. In the course of the demonstration, Wood performed an experiment of his own. While Blondlot's back was turned, Wood removed the aluminium prism from the apparatus, the prism that was supposedly focusing the Nrays onto the screen. He placed it in his pocket. Then he asked Blondlot to continue the demonstration. Blondlot, unaware that the prism had been removed, observed the screen and reported that it was brightening exactly as before. Wood did not reveal what he had done. He waited. He watched Blondlot continue to observe effects that could not, physically, be occurring. The screen was brightening, but the cause was not Nrays. The cause was expectation, suggestion, the power of a trained mind to see what it has been trained to see. Wood wrote his account for Nature. He described the experiment with the prism. He did not accuse Blondlot of fraud. He did not need to. The facts spoke for themselves. The Nray effect existed only when the observer believed the apparatus was complete. Remove the crucial component, and the effect persisted, because the effect was in the observer's nervous system, not in the radiation. The response in France was defensive, then confused, then silent. Blondlot attempted to defend his work, but the defense was weak. He could not explain why the effect persisted without the prism. He could not produce a measurement that did not depend on human observation. He could not, in the end, answer the simplest question: if Nrays are real, why can no one else see them? Within 2 years, the Nray literature had ceased. The 40 French scientists who had published confirmations did not retract their papers. They simply stopped writing about Nrays. The topic became embarrassing, then invisible. The Académie des Sciences never formally repudiated the work. It was easier, perhaps, to let the whole episode. Blondlot himself continued to work. He published on other topics. He attended conferences, but he never again claimed to have discovered a new radiation. His colleagues, in private, spoke of him with a mixture of pity and embarrassment. He had been a good physicist. He had done serious work. And then he had seen something that was not there, and he had spent the rest of his career living with the consequences. The Nray episode is often described as a cautionary tale about the dangers of wishful thinking in science. But this interpretation, though true, is incomplete. The deeper lesson is about the difficulty of seeing clearly when everyone around you is seeing the same thing. Blondlot was not a fool. He was a respected physicist who made an error that, under the pressure of national pride and personal ambition, he could not correct. The error was not in his instruments. It was in the nature of human perception itself. The scientific method is built on the assumption that observation can be made objective, that with enough care, enough repetition, enough control, the human eye can be made to see what is actually there, rather than what it expects to see. But the Nray episode suggests a more troubling possibility, that the human eye and the human mind behind it can never be fully separated from the act of observation. What does it mean, for any of us, to be certain that we have seen something real, when the evidence for that reality depends on our own willingness to believe? The belief in Nrays was not the work of a single deluded man. It was a collective act of seeing, performed by some of the most distinguished figures in French science. Jean Becquerel, son of the Henri Becquerel who had discovered radioactivity, published paper after paper on the new rays. Augustin Charpentier, a professor of medical physics at the University of Nancy, confirmed that Nrays affected the human nervous system, that living tissue could both emit and detect them. Between 1903 and 1906, approximately 50 papers on Nrays appeared in the Comptes Rendus de l'Académie des Sciences, the most prestigious scientific journal in France. In 1904, the Academy awarded Blondlot the Prix Leconte, a major prize carrying a purse of 50,000 francs, specifically for his discovery of Nrays. The evidence that seemed to support the rays was not trivial. It was the consistent testimony of trained observers working in controlled laboratory conditions. The believers were not amateurs, they were professional scientists using the instruments and methods of their discipline. They had followed the standard procedures, they had repeated the experiments, they had varied the conditions, they had published their results for peer review. The problem was not in the method, but in the detection itself. The Nray was detected by looking at a faint phosphorescent screen in a completely dark room and judging whether it became brighter or dimmer. This is a task at which the human visual system is demonstrably unreliable, especially when the observer knows what result is expected. A series of experiments in the 1990s would later demonstrate this effect with devastating clarity. Researchers showed test subjects a faint light source and told them it would sometimes become brighter. The subjects consistently reported seeing the brightness increase, even when the light source had not changed at all. The expectation of a signal was sufficient to produce the perception of one. This is not a failure of character. It is a feature of human neurobiology. The brain does not passively receive visual information. It actively constructs a model of the world and then adjusts that model based on sensory input. When the input is ambiguous, a faint glow in a dark room, the model dominates. The belief in Nrays was rational given what was known at the time. The context of the discovery was entirely legitimate. A real laboratory, a real physicist, a real anomaly in an X-ray experiment. The confirmations came from independent researchers at different institutions. The theoretical framework, that invisible radiations existed and could affect matter in subtle ways, had been validated repeatedly in the preceding decade. X-rays, radioactivity, the electron, cathode rays, the universe had been shown to contain forces that could not be seen directly, but could be measured through their effects. The error was not in the reasoning but in the measurement instrument, which was the eye itself. The turning point came in the summer of 1904, when a young American physicist named Robert Wood arrived in Nancy. Wood was a professor at Johns Hopkins University, a man known for his sharp intelligence and his impatience with sloppy experimental work. He had been invited by the editors of the British journal Nature to investigate the Nray claims at first hand. He arrived at Blondlot's laboratory on a warm July afternoon, and Blondlot received him with the courtesy due to a visiting colleague. Blondlot showed Wood his apparatus. He demonstrated the Nray source, a heated wire enclosed in an iron tube. He showed Wood the phosphorescent screen, the calcium fluoride prism, the aluminium lens. He explained that the rays could be refracted, reflected, and polarized, just like ordinary light, but that they were invisible to the unaided eye. Only their effect on the screen could be observed. Wood listened politely. He asked if he could see the experiments for himself. They entered the darkened observation room. The phosphorescent screen glowed faintly on a table. Blondlot sat down and began to adjust the apparatus. He announced that he was now producing Nrays. The screen, he said, was becoming brighter. Wood looked at the screen. He could see no change. Blondlot continued to adjust the prism, narrating his actions as he went. Now the rays were being refracted. Now they were focused on the screen. Now the brightness was increasing. Wood saw nothing. Then Wood did something that would become legendary in the history of scientific fraud detection. While Blondlot was speaking, Wood reached out in the darkness and removed the aluminium prism from the apparatus. The prism was essential. Without it, the Nrays could not be refracted onto the screen. Blondlot continued to describe the effects he was seeing. The screen, he said, was now brighter. The Nrays were clearly present. Wood replaced the prism silently. He did not say a word. He repeated the test. He removed the prism again. Blondlot, unaware, continued to report the same effects. The screen was brightening. The Nrays were behaving exactly as expected. Wood had his answer. The phenomenon did not exist. It was a product of suggestion, of expectation, of the human mind's extraordinary ability to see what it wants to see in the absence of objective evidence. Wood published his findings in Nature in September 1904. The article was devastating, not because it was harsh in tone, but because it was so precise, so matter-of-fact. He described exactly what he had done and what he had observed. He did not accuse Blondlot of fraud. He simply reported that the experiments could not be replicated when the observer did not know what to expect. The implication was clear. The Nrays were not a physical phenomenon, but a psychological one. The response from the French scientific community was immediate and defensive. The Comtes Renders continued to publish Nray papers for another 2 years. Blondlot himself refused to accept Wood's conclusion. He insisted that Wood had not followed the correct procedures, that he had not allowed his eyes to adapt to the darkness, that he had not understood the delicacy of the apparatus. But the damage was done. Other laboratories tried to replicate the results and failed. The papers stopped appearing. By 1906, the Nray was dead. Blondlot lived for another 25 years. He never publicly admitted his error. He continued to believe in Nrays until his death in 1930, a conviction that isolated him from the scientific community that had once celebrated him. He published no more significant work. His reputation, once secure, became a cautionary tale. But the tragedy was not that he was wrong. The tragedy was that he could not see that he was wrong, and that an entire institution had helped him remain blind. The Nray episode is often described as a cautionary tale about the dangers of wishful thinking in science. But this interpretation, though true, is incomplete. The deeper lesson is about the difficulty of seeing clearly when everyone around you is seeing the same thing. Blondlot was not a fool. He was a respected physicist who made an error that, under the pressure of national pride and personal ambition, he could not correct. The error was not in his instruments. It was in the nature of human perception itself. The scientific method is built on the assumption that observation can be made objective, that with enough care, enough repetition, enough control, the human eye can be made to see what is actually there, rather than what it expects to see. But the Nray episode suggests a more troubling possibility, that the human eye and the human mind behind it can never be fully separated from the act of observation. What does it mean for any of us to be certain that we have seen something real, when the evidence for that reality depends on our own willingness to believe? The question is not merely historical. It is not merely scientific. It is the question that every generation must answer for itself, because the instruments of perception never change, and the human eye never learns. The Nrays are gone, but the conditions that made them possible remain: the desire to discover, the pressure to succeed, the love of one's own nation, one's own laboratory, one's own theory, the comfort of agreement, the pain of doubt. These are not flaws in the scientific method. They are the human context in which science is done. And they will produce another Nray, somewhere, sometime, as surely as the earth will turn. The question is not whether it will happen again. The question is whether we will recognize it when it does, or whether we, like Blondlot, will see only what we expect to see and call it evidence. The exposure came not from within the French Academy, but from across the Atlantic, carried by a man who trusted his hands more than his eyes. Robert Wood was a physicist at Johns Hopkins University, a master of experimental trickery who had built his reputation on the kind of precise, irreverent observation that punctured comfortable theories. He had read the Nray papers with growing unease. In his own laboratory, the effects refused to appear. The apparatus was correct. The procedure was correct. The results were absent. In September 1904, at the request of the journal Nature, Wood travelled to Nancy to see for himself. The laboratory was dark when he arrived. Blondlot's assistant was already seated before the phosphorescent screen, the aluminium prism positioned on its mount, the faint glow of the spark source barely visible in the gloom. Blondlot stood nearby, directing the demonstration with the calm assurance of a man who had performed this experiment hundreds of times. The assistant reported the expected effects: a brightening when the prism was aligned, a dimming when it was moved aside. The observations were consistent. The pattern was clear. Wood watched in silence. Then he acted. While Blondlot and his assistant were focused on the screen, Wood reached into the apparatus and removed the aluminium prism. He slipped it into his pocket. The assistant, still watching the screen, continued to report the same brightening and dimming, exactly as before, as if the prism was still in place. Wood then took a wooden file from the bench, a piece of material that should have blocked Nrays entirely, and substituted it for the missing prism. The assistant reported no change. The observations continued, unbroken, as though the apparatus were still functioning, as though the laws of physics had not been violated in plain sight. The Nrays were not there. They had never been there. What the assistant was reporting was not a physical phenomenon, but the shape of his own expectation. Wood published his findings in Nature later that month. His letter was short, precise, and devastating. He described exactly what he had done: the removal of the prism, the substitution of the file, the continued reports of observation. He did not accuse Blondlot of fraud. He did not need to. The data spoke for itself. The response in France was immediate and defensive. Several French scientists accused Wood of having disrupted the apparatus improperly, of having moved too quickly, of having failed to understand the subtlety of the phenomenon. The Académie des Sciences continued to publish Nray papers for another 2 years. But the international scientific community had already made its judgment. The Nrays were dead. The episode became the canonical case study in what the Nobel laureate Irving Langmuir would later call pathological science, research that is conducted with genuine sincerity, but produces results that are artifacts of the measurement process rather than properties of the world. Langmuir identified Nrays alongside the mitogenetic rays of Alexander Gurwitch and the early claims about cold fusion, arguing that they shared common features, effects at the threshold of detection, results that only skilled observers could see, a resistance to controls, and a tendency to vanish when a skeptic entered the room. The pattern was not about dishonesty. It was about the structure of observation itself. The psychological insight is not about Blondlot alone. It is about the community that confirmed his results. His colleagues at Nancy were not simply agreeing with him out of deference or national pride, though those elements were present. They were working in a laboratory where the expectation of confirmation was powerful, where Blondlot's reputation made skepticism feel like an attack on a respected colleague, and where the detection method, the human eye watching a faint glow, gave the observer's expectations direct access to the result. The Nray episode is not a story about one man's delusion. It is a story about how a community of intelligent, well-trained, sincere people can collectively observe something that is not there. The controls that Wood used, removing the prism, substituting a different material, are now standard in experimental design. Every undergraduate in the sciences learns about the importance of blinding, of controls, of the need to eliminate the observer's expectations from the measurement. But the lesson is easier to teach than to practice. For every experiment where we have thought to remove the prism, how many are there where the prism is still in place and the observer is still reporting what they expect to see? The question is not rhetorical. It is the central problem of empirical science, stated in its simplest form. Blondlot never admitted that he was wrong. He continued to publish on Nrays until 1908, when the Académie des Sciences finally stopped accepting his papers. He died in 1930, still convinced that he had discovered something real, still believing that the international scientific community had been unfair to him and to France. His last papers were read by almost no one. He was not a fraud. He was not a fool. He was a man who had seen something that was not there and who could not unsee it. The legacy of the Nray episode is not a warning about scientific misconduct. It is a warning about the nature of perception itself. Every scientist carries within them the same apparatus that Blondlot carried, a brain that interprets ambiguous signals in the light of prior belief, a nervous system that rewards confirmation and punishes doubt, a social identity that is entangled with the results of their own experiments. The instruments have improved, the statistical methods have become more sophisticated, but the observer remains the same. The Nrays are gone, but the conditions that made them possible remain: the desire to discover, the pressure to succeed. The love of one's own nation, one's own laboratory, one's own theory, the comfort of agreement, the pain of doubt. These are not flaws in the scientific method, they are the human context in which science is done. And they will produce another Nray, somewhere, sometime, as surely as the earth will turn. The question is not whether it will happen again. The question is whether we will recognize it when it does, or whether we, like Blondlot, will see only what we expect to see and call it evidence. In 1969, the world was ready for Polywater. The space race had been running for 12 years, and in that time the public had absorbed a series of revelations that rewired the imagination. Sputnik, Gagarin, the Apollo program, photographs of Earth from the moon. The message was unambiguous. The physical world contained surprises that could be discovered, measured, and exploited for national advantage. New materials emerged from laboratories with the regularity of weather: Teflon, Kevlar, integrated circuits. The universe was not exhausted. It was still yielding its secrets. The Soviet Union had a legitimate tradition of distinguished chemistry. Its surface science was respected worldwide. When Boris Deryagin, a corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences and director of the Institute of Physical Chemistry in Moscow, announced that water might exist in a previously unknown polymerized form, the claim did not arrive from nowhere. It arrived from a man whose career had been built on careful experimental work. He had the authority to be believed. The specific intellectual hunger was for anomaly. Water is the most familiar substance on Earth. Every chemist has handled it, distilled it, measured its properties. The idea that this ordinary liquid could suddenly reveal a secret, a second form, denser, more viscous, with a higher boiling point and a lower freezing point, was deeply exciting precisely because it was so unexpected. If water could do this, what else might be hiding in plain sight? The discovery seemed to promise that the most ordinary things contained undiscovered depths. The story began in 1962 in the provincial city of Kostroma, northeast of Moscow. A chemist named Nikolai Fedyakin was working with water in very narrow glass capillary tubes, measuring its behavior under conditions of extreme confinement. He noticed something strange. The water did not evaporate at the rate it should. The residue left behind had different properties. It was thicker, it boiled at a higher temperature, it froze at a lower one. Fedyakin wrote up his observations and sent them to Moscow, to Boris Deryagin, the most prominent surface chemist in the Soviet Union. Deryagin read the report with great interest. He repeated the experiments in his own laboratory, using more precise instruments. He confirmed the anomaly. By 1965, he was convinced that capillary condensation could produce a new form of water, a polymerized structure in which water molecules link together in long chains, giving the liquid entirely different physical properties. He called it simply anomalous water. In 1966, Deryagin published his findings in the Soviet journal Doklady Akademii Nauk. The paper was in Russian, and for 2 years the Western scientific community barely registered it. But in 1968, an English translation appeared, and the reaction was immediate. British and American chemists read the paper with a mixture of skepticism and fascination. The properties Deryagin described were extraordinary. If true, they would rewrite the textbooks. The American scientific establishment mobilized quickly. The Office of Naval Research, always alert to materials with unusual properties, began funding replication efforts. Laboratories across the United States started producing their own capillary tubes, filling them with distilled water, waiting for the anomaly to appear. The National Bureau of Standards assigned a team to investigate. The journal Nature published articles debating the interpretation of Deryagin's data. The intellectual hunger for anomaly was not the only force at work. There was also the Cold War. The Soviet Union had beaten the United States into space with Sputnik. It had put the first man in orbit. The idea that Soviet chemistry might have discovered something fundamental about the most ordinary substance on Earth carried a geopolitical charge. If polywater was real, and if it could be produced in quantity, its applications were staggering. A lubricant that did not freeze, a coolant that did not boil, a substance that might, in some formulations, be used as a thickener for rocket fuel. The American response was not merely scientific, it was competitive. The race to replicate polywater became, in the laboratories of the late 1960s, a race to confirm or refute a Soviet claim that had implications far beyond chemistry. The stakes were not just intellectual, they were national, and the early results were promising. Laboratory after laboratory reported that they had produced anomalous water. The properties matched Deryagin's descriptions. The scientific literature filled with papers confirming the existence of polywater. By 1970, it was an accepted phenomenon, discussed in textbooks, taught in graduate courses, funded by multiple government agencies. The believers were not stupid. Their logic was sound. The data showed what it showed. But there was a problem that no one had yet confronted directly. The volumes produced were vanishingly small. A typical experiment yielded a few microliters, a droplet barely visible to the naked eye. The properties of this droplet were measured, but the measurements pushed against the limits of available instrumentation. Raman spectroscopy, infrared spectroscopy, nuclear magnetic resonance, each technique suggested something anomalous, but none could produce a definitive structural model. The skeptics began to ask questions. What if the anomaly was not in the water itself, but in something that had been introduced into the water? What if the capillary tubes were leaching impurities, silica, sodium, potassium, that altered the properties of the liquid? What if the entire phenomenon was an artifact of contamination? The question was not new. It had been raised quietly at conferences, in the margins of conversations, but it had never been tested systematically. The experiments were too difficult, the volumes too small, the instruments too imprecise. Polywater existed in a space where the evidence for it was always just beyond the threshold of certainty. In 1971, a young chemist at Bell Laboratories named Denis Rousseau decided to test the contamination hypothesis directly. He did not set out to debunk polywater, he simply wanted to know what it was. He took the standard recipe, distilled water in a clean capillary tube, and added a step that no one had tried before. He analyzed the residue left behind after the water evaporated, using a technique called mass spectrometry. What he found was not a polymer of water. It was a mixture of salts, sodium, potassium, boron, silicon, that had leached from the glass of the capillary tubes. The anomalous properties were not the properties of a new form of water. They were the properties of a dilute solution of glass. The polywater was not water at all. It was contamination. The revelation spread through the scientific community with the speed of a rumor. Within months, the consensus collapsed. Laboratories that had confirmed polywater re-examined their data and found the same contamination. The journals that had published the confirmations published the retractions. The textbooks were revised. The funding was withdrawn. Polywater disappeared from the scientific literature as quickly as it had appeared. But the story does not end with a simple debunking. The question that lingers is not whether polywater was real. It was not, but why so many intelligent, careful, well-trained scientists believed it was real for so long. Part of the answer lies in the nature of anomaly itself. Scientists are trained to trust their instruments and to report what they observe. When the instruments show something unexpected, the first instinct is not to doubt the instrument but to investigate the phenomenon. Polywater emerged at a moment when the instruments were capable of detecting small anomalies, but not yet capable of identifying the source of those anomalies with certainty. Part of the answer lies in the Cold War. The desire to confirm a Soviet discovery, or to refute it, drove replication efforts that were more competitive than critical. The laboratories that confirmed polywater were not careless, they were eager. And eagerness, in science as in everything else, can be a form of blindness. Part of the answer lies in the nature of water itself. It is the most familiar substance on Earth, and familiarity breeds a certain kind of confidence. Chemists assumed they knew everything there was to know about water. The idea that it could hide a secret was so compelling precisely because it challenged that assumption. Polywater was not just a discovery. It was a story about the hidden depths of the ordinary, about the possibility that the world was stranger than we had imagined. The believers were not stupid, they were human. And the conditions that made belief possible, the Cold War competition, the limitations of instrumentation, the hunger for anomaly, the seduction of a good story, are conditions that have not disappeared. Polywater taught the scientific community a lesson about contamination and experimental rigor. It led to stricter protocols for handling small samples and more careful controls for trace impurities. In that sense, it was not a waste of time. It was a necessary error, a mistake that refined the methods of the field. But the lesson has a darker edge. The same dynamics that produced Polywater, the same combination of national pride, institutional competition, and the desire to believe in something extraordinary are still at work in science today. The instruments are more precise, the protocols are more rigorous, but the human element remains unchanged. What if the next anomalous water is already sitting in a capillary tube somewhere, waiting for someone to believe in it? What if the next Polywater is not a substance at all, but a signal, a particle, a statistical anomaly that will be confirmed by a dozen laboratories before anyone thinks to ask whether the glass itself is speaking? The question had already begun to travel, carried by journals and conference handshakes, moving from Moscow to the laboratories of the West with the speed of a substance that promised to rewrite the rules of chemistry. By 1969, the year Deryagin's paper appeared in Nature, the race was on. Laboratories in the United States, Britain, France, and Japan began the difficult work of replicating the experiment. And they found that the water in their own capillaries behaved strangely too. The viscosity was higher. The boiling point was elevated. The freezing point had dropped. It seemed that Polywater was real. The difficulty of the experiment was the soil in which the error grew. Producing the anomalous water required glass capillaries with internal diameters measured in micrometers, thinner than a human hair. The quantities involved were almost absurdly small, a few nanoliters, a volume so tiny that it could barely be seen with the naked eye. To measure the properties of such a sample, scientists had to rely on indirect techniques, Raman spectroscopy, infrared absorption, surface tension measurements. Each method introduced its own uncertainties. And the capillaries themselves were not inert vessels, they were made of glass, and glass dissolves in water at a rate that is negligible in a beaker, but significant in a tube where the surface-to-volume ratio is enormous. The contamination was not malicious, it was structural. The silica from the glass walls leached into the water, forming silicic acid. The experimenter's own hands left traces of sweat, a complex mixture of salts, amino acids, and organic compounds on the exterior of the capillaries. When the water was drawn into the tube and then evaporated to concentrate the residue, these impurities were amplified. The anomalous water was not a new form of water at all. It was ordinary water carrying the signature of the container that held it. But in 1969, the analytical tools to detect nanoliter scale contamination did not exist. The electron microprobe, the mass spectrometer, the gas chromatograph, these instruments were powerful, but they required samples many orders of magnitude larger than the droplets inside a capillary. The scientists who believed in Polywater were not careless. They were working at the edge of what was measurable. And when your instruments cannot see the contamination does not exist. The believers had their reasons. In the United States, the Department of Defense expressed interest. Polywater, if it existed, might have applications in cooling systems, in rocket fuels, in any environment where the properties of water mattered. The Cold War context was not irrelevant. If the Soviets had discovered something genuinely new, the West could not afford to dismiss it. National laboratories, Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, the Naval Research Laboratory, assigned teams to investigate. The journals Science and Nature published multiple papers. The scientific literature on Polywater grew to over 400 articles in 3 years. The most prominent American believer was Ellis Lippincott, a respected spectroscopist at the University of Maryland. He published a paper in Science in 1969, co-authored with Deryagin, that proposed a molecular structure for Polywater, a hexagonal arrangement of water molecules, stronger and more ordered than ordinary liquid water. Lippincott was not a crank. He was a careful scientist with a reputation for rigorous spectroscopy. His belief in Polywater was based on data that he and his colleagues had collected, data that showed clear differences between ordinary water and the anomalous substance. The differences were real. The interpretation was wrong. The turning point came from a quiet laboratory in New Jersey. Denis Rousseau, a young physical chemist at Bell Labs, had been assigned to investigate Polywater as part of the company's fundamental research program. Bell Labs was the most prestigious industrial research institution in the world, the place where the transistor had been invented, where information theory had been born, where the laser had been demonstrated. Rousseau approached the problem with the tools that Bell Labs had developed: infrared spectroscopy, Raman spectroscopy, and a new technique called multiple internal reflection spectroscopy that could analyze extremely thin films of liquid. Rousseau's experiment was elegant in its simplicity. Instead of using glass capillaries, he used capillaries made of various materials, quartz, Teflon, metal, to see whether the anomalous properties depended on the container. He also took extraordinary care to eliminate contamination. He cleaned his capillaries with acid, with organic solvents, with distilled water that had been tested for purity. And when he produced the anomalous water in these clean systems, he found that its properties changed. The viscosity dropped. The boiling point fell. The freezing point rose. The anomaly was not in the water. The anomaly was in the dirt. The second experiment was even more devastating. Rousseau and his colleague Stanley Porto analyzed the infrared spectrum of the anomalous water and compared it to the spectrum of a known contaminant, human sweat. The match was almost perfect. The anomalous water contained the same organic compounds, lactic acid, urea, amino acids, that are present in sweat. The polywater was not a new form of water. It was ordinary water that had been contaminated by the experimenters themselves. The paper was published in Science in 1971. The title was restrained: Polywater, a study of the anomalous properties of water in capillaries. The conclusion was devastating. The anomalous properties were caused by dissolved silica and organic impurities. There was no polywater. There never had been. The scientific community absorbed the news with the quiet dignity of a profession that had been wrong. The papers stopped appearing. The conferences cancelled their sessions. The Department of Defense moved on to other projects. Polywater became a cautionary tale, a footnote in the history of chemistry. Boris Deryagan did not concede easily. He published rebuttals, argued that Rousseau's experiments had not replicated his exact conditions, insisted that the anomalous water was real. He was not dishonest. He was defending a discovery that had consumed years of his life, that had brought him international recognition, that had seemed to be the culmination of a distinguished career. To admit that it was all contamination, that the substance he had named and characterized and championed was nothing more than dirty water, was a kind of death. But the evidence was overwhelming. By 1973, even Deryagan had begun to retreat. He published a paper acknowledging that the anomalous properties might be caused by impurities, though he continued to maintain that a small fraction of the observed effects might be real. The scientific community, with the generosity that sometimes follows a settled debate, allowed him to withdraw without humiliation. He continued to work on surface chemistry, continued to publish, continued to be respected. The Polywater episode was not a scandal. It was a mistake, but the mistake was not random. It was shaped by the same forces that had produced Nrays and the Beringer stones and the Tasaday. The hunger for anomaly, the difficulty of replication, the institutional pressure to find something new. The Cold War competition that made it unwise to dismiss a Soviet discovery too quickly. The believers were not stupid. They were working at the edge of what could be measured, with tools that were not quite adequate to the question they were asking. And the conditions that made their belief possible, the same conditions, are still present in every laboratory where a faint signal appears in the noise. What if the next polywater is already there? What if, in some laboratory in some country, a researcher is staring at a readout that shows something that should not exist, and the pressure to publish, to compete, to be the one who finds the anomaly is already building? The instruments are better now. The protocols are stricter. The journals are more skeptical. But the human element remains unchanged. And the question that Polywater left behind is not a question about chemistry. It is a question about the limits of self-correction in a system that rewards discovery more than it rewards caution. How many polywaters are we still holding in our hands, waiting for someone to ask whether the glass itself is speaking? The instruments are better now. The protocols are stricter. The journals are more skeptical. But the human element remains unchanged. And the question that Polywater left behind is not a question about chemistry. It is a question about the limits of self-correction in a system that rewards discovery more than it rewards caution. How many Polywaters are we still holding in our hands, waiting for someone to ask whether the glass itself is speaking? The most prominent American believer was Linus Pauling. He had won 2 Nobel Prizes, one for chemistry and one for peace, and he was the most famous chemist in the world. When Pauling spoke, scientists listened. In 1969, he published a theoretical paper in the journal Science proposing a molecular structure for polywater. His model showed water molecules forming a dense, interlocking polymer, a kind of crystalline lattice that would explain the anomalous viscosity and boiling point. The paper was elegant. It was mathematically sound. It was published by one of the most rigorous scientific journals in existence. Pauling's involvement was enormously significant. If the man who had discovered the nature of the chemical bond, who had described the structure of proteins, who had predicted the alpha helix, if that man thought polywater was real enough to theorize about, then other chemists felt they needed to take it seriously. It was not merely a matter of deference. Pauling had a track record of being right about things that seemed improbable. He had been right about vitamin C. He had been right about the structure of DNA, or at least he had been close enough that Watson and Crick had used his work. Dismissing Pauling was not a safe bet. Joel Hildebrand, another distinguished American chemist, was more skeptical. He had spent his career studying the properties of liquids, and he found the polywater claims troubling. But he engaged seriously with the literature. He did not dismiss the Soviet work out of hand. He wrote papers analyzing the thermodynamics, pointing out inconsistencies, suggesting alternative explanations. The debate was conducted in the normal language of science, data, theory, replication, counter-argument. It was, for a time, a perfectly ordinary scientific controversy. Dozens of papers appeared in Nature, Science, the Journal of Physical Chemistry, and other leading journals between 1969 and 1971. The journal editors who accepted these papers were not being negligent. The experimental reports were internally consistent. The authors were credentialed researchers at respected institutions. The phenomenon, while extraordinary, was not obviously impossible. Water is the most familiar substance on Earth, but its behavior at molecular scales is genuinely strange. It expands when it freezes. It has an anomalously high surface tension. It can exist in 17 different crystalline forms. The idea that it might also form a polymer under extreme confinement was not a violation of known physics. It was an extension of known weirdness. The belief was rational given what was known. Boris Deryagin was a legitimate scientist with a real track record. He had published hundreds of papers on surface chemistry. He had been nominated for the Nobel Prize. He was not a fraud, and he was not a crank. He was a serious researcher who had found something he could not explain, and he had done what serious researchers do. He had reported it. The experimental observations were reproducible. That is the crucial point. Scientists in Britain, the United States, Japan, and West Germany all managed to produce polywater in their own laboratories. They followed Deryagin's procedure. They used the same capillary tubes. They obtained the same results. The water thickened. The boiling point rose. The freezing point fell. The data matched. The phenomenon was real. But the reproduction was itself the problem. Every laboratory that produced polywater was following the same procedure, and that procedure introduced the same contamination. The capillary tubes were cleaned with the same solvents. The water was distilled in the same way. The seals were made with the same materials. The contamination was not random. It was systematic. It was built into the method. The theoretical framework was also reasonable. The idea that water molecules in extreme confinement might behave differently was physically sound. Surface effects dominate at small scales. The hydrogen bonding network of water is sensitive to the geometry of its container. A narrow capillary tube is not a neutral environment. It imposes structure. The question was whether that structure could produce a new phase of water, or whether it was simply concentrating impurities. The error was not in the theory. The error was in the failure to identify the contaminant. That failure required analytical sensitivity. That was at the edge of what was technically feasible. The impurities were present in parts per million. The instruments of the late 1960s could detect them, but only if you knew to look. And no one knew to look, because no one had any reason to suspect that the contamination was the entire phenomenon. The contaminant was a mixture of organic compounds, silicones from the vacuum grease used to seal the tubes, oils from the glass blowing process, salts leached from the glass itself. When the water evaporated, these impurities remained, and they formed a viscous residue that looked and behaved like a new substance. The polywater was not water at all, it was the ghost of the container. Denis Rousseau at Bell Laboratories was the one who cracked it. He had been working on polywater for months, trying to replicate the Soviet results, and he had succeeded. He had made polywater. He had measured its properties, they matched, and then he had done something that Deryagin had not done. He had asked what was in the residue. Rousseau used infrared spectroscopy and mass spectrometry. He analyzed the residue from his capillary tubes. He found silicones, hydrocarbons, and inorganic salts. He then prepared a control sample. He dissolved the same impurities in ordinary water and evaporated it. The residue was identical. The polywater was a mixture of contaminants, not a new phase of water. He published his results in Science in 1971. The paper was devastating. It was not a theoretical refutation. It was an experimental demonstration that the phenomenon could be reproduced entirely from known contaminants. No new chemistry was required, no new physics, just ordinary dirt. The Soviet response was muted. Deryagin continued to defend his work for a time, but the evidence was overwhelming. Other laboratories stopped producing polywater. The papers stopped being submitted. The conference sessions grew smaller. The field, which had been so vibrant, simply evaporated, but the question of why the field had existed at all remained. The believers were not stupid. They were working at the edge of what could be measured, with tools that were not quite adequate to the question they were asking. The conditions that made their belief possible, the pressure to publish, the competition between nations, the hunger for anomaly, the difficulty of replication, the institutional reward for discovery, those conditions are still present in every laboratory where a faint signal appears in the noise. What if the next polywater is already there? What if, in some laboratory in some country, a researcher is staring at a readout that shows something that should not exist, and the pressure to publish, to compete, to be the one who finds the anomaly, is already building? The instruments are better now, the protocols are stricter, the journals are more skeptical. But the human element remains unchanged. And the question that polywater left behind is not a question about chemistry. It is a question about the limits of self-correction in a system that rewards discovery more than it rewards caution. How many polywaters are we still holding in our hands, waiting for someone to ask whether the glass itself is speaking? The question was not whether Soviet science could be trusted. The question was whether American science could afford to ignore it. In 1969, the Cold War had turned every laboratory into a potential battlefield. When Boris Deryagin published his second major paper on polywater in the journal Nature, the response from Western scientists was not skepticism but urgency. Laboratories in the United States, Britain and Japan began their own attempts to reproduce the Soviet results. The race was on. The first Western teams reported success. At the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, at the University of Maryland, at the University of Illinois, chemists filled narrow capillary tubes with distilled water, sealed them, and waited. When the water evaporated, a residue remained. That residue was viscous. It had a higher boiling point. It looked, to the eye and to the instruments, like something new. The journals filled with papers. Conferences dedicated whole sessions to polywater. A substance that had been discovered in a provincial Soviet laboratory was now the most discussed topic in physical chemistry. The believers were not careless. They were careful. They cleaned their glassware. They ran control experiments. They published their methods in exhaustive detail, and still, the polywater appeared. The problem was that the methods themselves were inadequate to the scale of the contamination. The capillary tubes were so narrow that a single fingerprint, a microscopic fleck of dust, a trace of saliva from a sneeze in the next room, could concentrate into a visible residue. The instruments were not sensitive enough to detect what the experimenters could not see. The first serious doubts came from Denis Rousseau and Sergio Porto at Bell Laboratories in 1971. Rousseau was a spectroscopist. He knew that every substance leaves a unique fingerprint in the way it scatters light. If polywater was a true polymer of water, its Raman spectrum should show characteristic bonds between water molecules. Instead, Rousseau found something else. The spectrum of polywater looked like a solution of biological and inorganic contaminants. It looked like sweat. He published his findings in Science in 1971. The paper was careful, measured, devastating. Rousseau did not claim fraud. He claimed error. The polywater was not a new form of water. It was ordinary water containing the residue of human handling. The spectral signature that had excited the world was the signature of dissolved salts, organic compounds, and microscopic particles that had leached from the glass walls of the capillary tubes themselves. The polywater community did not collapse immediately. Some researchers argued that contamination could not explain all the anomalous properties. Others proposed that polywater was real, but unstable, that it decomposed before it could be properly characterized. The debate continued for another 2 years, but the balance had shifted. Once the question of contamination had been raised with spectroscopic evidence, every previous result had to be re-examined. The decisive evidence came from infrared spectroscopy studies by multiple groups. When contamination was rigorously controlled, when the capillary tubes were baked at high temperatures, when the water was distilled multiple times, when the experiments were conducted in clean rooms, the anomalous properties disappeared. The polywater was not there. It had never been there. What had been measured was the accumulated residue of the very act of measurement. Rousseau performed what became the definitive experiment. He produced his own sweat. He dried it. He dissolved it in distilled water. He ran the solution through the spectrometer. The resulting spectrum was nearly identical to polywater. The substance that had been published in Nature, that had been discussed at international conferences, that had been proposed as a new state of matter, was human perspiration in water, concentrated by evaporation from the capillary walls. The formal end came in 1973, when Boris Deryagin himself published a paper acknowledging that the anomalous properties were due to contamination. The retraction was graceful and scientifically honest. Deryagin did not abandon the result under pressure. He changed his mind when the evidence required it. He wrote that his team had been unable to reproduce the earlier results under rigorously controlled conditions, and that the most likely explanation was contamination from the glass walls and from the handling of the samples. The man who had given polywater its name and its credibility was the man who formally ended it. By 1974, polywater had disappeared from the scientific literature. The episode lasted approximately 12 years, from Fedyakin's first observations to the final consensus. 12 years of papers, conferences, careers, and funding. 12 years in which an entire subfield of chemistry existed, flourished, and then vanished. The believers were not stupid. They were working at the edge of what could be measured, with tools that were not quite adequate to the question they were asking. The polywater episode accelerated the development of rigorous contamination controls for experiments with nanoliter scale samples. It contributed to the methodological discussions that eventually produced better protocols for detecting and excluding trace contaminants. It is now a standard case study in the sociology of science, specifically in how a result can propagate through a community faster than it can be checked, especially when the experimental threshold is high and the prestige of the original discoverer is significant. The psychological insight is about the sociology of scientific prestige and the Cold War context of knowledge. American scientists who might otherwise have been more skeptical were partly motivated by the fear that if polywater was real, and the Soviets had found it first, the strategic and technological implications were significant. A new form of water that could withstand high temperatures, that could lubricate machinery in extreme conditions, that could be used in cooling systems for nuclear reactors. The potential applications were not trivial. The geopolitical pressure to take Soviet science seriously, or to fear it, was not irrational. But it shortened the critical distance that might have caught the contamination earlier. The question polywater leaves behind is not a question about chemistry. It is a question about the limits of self-correction in a system that rewards discovery more than it rewards caution. Polywater was eventually corrected by the normal processes of science, replication, spectroscopy, contamination controls. But it took 5 years from the first serious publications to the consensus rejection. In a world where scientific results are immediately communicated, immediately applied, and immediately funded, is 5 years fast enough? The English countryside in the late 1970s held its mysteries close, in the chalk downs of Wiltshire and the long barrows of the West Country. A landscape shaped by millennia of human hands had become a map of the invisible, ley lines connecting ancient sites, the zodiac of Glastonbury, the Arthurian legends that clung to every hill and hollow. The New Age movement had breathed new life into old stones, and the air itself seemed charged with the possibility that the land remembered things that modern people had forgotten. UFO sightings had become a quiet industry in rural Britain. The journal Flying Saucer Review, founded in 1954, treated each report with the gravity of a scientific paper, complete with diagrams, witness testimony, and spectral analysis of light patterns. Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World, broadcast in 1980, presented anomalous phenomena not as tabloid fodder, but as legitimate puzzles, asking its audience to keep an open mind. The culture was ready for something that could not be easily explained. The specific hunger was for evidence of non-human intelligence. The Drake equation had made the statistical case for extraterrestrial life a matter of sober calculation rather than science fiction. Carl Sagan was a household name, and the question of whether we were alone in the universe was felt not just as a scientific problem, but as an existential one. A pattern in a field, too precise to be accidental, too large to be easily dismissed, arrived in a landscape already primed to receive it as a message. In the summer of 1980, a farmer named John Scull discovered a circle of flattened wheat in his field near Cheesefoot Head in Wiltshire. The circle was approximately 60 feet in diameter, the stalks pressed flat in a perfect spiral, not broken but bent at the base as if some force had laid them down with careful precision. Scull reported it to the local newspaper. The Hampshire Chronicle ran a small item, buried on page 6, a curiosity for local readers. A retired meteorologist named Terence Meaden read the item with professional interest. Meaden had spent years studying atmospheric vortices, small tornadoes, dust devils, plasma formations that could leave circular marks on the ground. He had a theory that these vortices might explain certain anomalous phenomena reported in the countryside. He drove to Wiltshire to investigate, camera in hand, notebook ready. He did not consider the possibility that someone had made it by hand. Why would he? The circle was too large, too precise, too clean. No human agency could produce such a pattern without leaving tracks, without breaking the stalks, without betraying itself. The circles began to multiply. In 1981, a second circle appeared near the same location. Then a third, now with a smaller circle beside it. The formations grew more complex, rings, satellites, patterns that seemed to follow geometric rules. By 1983, the phenomenon had a name: crop circles. The press had discovered them, and the coverage was not skeptical but fascinated. The BBC ran segments. The tabloids ran front-page spreads. The question was never whether they were real. They were obviously real, physically present in the fields, but what caused them? Terence Meaden published his theory in 1983. The circles were caused by plasma vortices, spinning columns of ionized air that flattened crops in a circular pattern. He called them plasma whirlwinds, and presented his evidence at meteorological conferences. The theory was not ridiculous. Atmospheric electricity was poorly understood, and the idea that some unknown natural phenomenon could produce these patterns was scientifically plausible. Meaden was a serious researcher with a legitimate hypothesis. He was not the first scientist to see patterns in nature and attribute them to forces that turned out to be human. The believers were not credulous. They were farmers, pilots, meteorologists, physicists, and UFO researchers who had spent years studying anomalous phenomena with the tools of their trades. They measured the circles, photographed them from the air, analyzed the soil, took samples of the bent stalks. They found no evidence of hoaxing, no footprints, no tire tracks, no broken stems, no instrument marks. The circles seemed to appear overnight, in remote fields, without any human intervention. The evidence pointed to something extraordinary. In 1989, a pair of men from Southampton made a decision that would change everything. Dud Bauer and Dave Chorley were retired men in their 60s, friends who had spent years sharing a pint at the local pub and discussing the crop circle phenomenon with amusement. They had watched the media coverage grow, watched the theories multiply, watched the true believers accumulate like autumn leaves. They had also watched the farmers who owned the fields, and they knew something the theorists did not: how easy it was to make a circle by hand. Bauer and Chorley had been making crop circles since 1978. They had started with simple circles near their home in Hampshire, using a plank of wood and a length of rope, a device Bauer called the stomper. One man stood at the center holding the rope, while the other walked in a circle, pressing the wheat flat with the plank. It took about 20 minutes to make a circle 60 feet across. They worked at night, in darkness, using the stars for navigation. They left no footprints because they walked backwards, erasing their tracks with the same plank that flattened the crop. The revelation came in 1991, when Bauer and Chorley walked into the offices of the Today newspaper and told their story. They demonstrated the technique in a field near London, producing a perfect circle in under half an hour. They showed the newspaper their tools, a plank, a rope, a length of wire. They explained that they had started as a joke, a way to see if the UFO researchers would notice, and had continued because the joke had become too good to stop. They had watched Terence Meaden on television, explaining his plasma vortex theory, and had laughed until they cried. The media response was immediate and brutal. The crop circle phenomenon collapsed in a matter of weeks. Terence Meaden was humiliated. His career as a serious researcher effectively ended. The UFO community was divided. Some accepted the hoax, others insisted that Bauer and Chorley were imposters, that the real circles were still unexplained, that the two old men were taking credit for something they could not possibly have created. But the evidence was clear. The circles Bauer and Chorley made were indistinguishable from the circles that had appeared in the fields. The question that lingers is not whether the crop circles were real. They were real, physically, in the fields, but what it means that so many people, including trained scientists, preferred the explanation of plasma vortices or extraterrestrial messages to the simple explanation of two old men with a plank of wood. The circles were beautiful, precise, mysterious. The hoaxes were ordinary, unremarkable, their motive, nothing more than a desire to see if they could fool the experts. The believers were not stupid, but they were willing to believe something extraordinary because the ordinary explanation felt too small, too human, too disappointing. In the years that followed, Bauer and Chorley revealed that they had made over 200 circles across southern England, working in teams, passing the technique to friends and family. The phenomenon had spread to other countries, the United States, Canada, Australia, Japan, as copycats adopted the method. The circles that appeared in the 1990s, the elaborate formations with fractal geometry and mathematical precision, were the work of multiple groups, operating independently, each group convinced that they were the only ones who knew the truth. The believers who refused to accept the hoax continued their research. They pointed to circles that appeared in remote areas where no tracks could be found. They cited the bent stalks, which they insisted could not be produced by a plank of wood. They argued that Bauer and Chorley were taking credit for a genuine mystery, that the real crop circles were still unexplained, that the hoaxes were part of a government disinformation campaign. The logic was circular, self-reinforcing, immune to evidence. It was, in its way, the same logic that had made the phenomenon possible in the first place. The legacy of the crop circle hoax is not about the circles themselves. It is about the conditions that make belief possible, the landscape already saturated with meaning, the culture already primed for mystery, the scientists already looking for patterns that confirm their theories. The hoaxes did not create the phenomenon, they simply provided the raw material and the culture did the rest. The circles were a blank canvas onto which people projected their deepest hopes, that we are not alone, that the universe is speaking to us, that the ordinary world contains hidden messages waiting to be decoded. Dud Bauer died in 2018 at the age of 94. He never expressed regret for what he had done. In interviews, he described the crop circle phenomenon as the greatest art project of the 20th century, a work of performance art that had fooled the world. He was proud of the precision of his circles, proud of the geometry, proud of the fact that he had outsmarted scientists, journalists, and UFO researchers who had spent years trying to solve a mystery that he had created in his spare time. Dave Chorley died in 1996, before the full scope of the hoax had been documented. He had kept a notebook, which his family later made public, containing the dates and locations of every circle he had made. The notebook confirmed that the first circles, the ones that had launched the phenomenon, were his work. The notebook also showed that he had continued making circles long after the hoax was revealed, not for publicity but for the pleasure of the act itself, the satisfaction of walking into a field at night and leaving behind a pattern that would be studied, photographed, and debated for years to come. The question at the end of the crop circle story is not whether the circles were real or fake. It is not whether the believers were foolish or the hoaxers were clever. The question is what it means to live in a world where the most extraordinary explanations are often the most compelling, where the simplest truth is the hardest to accept, and where two old men with a plank of wood could create a mystery that captured the imagination of the entire world. What does it say about us that we would rather believe in plasma vortices and extraterrestrial messages than in the ordinary, unremarkable, deeply human capacity for mischief? The notebook contained a record of 50 years of deception, but it also contained something else. The dates of the very first circles, made in 1978, which meant that Bauer and Chorley had been at work for a full 2 years before John Scull discovered that circle near Cheesefoot Head. Those first circles were not the elaborate pictograms that would later appear on the cover of national newspapers. They were simple rings, perhaps 30 feet across, made with a single plank and a length of rope. The men would walk into a field at night, drive a stake into the ground, attach the rope, and walk in a circle while dragging the plank behind them, flattening the wheat in a perfect ring. The wheat bent at the base of the stem, which meant it continued to grow horizontally rather than standing upright again. This was later cited by believers as evidence that the circles could not have been made by human hands. The plants appear to have been gently laid down by some kind of non-mechanical force. In fact, the wheat was simply growing sideways. The method was elegant in its simplicity. Bauer, who had worked as a signwriter and understood the geometry of circles, designed a sighting device, a wire loop attached to the peak of a baseball cap, which he used to align the circles with distant landmarks. This allowed him to create circles that were perfectly round, with diameters that matched precisely, and eventually to arrange multiple circles in geometric relationships that appeared to have been laid out with surveying equipment. The researchers who studied the circles from the air, using photographs taken from light aircraft, were impressed by the precision of the alignments. They did not consider the possibility that a man with a wire on his hat and a plank of wood could achieve the same result. The first circles were made in the summer of 1978, near the village of Cheesefoot Head in Hampshire, not far from the ancient monument of Stonehenge. Bauer and Chorley chose this location deliberately, knowing that the area was already associated with mystical significance and that any unexplained phenomenon in the vicinity would attract attention. They were not disappointed. The local newspaper reported the circle as a curiosity, and within weeks the first UFO researchers had arrived, measuring the flattened wheat, taking soil samples, and interviewing the farmer. Bauer and Chorley read the newspaper reports with amusement and a growing sense of astonishment. Their private joke was becoming public. As the phenomenon grew, so did the complexity of the designs. The simple circles of 1978 gave way to circles with rings around them, then to circles with satellite circles, then to the elaborate pictograms that appeared in the late 1980s, patterns that included multiple circles connected by straight lines, forming shapes that resembled insect mandibles, astronomical diagrams, or the plans for a landing strip. Each new design was a response to the previous season's analysis. When researchers claimed that the circles were too simple to be the work of extraterrestrials, Bauer and Chorley added rings. When researchers claimed that the rings were too irregular to be intentional, Bauer and Chorley added satellite circles with precise measurements. When researchers began to use night vision equipment and motion sensors, Bauer and Chorley learned to work in the dark, using the wire on the baseball cap to maintain their bearings. The relationship between the hoaxers and the investigators became a kind of dance, with each side responding to the other's moves. The investigators published books and papers analyzing the circles, identifying patterns that they believed were evidence of non-human intelligence. Bauer and Chorley read these publications and used them as instruction manuals for their next designs. The researchers were, in effect, telling the hoaxers what to do next. And the hoaxers, who had no formal training in geometry or surveying, were learning on the job, improving their craft with each season. By 1989, the crop circle phenomenon had become an international sensation. Colin Andrews and Pat Delgado published Circular Evidence, which sold 100,000 copies and was translated into multiple languages. The book presented the circles as a genuine mystery, possibly caused by atmospheric plasma vortices, possibly by extraterrestrial intelligence, possibly by some unknown natural force. It did not consider the possibility that two retired men from Southampton were making them in their spare time. The book was reviewed seriously in newspapers and magazines. The BBC produced a documentary. The Japanese television crews arrived, filming the circles from helicopters and interviewing the farmers who had discovered them. Bauer and Chorley watched all of this from their living rooms, and they began to feel a strange kind of pressure. The hoax had grown beyond their control. They had not intended to deceive the world for more than a decade. They had not intended to inspire a global movement of researchers, believers, and imitators. They had not intended to create a phenomenon that would be studied by meteorologists, physicists, and psychologists. They had intended to have a laugh, to create a story that would appear in the local newspaper, to see if anyone would notice. And then, in 1991, they decided to end it. Dub Bauer and Dave Chorley walked into the offices of the Today newspaper in London and told their story. They demonstrated the method in a field near Southampton, using a plank and a rope to create a perfect circle in less than 15 minutes. The newspaper published the confession on the front page, and the crop circle phenomenon, as a mystery, was effectively over. But it was not over. The believers did not believe the confession. They argued that Bauer and Chorley were not capable of making the most complex formations, that the geometry was too precise, that the wheat was bent in ways that could not be replicated by a plank and a rope. They argued that the confession was itself a hoax, a cover-up designed to discredit the phenomenon. They argued that Bauer and Chorley were patsies, pawns in a larger conspiracy. The hoaxers had confessed, but the believers had already built an intellectual framework that could absorb any evidence, even the confession of the hoaxers themselves. The legacy of the crop circle hoax is not the circles themselves, which still appear in fields every summer, made now by a global community of artists and pranksters who have refined Bauer and Chorley's methods into an art form. The legacy is the lesson about how belief works. The crop circle phenomenon was not created by aliens. It was created by two men with a plank and a rope. But the phenomenon continued to exist because the conditions that made it possible, the mystical geography of the English countryside, the New Age hunger for evidence of non-human intelligence, the media's appetite for mystery, the researchers' willingness to believe, were still in place. What does it say about us that we would rather believe in a mystery that cannot be solved than in a truth that can be understood? The crop circle phenomenon was not created by aliens. It was created by two men with a plank and a rope. But the phenomenon continued to exist because the conditions that made it possible, the mystical geography of the English countryside, the New Age hunger for evidence of non-human intelligence, the media's appetite for mystery, the researchers' willingness to believe, were still in place. What does it say about us that we would rather believe in a mystery that cannot be solved than in a truth that can be understood? The most credentialed believer was Terence Meaden, a meteorologist with a doctorate from Oxford. He had spent years studying the physics of atmospheric vortices, and when the first circles appeared near Cheesefoot Head in 1980, he saw not a hoax, but a natural phenomenon that demanded explanation. His theory was elegant: electrically charged plasma vortices, spinning columns of ionized air generated by atmospheric conditions, could descend from the sky and flatten crops in perfect circles. The plasma, he argued, would heat the stems and cause them to bend without breaking, a signature of the genuine formations that no man-made method could replicate. He published his findings in the Journal of Meteorology, and the scientific community did not laugh. They read, they considered, and some of them agreed that the theory was plausible. Meaden was not a crank. He was a scientist applying legitimate atmospheric physics to what he genuinely believed was a natural phenomenon. The circles appeared in fields that had no footprints leading to them. They appeared overnight, sometimes in fields that farmers had watched until dusk. The wheat stems in the genuine formations were not broken, but bent at the base, as if softened by heat. Meaden had measured the bend angles, he had taken soil samples, he had written papers. The absence of a known human mechanism was real. Until 1991, no one had come forward to explain how the circles were made. And in that absence, the plasma vortex theory was not fantasy, it was the best available explanation. Colin Andrews and Pat Delgado brought a different kind of credibility. Andrews was an electrical engineer who had worked for the British government. Delgado was a retired NASA engineer who had helped design the Apollo guidance system. These were not the kinds of men who believed in fairies. They approached the circles with instruments, Geiger counters, magnetometers, soil moisture sensors. They measured radiation levels that appeared elevated in some formations. They found magnetic anomalies in the soil that seemed to indicate some kind of energy discharge. They documented their findings in the book Circular Evidence, published in 1989, which sold hundreds of thousands of copies and made them the public faces of the investigation. The Japanese television network Nippon TV funded a major investigation in 1990. They brought in equipment that could monitor fields through the night, infrared cameras, motion sensors, time-lapse photography. They stationed teams in Wiltshire for weeks. They did not catch anyone making a circle. The absence of evidence became evidence of absence, of human intervention. The network produced a documentary that treated the circles as a genuine, unexplained phenomenon, and millions of viewers around the world saw it. The circles were now a global story, and the story was that science could not explain them. The US physicist John Burke conducted soil analysis that appeared to show anomalous magnetic particle distributions in circle soil. The particles were smaller and more uniformly sized than in control samples taken from the same field outside the formation. Burke published his results in a peer-reviewed journal. The implication was that the soil had been subjected to some kind of electromagnetic sorting process, the kind of process that a plasma vortex might produce. The believers did not need to be gullible. They needed to be rational people looking at data that pointed toward a non-human explanation. And the data, at the time, did point that way. The belief was rational given what was known. The circles were appearing in fields without any witnesses to their creation. The designs were geometrically precise in ways that seemed to require sophisticated tools, laser levels, surveying equipment, mathematical calculations. Some circles appeared overnight in fields that had been watched by farmers, by researchers, by camera crews. The investigators were applying genuine scientific methods to the evidence available. They were not looking for aliens. They were looking for an explanation. And every test they ran seemed to eliminate the simple explanation that someone had done it by hand. But there was a problem that the investigators did not want to face. The circles were becoming more complex over time. In 1980 they were simple circles. By 1985 they were circles with rings. By 1988 they were pictograms, complex arrangements of circles, rings, and straight lines that resembled ancient symbols or alien languages. The plasma vortex theory could explain a circle. It could not explain a pictogram. A vortex that could produce a precise geometric arrangement of multiple circles and connecting lines was not a vortex. It was a message, and messages require senders. The researchers adapted. They proposed that the plasma vortices were intelligent, that they were being guided by some non-human consciousness, perhaps extraterrestrial, perhaps terrestrial, but non-physical. Colin Andrews began to speak openly about his belief that the circles were a form of communication, a signal from something beyond human understanding. Pat Delgado, the NASA engineer, said he believed the circles were the work of a higher intelligence. The scientists who had started with instruments and measurements were now speaking in the language of spirituality. The transition was seamless, and it was invisible to them. The media coverage intensified. The BBC produced a documentary called Crop Circles, The Enigma. The American network, NBC, broadcast a segment on The Today Show. The tabloids ran headlines about alien landing sites. The broadsheets ran thoughtful pieces about the limits of scientific explanation. The circles were everywhere, and the more they appeared, the more they seemed to confirm the pattern. Something was happening in the English countryside that science could not explain. The believers were not stupid. They were living inside a story that had grown too large to question. And then, in September 1991, Dud Bauer and Dave Chorley walked into the office of the Today newspaper and told their story. They had been making circles since 1978. They had started as a joke, inspired by a story about an Australian prankster who had made a UFO landing site. They had used a plank of wood, a length of rope, and a baseball cap with a wire frame to guide their steps. The simplest circles took them about an hour. The complex pictograms took a night. They had never been caught because they worked at night in remote fields, and they never told anyone. They had watched the researchers on television, reading their theories, measuring their soil samples, and they had laughed. The confession should have ended it. The believers had been given what they claimed they wanted, an explanation. But the explanation was too ordinary. Two men with a plank and a rope were not worthy of the mystery. The circles were too beautiful, too precise, too meaningful to be the work of a pair of pranksters. The believers did not accept the confession. They argued that Bauer and Chorley were not capable of making the most complex formations. They argued that the geometry was too precise, that the wheat was bent in ways that could not be replicated by a plank and a rope. They argued that the confession was itself a hoax, a cover-up designed to discredit the phenomenon. They argued that Bauer and Chorley were patsies, pawns in a larger conspiracy. The government, they said, had orchestrated the confession to discredit the real phenomenon. The military had been involved from the beginning. The circles were real, and the confession was a lie. The believers had built an intellectual framework that could absorb any evidence, even the confession of the hoaxes themselves. The framework was not about evidence, it was about identity. To accept the confession was to accept that they had been fooled. And that was a truth they could not bear. The legacy of the crop circle hoax is not the circles themselves, which still appear in fields every summer, made now by a global community of artists and pranksters who have refined Bauer and Chorley's methods into an art form. The legacy is the lesson about how belief works. The crop circle phenomenon was not created by aliens. It was created by two men with a plank and a rope. But the phenomenon continued to exist because the conditions that made it possible were still in place. The mystical geography of the English countryside, the New Age hunger for evidence of non-human intelligence, the media's appetite for mystery, the researchers' willingness to believe. The hoaxes had confessed, but the believers had already built a world in which the confession did not matter. The circles were real because they needed them to be real, and when the truth arrived, they simply refused to see it. The question that lingers is not about the circles. It is about the shape of belief itself, and whether any of us can recognize the moment when what we want to be true becomes indistinguishable from what is. The believers had built an intellectual framework that could absorb any evidence, even the confession of the hoaxers themselves. The framework was not about evidence, it was about identity. To accept the confession was to accept that they had been fooled. And that was a truth they could not bear. The legacy of the crop circle hoax is not the circles themselves, which still appear in fields every summer, made now by a global community of artists and pranksters who have refined Bauer and Chorley's methods into an art form. The legacy is the lesson about how belief works. The crop circle phenomenon was not created by aliens. It was created by two men with a plank and a rope. But the phenomenon continued to exist because the conditions that made it possible were still in place. The mystical geography of the English countryside, the New Age hunger for evidence of non-human intelligence, the media's appetite for mystery, the researchers' willingness to believe. The hoaxers had confessed, but the believers had already built a world in which the confession did not matter. The circles were real because they needed them to be real, and when the truth arrived, they simply refused to see it. The question that lingers is not about the circles. It is about the shape of belief itself, and whether any of us can recognize the moment when what we want to be true becomes indistinguishable from what is. In September 1991, Dud Bauer and Dave Chorley gave an interview to the Today newspaper. Bauer was 72. Chorley was 62. They sat in a pub near Southampton and told a reporter that they had started the crop circle phenomenon 13 years earlier, in 1978, with a plank of wood, a length of rope, and a simple idea. Bauer's wife had become suspicious of the mileage on his car and had accused him of having an affair. He had decided, in the face of that accusation, to reveal the truth. The affair was not with another woman. It was with a field in Wiltshire. They drove with the journalist to a field near Cheesefoot Head, the same area where the first major circles had appeared. Bauer produced a plank of wood, a length of rope, and a baseball cap with a wire loop attached to the brim. He tied the rope to the plank, placed the wire loop under his chin, and began to walk in a straight line, pressing the wheat flat with the plank. Chorley guided the rope from the center. In a few hours they produced a circle that was indistinguishable from the formations that had been studied, photographed, and analyzed for over a decade. Pat Delgado was called to examine the circle. He walked the perimeter, knelt to inspect the flattened stalks, and declared it genuine. Then he was told who had made it. The silence that followed was the sound of a world collapsing. Delgado did not recant his belief in the non-human origin of other circles. He simply said that this one was a hoax. The distinction was subtle, but crucial. It allowed him to preserve the category of the genuine while conceding the existence of the fake. Bauer produced a photograph taken in 1978, showing himself and Chorley standing beside one of their early circles. He showed the mileage records of his car, which documented hundreds of journeys to Wiltshire over 13 years. The evidence was not circumstantial. It was direct, documented, and demonstrated. The men who had created the phenomenon were standing in front of, the confession was complete, the hoax was over. But the phenomenon did not end. The crop circle community responded not with acceptance but with reclassification. Some researchers acknowledged that Bauer and Chorley had made some circles, but argued that the more elaborate formations must still be of non-human origin. The circles that appeared after 1991 were more complex, more geometric, more beautiful than anything Bauer and Chorley had produced. This was taken as proof that the genuine phenomenon continued. It was, in fact, proof that Bauer and Chorley had inspired a generation of imitators. By the mid-1990s, hundreds of people had begun making circles. Some were inspired by Bauer and Chorley, some were independent. The circles became more elaborate after the confession than before it, because a community of skilled artists had taken over from the two elderly originators. The phenomenon transformed from a hoax into a form of land art. The circles that appear in English fields every summer are now made by artists who are open about their work, who produce formations of genuine geometric beauty and who have refined the techniques that Bauer and Chorley invented. The crop circle phenomenon is unusual among hoaxes because it did not end with the exposure, it transformed. The circles are now openly made by teams of artists and enthusiasts, some of them extraordinarily skilled, who produce formations that are indistinguishable from the early circles in appearance but are far more intricate. The belief in non-human origin persists in a subculture that has simply reclassified the human-made circles as imitations and maintained the category of the genuine formation. The category is empty, but the category persists. The psychological insight is about the need for a category of the inexplicable. The crop circle phenomenon survived its exposure because it met a need that the exposure could not address, the need for evidence that the universe contains intelligence beyond our own. This need is not irrational, it is a response to the loneliness of being human in a vast and silent cosmos. The desire to believe that something is out there, that we are not alone, that the patterns in the wheat are a message from a mind greater than ours, this desire is not a pathology. It is a longing. The researchers who refused to accept the confession were not stupid. They were not gullible. They were people who had invested years of their lives, their reputations, their emotional energy in the idea that the circles were genuine. To accept the confession was to accept that they had been fooled. It was to accept that the years of study, the books, the lectures, the television appearances, the sense of being on the edge of a great revelation, all of it was built on a plank and a rope. That is a truth that very few people can bear. The circles continue to appear. Every summer, farmers in Wiltshire wake to find patterns in their fields. the makers are often anonymous. The formations are sometimes claimed by groups who announce their work online. But the mystery persists because the conditions that created it persist. The English countryside is still saturated with mystical geography. The New Age movement is still hungry for evidence of non-human intelligence. The media still loves a mystery. And the human need for the inexplicable has not diminished. Bauer and Chorley died within a few years of each other. Bauer in 2018, Chorley in 2019. They never profited from their hoax. They never sought fame. They did it, they said, because it was a good joke, but the joke outgrew them. The joke became a phenomenon. The phenomenon became a belief system. And the belief system survived the revelation that it was built on nothing more than a plank, a rope, and two men who wanted to see what would happen if they pressed wheat flat in a circle. The legacy of the crop circle hoax is not the circles themselves. It is the lesson about how belief works. The conditions that made the crop circle phenomenon possible are still in place. The mystical geography of the English countryside. The New Age hunger for evidence of non-human intelligence. The media's appetite for mystery. The researchers' willingness to believe. The human need for a category of the inexplicable. None of these have changed. They have only grown stronger. The crop circle phenomenon was not created by aliens. It was created by two men with a plank and a rope. But the phenomenon continued to exist because the conditions that made it possible were still in place. The hoaxers had confessed, but the believers had already built a world in which the confession did not matter. The circles were real because they needed them to be real, and when the truth arrived, they simply refused to see it. The question that lingers is not about the circles. It is about the shape of belief itself, and whether any of us can recognize the moment when what we want to be true becomes indistinguishable from what is. The crop circle phenomenon is a mirror held up to the human mind, and in that mirror, the next hoax will be different. The next hoax will be about a house in Amityville, New York, where a family claimed to have been driven out by demonic forces after 28 days. The next hoax will be about a house, a priest, a demonologist, and a story that became a book, a film, and a legend. The next hoax will be about the need to believe in evil and the willingness to see the devil in a creaking floorboard and a cold draft. The next hoax will be about the house at 112 Ocean Avenue. And the question that lingers will be the same. What do we need to believe, and what will we do to keep believing it? The house at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, New York, sat empty for 3 months after the murders. It was a Dutch colonial with a mansard roof and distinctive quarter-moon windows on the upper floor, the kind of house that families drove past on Sunday afternoons and imagined themselves living in. But in the winter of 1975, with frost hardening the lawn and a for sale sign still planted near the curb, it was a property that nobody wanted. The murders had happened on the night of November 13, 1974. Ronald DeFeo Jr., 23 years old, had taken a .35 caliber Marlin rifle and shot his father, his mother, his 2 brothers, and his 2 sisters while they slept. He claimed later that voices had told him to do it. The trial was brief, the verdict guilty, the sentence 25 years to life. The house went on the market at a price that reflected its history, $80,000, well below the market rate for a property of its size and location on the south shore of Long Island. George and Kathy Lutz were looking for a bargain. They had been married for 2 years, and George had recently started a new job as a marine surveyor. They had 3 children from Kathy's previous marriage, Daniel, Christopher, and Missy, and they needed space. The house on Ocean Avenue gave them that space. It had 6 bedrooms, a swimming pool, a boathouse on the Amityville River, and a finished basement that George planned to use as a workshop. The price was right. The history was something they thought they could live with. They moved in on December 18, 1975. The real estate agent had told them about the murders, of course, and they had discussed it with their priest, Father Frank Mancuso, who had advised them to bless the house before moving in. They did. Father Mancuso came to the house, sprinkled holy water in every room, and said prayers for the DeFeo family. Then the Lutzes unpacked their boxes and tried to make the house their home. The first night, nothing happened. The second night, nothing happened. It was not until the third night that George Lutz woke at 3:15 in the morning to the sound of the front door slamming shut. He got up, checked the house, found nothing. He went back to bed. The next night, he woke again at exactly the same time. The pattern established itself quickly. George would wake at 3005 every morning, sometimes to a noise, sometimes to a sensation, sometimes to nothing at all except the certainty that he had been pulled from sleep. Kathy began to report nightmares, vivid, detailed dreams of the DeFeo family, of blood on the walls, of a presence in the room that she could not see but could feel. The children began to complain about the cold. Missy, the youngest, had developed an imaginary friend she called Jody, a pig with red eyes. The cold spots came next. Specific areas of the house, the upstairs hallway, the basement stairs, the corner of the master bedroom, were noticeably colder than the rest of the room, as though some invisible window had been left open. George checked the insulation, the heating ducts, the weather stripping. Nothing explained it. Then the green slime began to appear. It came from the toilets, from the drains, from the walls, a thick, viscous substance that smelled of sulfur and left a stain that could not be cleaned. The levitation began in the third week. Kathy claimed to have been lifted from her bed and suspended in the air. George claimed to have seen a crucifix turn upside down on the wall. The children reported hearing voices, whispers that came from inside the walls, from the attic, from the basement. The family dog, a German shepherd named Harry, refused to enter the house and spent his nights howling in the yard. George called Father Mancuso. The priest came to the house and began to say Mass in the upstairs bedroom. During the prayer, a voice, loud, clear, and not belonging to anyone in the room, said, "Get out!" Father Mancuso left the house and did not return. He later told reporters that he had felt something in that room that he could not explain, something that made the hair on his arms stand up and his hands shake as he held the Bible. The Lutzes contacted the Warrens. Ed and Lorraine Warren were the most famous demonologists in America, a husband and wife team who had built their reputation on the case of the Perron family in Rhode Island and the trial of Arne Cheyenne Johnson in Connecticut. They claimed to have investigated thousands of cases of paranormal activity. They claimed to have documented evidence of demonic possession. They arrived at 112 Ocean Avenue in January 1976 with cameras, tape recorders, and a portable holy water font. Lorraine Warren conducted a séance in the basement. She reported sensing a powerful demonic presence, something old, something malevolent, something that had been in the house long before the DeFeo family had moved in. Ed Warren claimed to have found evidence of a secret room behind the basement wall, a room painted red, a room that had been used for rituals. He photographed it. The photograph showed a wall of concrete blocks. The room, if it existed, was never found by anyone else. On January 14, 1976, the Lutzes left the house. They packed what they could carry into their car and drove away, leaving furniture, clothing, and the family dog behind. They never returned. The story of what had happened to them in 28 days became the subject of a book by Jay Anson, published in 1977, which sold 10 million copies and spawned a film franchise that has continued for 45 years. But the question that followed the Lutzes was not whether they had experienced something real. The question was whether they had experienced something supernatural. William Weber, the lawyer who had defended Ronald DeFeo Jr., came forward in 1979 and claimed that he and George Lutz had fabricated the entire story over bottles of wine, inventing details to create a compelling narrative that would sell books and movie rights. Weber said the green slime was a joke. He said the cold spots were a lie. He said the demonic voices were invented. The Lutzes denied it. They insisted that everything they had reported was true, that they had experienced horrors in that house that no rational explanation could account for, that the Warrens had confirmed the presence of a demonic entity. They pointed to the testimony of Father Mancuso, who had never recanted his account. They pointed to the neighbors who had reported strange lights and sounds coming from the house. They pointed to the fact that the house had never been sold again as a family home. It was eventually auctioned, renovated, and sold to new owners who changed the address to 108 Ocean Avenue to escape the association. The evidence, when examined by journalists and investigators, was thin. The photographs the Warrens had taken showed nothing that could not be explained by ordinary photography. The recordings of voices in the house were ambiguous. The testimony of the Lutzes changed over time, with details appearing and disappearing across different interviews. The book by Jay Anson was marketed as non-fiction but contained scenes that could not be verified, conversations that had no witnesses, events that had no corroboration. But the believers were not stupid. The Warrens had built careers on cases that left people changed. Father Mancuso had no reason to lie. The Lutzes had lost their home, their savings, and their peace of mind. The story they told was consistent in its emotional truth. Something had happened in that house that had driven them out, something that had broken their lives into before and after. The Amityville Horror became the most famous haunted house story in American history, because it arrived at a moment when the American public was ready to believe. The 1970s had been a decade of crisis: Vietnam, Watergate, the oil embargo, the hostage crisis in Iran. The institutions that had once provided certainty, government, science, religion, had all been shaken. The idea that evil could take physical form, that a house could be a vessel for something dark and ancient, was not a fantasy. It was a comfort. It meant that the darkness had a shape, a name, a location. It meant that evil was not everywhere. The house on Ocean Avenue still stands. It has been sold and resold. The current owners do not give interviews. The neighbors do not talk about it. The legend has become a tourist attraction, a piece of American folklore, a story that gets retold every Halloween and every October when the leaves turn and the nights grow long. But the question that the story leaves behind is not about whether the Lutzes were telling the truth. The question is, why, 45 years later, with every investigation failing to find evidence, with every witness contradicting themselves, with every rational explanation offered and rejected, the story continues to compel. The question is, what need it serves, what hunger it feeds, what darkness it allows us to name without having to face our own. What did the Lutzes actually experience in those 28 days? And what does it say about us that we still need to know? The book appeared in September 1977, a paperback original with a cover that showed the house at night, the quarter-moon windows glowing like eyes, the title in blood-red letters. Jay Anson was a struggling writer who had never published a novel before. He took the Lutzes' account and shaped it into a narrative that read like a case file: dates, times, measurements, the clinical language of a police report applied to the supernatural. The book sold 10 million copies in its first year. Readers did not experience it as fiction. They experienced it as testimony. The film arrived in 1979, directed by Stuart Rosenberg, starring James Brolin and Margot Kidder. The opening sequence, the DeFeo murders, the house silent in the dark, established a visual language that haunted house cinema would borrow for decades. The film grossed $86 million on a budget of $4 million. It spawned 7 sequels, a remake, and an entire subgenre of suburban horror. The house on Ocean Avenue had become a property, in every sense of the word. But while the book climbed the bestseller lists and the film filled theaters, a different kind of investigation was underway. Rick Moran, a journalist for the Long Island newspaper Newsday, had been covering the story from the beginning. He was not a skeptic by temperament. He was a reporter who had learned to trust what he could verify. In the spring of 1977, before the book was published, he visited 112 Ocean Avenue with a photographer and a building inspector. They walked through every room. They measured the walls. They opened the closets. They went into the basement. The Lutzes had described a secret room in the basement, a small chamber painted red, hidden behind a bookcase, where they claimed to have found evidence of satanic worship. Moran and the building inspector found no such room. The basement was a single open space, unfinished, with a concrete floor and cinder block walls. There was no hidden door. There was no red paint. There was no evidence that any such room had ever existed. They checked the plumbing for the green slime the Lutzes had described, oozing from the toilets. The pipes were ordinary. They looked for the hoof prints that George Lutz claimed had appeared in the snow outside the house. The ground showed nothing unusual. They interviewed the neighbors, who reported no strange noises, no unusual smells, no flies swarming at the windows in December. The house, by every measurable standard, was a perfectly ordinary Dutch colonial on a perfectly ordinary street in a perfectly ordinary Long Island suburb. Peter Jordan, a journalist for the Boston Phoenix, conducted his own investigation in 1977. He interviewed the real estate agent who had sold the house to the Lutzes. He interviewed the priest who had blessed the house and later refused to discuss it. He interviewed the Lutzes themselves separately and noticed inconsistencies in their accounts. George Lutz described waking at 3005 every morning. Kathy Lutz described the same thing. But when Jordan asked specific questions about what they saw when they woke, their answers did not match. The details shifted. The chronology blurred. The most damaging evidence came from a source the Lutzes had not anticipated. William Weber, the attorney who had represented Ronald DeFeo Jr. at his murder trial, had been in contact with the Lutzes shortly after they moved into the house. In the summer of 1976, Weber had met with George and Kathy Lutz at his law office in Amityville. Over a bottle of wine, the three of them had discussed the possibility of writing a book about the house. Weber had been present during the DeFeo trial. He knew the details of the murders, he knew the house, he knew what sold. In 1979, after the film had become a phenomenon, Weber gave an interview to the New York Times. He stated plainly that the story was a fabrication. He said that he and the Lutzes had created the narrative together, over several bottles of wine, intending to split the proceeds from a book deal. The relationship had collapsed when the Lutzes went ahead with Jay Anson without him. The story, Weber said, was invented. The demonic voices, the green slime, the levitation, the pig-eyed demons, all of it was a shared fiction, crafted in a lawyer's office on a summer evening. The Lutzes denied this. They continued to insist that the events had happened exactly as described. George Lutz gave interviews for the rest of his life, maintaining the story with a consistency that impressed even his critics. He died in 2006, still insisting that the house on Ocean Avenue had been possessed, that he had seen what he had seen, that the world could believe what it chose. The Warrens also maintained their account. Ed Warren died in 2006, Lorraine in 2009. Their museum in Monroe, Connecticut, still displays a small model of the Amityville house, labeled as a site of confirmed demonic activity. The museum attracts visitors from around the world. The Warrens' files on the case remain sealed, held by their estate, unavailable for independent examination. The investigation by Moran and Jordan was thorough, but it was not conclusive in the way a criminal investigation would be. There was no confession. There was no signed affidavit. There was only Weber's word against the Lutzes, and Weber was a convicted criminal defense attorney with his own motives. The hoax, if it was a hoax, was never legally proven. The story was never retracted. The book remained in print. The film remained in circulation. The house remained a tourist attraction. What is certain is that the Lutzes had financial incentive. They bought the house for $80,000, substantially below market value after the DeFeo murders had made it unsellable. They sold the story to Jay Anson for a reported advance of $100,000, plus royalties. The book and film generated millions. The Lutzes, by the time of George's death, were not wealthy. They had lost money in lawsuits and bad investments, but they had lived for 30 years on the proceeds of a story that, if false, had been remarkably profitable. But the question of whether the Lutzes lied is, in some ways, the least interesting question the case leaves behind. The more revealing question is why the story survived every attempt to debunk it. Weber's confession was published in the New York Times. Moran's investigation was published in Newsday. Jordan's article in the Boston Phoenix was widely circulated. Skeptics wrote books, articles, television segments. The house was examined, measured, photographed, and tested. No evidence was ever found, and yet the story persists. It persists because it satisfies a need that evidence cannot touch, the need for evil to have a location, the need for darkness to be contained in a single house on a single street so that the rest of the world can feel safe, the need for the supernatural to be real, because a world in which a house can be possessed is a world in which the universe has rules, however terrifying. A world in which evil is random, meaningless, and entirely human is a world in which there is no protection at all. The Amityville Horror is not a story about a house. It is a story about the stories we need to tell in order to live with what we know. Ronald DeFeo Jr. murdered his family in that house. That is a fact. That fact is unbearable. The story of a demonic possession makes it bearable by giving it meaning. The demon made him do it. The house made him do it. The evil was not in him. It was in the walls, in the basement, in the red room that never existed. The evil was something that could be exorcised, blessed, sold, and left behind. The house on Ocean Avenue is still there. The quarter-moon windows are still visible from the street. The current owners do not answer the door when tourists knock. The neighbors have learned to ignore the cars that slow down. The story has become part of the landscape, as permanent as the foundation, as ordinary as the lawn. What did the Lutzes actually experience in those 28 days? Did they believe their own story, or did they know it was invented? Did the house change them, or did they change the house? And if the story was entirely fabricated, why does it continue to feel true to so many people who have never set foot on Ocean Avenue? Perhaps the most telling detail about the Amityville house is what happened after the Lutzes left. The next family to move in, James and Barbara Cromartie, paid $65,000 for the property in 1977, a price that reflected its notoriety and the discount the Lutzes had originally received. The Cromarties lived there for a decade. They reported no voices, no slime, no levitation, no pig-eyed demons at the window. Their children slept through the night. The only disturbance was the steady stream of tourists who parked outside, pointed cameras at the quarter-moon windows, and asked if they could come inside and see the basement. The Cromarties eventually changed the house number from 112 to 18, hoping to shake the pilgrims. It did not work. The cars kept coming. The story had developed a gravity that no address change could escape. The Lutzes themselves had become minor celebrities, appearing on television, giving interviews, defending their account against a growing chorus of skeptics. George Lutz insisted until his death in 2006 that the haunting was real. Kathy Lutz maintained the same position until her death in 2004. Whether they believed what they said, or had come to believe it through years of repetition, is a question that cannot be answered from the outside. What can be documented is the context in which the story landed. America in the mid-1970s was a country saturated with anxiety and hungry for explanations that transcended the ordinary. The Vietnam War had ended in humiliation. Watergate had destroyed trust in institutions. The economy was stagnant. Crime was rising, and the cultural certainties of the post-war era had collapsed. The supernatural offered a framework that made chaos legible. If a house could be possessed, then evil was not random. It had a source. It could be named, confronted, and perhaps even defeated by the forces of good, represented in this case by the Warrens, who arrived at Ocean Avenue as spiritual warriors armed with crosses, holy water, and a theology that explained everything. The Warrens had been building their reputation for decades. Ed Warren was a self-taught demonologist who claimed to have investigated thousands of cases. Lorraine was a clairvoyant who said she could see spirits and sense demonic presence. Together they had become the most famous paranormal investigators in America, and the Amityville case was their breakthrough into mainstream visibility. They published books, gave lectures, and eventually opened their own occult museum in Connecticut, a warehouse of cursed objects, haunted dolls, and artifacts from cases they claimed to have solved. The museum is still open today, and visitors pay admission to walk through rooms filled with the material culture of American demonology. The financial dimensions of the Amityville story are not incidental to its spread. Jay Anson's book sold over 10 million copies. The first film, released in 1979, grossed more than $80 million against a budget of $4 million. 22 films followed, along with television specials, documentaries, and a seemingly endless stream of books, podcasts, and YouTube investigations. The Amityville Horror became a franchise, a haunted house that could be endlessly revisited, reimagined, and remonetized. The story's durability was not a function of its truth, but of its utility. It gave people a way to talk about evil that did not require them to confront the more uncomfortable questions of human violence and systemic failure. Ronald DeFeo Jr. is still serving 6 concurrent life sentences at the Sullivan Correctional Facility in New York. He has given multiple interviews over the decades, and his accounts of what happened on the night of November 13, 1974 have shifted and contradicted themselves. He has claimed that his sister Dawn committed the murders. He has claimed that his brother Butch did it. He has claimed that a voice in the house told him to kill. He has claimed that he was possessed by a demon. The only consistent element in his testimony is that he was not responsible. The evil was not in him, it was in the walls. The Amityville case has been investigated by journalists, parapsychologists, skeptics, and true crime writers. The consensus among those who have examined the evidence dispassionately is that the haunting was a fabrication, a story constructed by the Lutzes and their lawyer William Weber, who later admitted in a 1979 interview that the entire account was a hoax. Weber claimed that he and the Lutzes had invented the supernatural elements over several bottles of wine, hoping to create a narrative that would cast doubt on DeFeo's conviction. When the story proved more valuable as a book and film than as a legal strategy, they abandoned the legal angle and pursued the entertainment market instead. But the hoax explanation, however well documented, has never fully dislodged the story from the culture. The Amityville Horror continues to be treated as a genuinely open case by paranormal investigators, many of whom argue that Weber's confession was itself unreliable, or that something real happened in the house even if the Lutzes exaggerated or invented details. The question of whether the haunting was real has become secondary to the question of why so many people need it to be real. The story persists because it serves a function that factual accuracy cannot touch. The Amityville Horror, like the great hoaxes that preceded it, reveals something about the conditions under which belief flourishes. The moon hoax of 1835 succeeded because the public was ready to believe in lunar life. The Tasaday hoax of 1971 succeeded because the world was desperate for a people without war. The Amityville Horror succeeded because America in the 1970s was a nation haunted by its own violence, looking for an explanation that did not require it to look inward. The demon in the basement was easier to confront than the demon in the son, the father, the soldier returning from a war that made no sense. The legacy of the Amityville case is not the house on Ocean Avenue, which still stands, still ordinary, still unremarkable to anyone who does not know its story. The legacy is the infrastructure of belief that the case helped to create. Before Amityville, paranormal investigation was a fringe pursuit conducted by a handful of enthusiasts and spiritualists. After Amityville, it became an industry. The Warrens' methods, the seances, the blessings, the diagnosis of demonic infestation became templates replicated by hundreds of groups across the country. The Amityville case taught a generation that hauntings were not just possible but profitable, not just frightening but marketable, not just local but national. And yet, for all the skepticism that has been directed at the Lutzes, for all the evidence of fabrication, for all the admissions and contradictions and documented inconsistencies, the story retains a strange power. The quarter-moon windows still draw the eye. The silence of the house at night still feels like it might be holding something back. The story has become a kind of ghost itself, something that cannot be killed by facts because it was never alive in the first place. It lives in the space between what happened and what was believed to have happened, in the gap where grief meets narrative, where trauma meets the supernatural, where a family's need to make sense of the senseless found a story that fit. The Amityville Horror is not the story of a haunted house. It is the story of a haunted culture, a culture that had just lived through a decade of assassinations, riots, a lost war, and a betrayed presidency, and that needed to believe that evil could be contained in a single building on a quiet street in a small town on Long Island. The evil was not in the house. It never was. The evil was in the things that people do to each other, in the rage that builds in a young man's chest until he picks up a rifle, in the silence of a community that does not want to see what is happening in the house next door. The demon was never in the basement. The demon was always in the room. And so the question that lingers, the question that every hoax leaves behind, is not whether the story was true. The question is why we needed it to be. What does it mean that a fabricated haunting has become one of the most durable American stories of the 20th century? What does it say about us that we would rather believe in a demon in the basement than in the ordinary, unremarkable, unbearable fact that a young man killed his family with a rifle and that no demon made him do it? The house on Ocean Avenue is still there. The quarter-moon windows are still visible from the street. The story is still being told. And somewhere, in a living room in a suburb not unlike Amityville, a family is watching a documentary about a haunted house, and they are asking themselves, what if it was real? And the answer, as it always is with the great hoaxes, is that it was real, not as a fact, but as a need. And needs do not require evidence to survive. Psychologist Robert Baker, who spent decades studying the psychology of belief and deception, looked at the Lutz case and saw something he had seen many times before. He called it a textbook example of what happens when fantasy-prone personalities reinforce each other's beliefs in conditions of extreme stress and sleep deprivation. George Lutz had a history of interest in the occult. He had read books on demonology, had experimented with seances, had dabbled in what he later called the dark side. Kathy Lutz was suggestible and deeply religious, raised in a Catholic household where the supernatural was not a metaphor but a literal reality. Put two people like that in a house where a murder has happened, deprive them of sleep, surround them with the expectation of terror, and the mind will produce the terror that it expects. The 3005 a.m. waking was not evidence of a demonic presence. It was evidence of a conditioned response. George Lutz, having read about the DeFeo murders and the time they occurred, had planted the expectation in his own subconscious. The body, in its vulnerability, complied. The cold spots were drafts. The green slime was probably a combination of plumbing residue and the power of suggestion. The pig-eyed demon at the window was a hallucination born of exhaustion and fear. None of this required a supernatural explanation. It required only the ordinary machinery of the human mind under pressure. But the mind, once it has committed to a story, does not easily retreat. By the time the Lutzes fled the house on January 14, 1976, they had told their story to friends, to the Warrens, to the local press. The story had taken on a life of its own. It had become true, in the only sense that mattered. It was the story they were living inside. And when Jay Anson's book was published in September 1977, the story became a commodity. The book sold 10 million copies. The film, released in 1979, grossed over $80 million on a budget of $4 million. The Lutz family, who had been paid a share of the proceeds, were now locked into the story financially as well as psychologically. This is the moment the case marks a turning point. Before Amityville, the supernatural in America was largely a matter of private belief, church teachings, folk traditions, the occasional local legend whispered over a fence. After Amityville, the supernatural became a public entertainment product, manufactured, marketed, and consumed at industrial scale. The haunted house was no longer a place you avoided. It was a franchise. The demon was no longer a theological proposition. It was a brand. Ed and Lorraine Warren understood this shift better than anyone. They had been investigating paranormal cases for decades, but the Amityville case made them into celebrities. The Warrens were not frauds in the simple sense. They genuinely believed in the work they did. But they also understood that belief was a market. Their occult museum, filled with objects they claimed were cursed or possessed, became a tourist attraction. Their cases became books and films. The Conjuring universe, which began with a case the Warrens investigated, has grossed over $2 billion. The demon was not in the basement. The demon was in the box office. The question that lingers is not whether the Amityville haunting was real. That question was answered decades ago by the admission of William Weber, the DeFeo family's defense attorney, who told a reporter in 1979 that he and the Lutzes had concocted the story over a bottle of wine during a dinner at the Lutz house. Weber said they created the tale to support his legal strategy, to argue that Ronald DeFeo had been driven to murder by demonic possession rather than rage. The story, Weber said, was a great idea. We all got drunk and made up this story. But the admission came too late. The book was already a bestseller. The film was already in production. The story had already entered the American imagination, where it would remain for the next 40 years, impervious to evidence, immune to debunking. Because the story was not about the house. It was not about the demon. It was about the need for evil to have a face, a name, a location, something you could point to and say, it came from there. The alternative was too terrible to accept, that evil comes from inside us, from the ordinary darkness of the human heart, and that no amount of holy water or exorcism or fleeing will ever put it to rest. The house on Ocean Avenue is still there. The Quartermain windows are still visible from the street. The tours still run. The story is still being told, in documentaries and podcasts and YouTube videos, each retelling adding a new layer, a new detail, a new claim that cannot be verified but cannot be disproven either. The Lutz family, who lived in the house for 28 days, have spent the rest of their lives defending a story that made them famous, wealthy, and trapped. George Lutz died in 2005, still insisting the haunting was real. Kathy Lutz died in 2019, still insisting the same. And so the central question remains. When a story about evil generates this much money, when it spawns books and films and sequels and reboots and a whole genre of paranormal entertainment, who benefits from the evil being real? The publishers, the filmmakers, the demonologists, the tour operators, the content creators. The believers who find in the story a confirmation of their worldview, the skeptics who find in it a confirmation of theirs. Everyone benefits. Everyone except the dead. Ronald DeFeo Jr. is serving 6 concurrent life sentences at the Sullivan Correctional Facility in New York. He has given multiple interviews over the decades, and his story has changed. Sometimes he says he heard voices. Sometimes he says he was on drugs. Sometimes he says he just snapped. He has never claimed demonic possession in court. He has never used the Amityville haunting as a defense. He has never asked for an exorcism. He sits in a cell year after year, and the story that made his family's house famous is not his story. It is a story about a demon that never existed, told by people who never lived in the house while the murders happened, and it has made everyone rich except the man who pulled the trigger. The evil was not in the house. It never was. The evil was in the things that people do to each other, in the rage that builds in a young man's chest until he picks up a rifle, in the silence of a community that does not want to see what is happening in the house next door. The demon was never in the basement. The demon was always in the room. And so the question that lingers, the question that every hoax leaves behind, is not whether the story was true. The question is why we needed it to be. What does it mean that a fabricated haunting has become one of the most durable American stories of the 20th century? What does it say about us that we would rather believe in a demon in the basement than in the ordinary, unremarkable, unbearable fact that a young man killed his family with a rifle and that no demon made him do it? The house on Ocean Avenue is still there. The quarter-moon windows are still visible from the street. The story is still being told. And somewhere, in a living room in a suburb not unlike Amityville, a family is watching a documentary about a haunted house, and they are asking themselves, what if it was real? And the answer, as it always is with the great hoaxes, is that it was real, not as a fact, but as a need. And needs do not require evidence to survive. They require only the willingness to believe, and the silence of those who know the truth but cannot bring themselves to say it. What are we so afraid of finding when we look into the darkness of the basement that we would rather find a demon than ourselves?